Hello, welcome to the Legacy European Tour Grand Qualifier. We are here in Copenhagen for a lot of rounds of Modern. We are starting with 7 rounds today. Tomorrow we have 6 rounds and a cut to top 8. Top 32 qualifies for the regional finals in Sofia. Today I'm joined here by Will. My name is Filipa and we are very happy to be your hosts for today.
Buzzing about it. Well, looking forward to it. Should be a good day. A lot of Modern to be played. And we can see the players shuffling up.
Yeah, we have 472 players, so a lot of people excited to play Modern, a lot of different decks. We have Izzet Murktide versus Azorius Hammertime.
What sort of decks are you looking forward to seeing this weekend?
Different decks. I'm expecting to see a lot of Living End, a lot of Murktide, a lot of 4 colors.
That's probably the top meta decks, the top tier 1 decks. If you were playing, what would you be bringing?
Probably Merfolk, but...
Merfolk? Nikachu would love you. Nikachu would love that. We need more Merfolk players in the world.
Everything except Tron. No hate for the Tron
Woman after
players
my own
out there.
heart. I love it. I love it. Okay. Looks like they're shuffling up.
Yeah. And we have actually a professional player here, right? With the World Championship mat. Do you know him?
I believe we've got Canister, which most people watching this stream would know who Canister is. He's obviously one of the professionals that streams every single day. Great streamer. If you haven't watched him, make sure you watch him. Looks like they're rolling the dice to see who goes first. Waiting. I believe we got, as you said earlier, is it Murktide versus Hammertime?
Exactly. Canister is rocking the Izzet Murktide, and his opponent is playing with the Hammertime, which is a great deck.
I'd say Canister's flexing with that playmat.
I think so.
I was in the World Championships. Don't want to brag. Don't want to flex into it. He's even pointing it at his opponent.
Yeah.
He's not even leaning it towards himself. The intimidation is real.
Intimidation technique.
Soon.
Who do you think is favored in this matchup?
It all depends on if Canister has early removal, but then his burn removal doesn't line up well with instant speed hammers that give things +10/+10. So if they can navigate correctly, then I believe the Hammertime should be able to take this down. But they've got to navigate through the counter spells, through the removal when they try to equip things. It can be a bit of a hard match, especially now they don't have Lurus. So you'll see that this version's actually the blue version now, having Reality Chip in it, which does give it a lot of late game, being able to play all your 0 to 1 mana cost cards off the top of your deck. So they could escalate in the late game, but you know, when a big 7/7 Murktide comes down, Hammertime doesn't have too much to answer that, because as we all know, the hammer doesn't give it flying anymore.
That's true. And unfortunately, and also I think this game is going to be, as most Modern games, decided by the die a lot. Whoever plays first here has a big advantage, especially Hammertime. If it can get that play, it definitely has some advantage.
Exactly. Like, it's just Modern in general, right? If you can go first in Modern, you've already won half the battle, unless you're playing 8-rack. Which I've been partial to play a bit of 8-rack in my time and just letting my opponent go first and look at the confusion and then doubt in their face. They're like, oh no, I'm getting Thoughtseize turn 1. They know it's coming. Players look like they're just having a little chinwag.
Yeah, I think they're waiting a bit to start.
I know if I was sat down opposite Canister, I'd be like fanboying. I'd be like, oh my god, I love your stream. It's so great.
Also, must be really intimidating for the opponent to just first match come to the feature area, like so much pressure, so many people watching you play Modern, so...
Exactly. It's not Canister's first rodeo.
Yeah.
Being able to be on camera for the first time, he's played at the highest level possible. And it looks now they're just... Did we see who went first? I guess we'll find out with whoever plays their land.
I didn't catch who rolled the highest, but... It looks like they are deciding if they are mulligan or not. Tweet chat can comment who they are rooting for, which one is their favorite deck.
I want to know where they're watching from. So if you're in the chat, obviously make sure you tell us where you're from, where you're watching from. Don't say your bedroom. Don't say I'm watching it in the kitchen. You know, what country are you watching it from? Obviously, I'm from the UK. Yeah. You're from Portugal. Yeah. You know what I mean? This is a multinational game that we play. And there's a lot of language barriers that have to be broken down, especially, obviously, I'm English and I talk very quickly. I have to try and calm it down for you at home. And obviously, you've got your lovely accent. So, depending on where you're watching from, people understand others better than the other ones. Oh, that's a mulligan from the
Hammer player.
I think he already had was a Saga, and I saw a couple of Spell Piercers in there. No, he's playing 3 Spell Piercers main. Looking at this hand, does it look like they've got a couple of lands, couple of creatures? I think this is a keep.
Yeah. Now the question is what goes in the bottom?
I think I've picked one of the 2 drops back. I think I kind of like the quick kill that you'd have with an ink moth. So leave that. Did they put the hammer? Is that a hammer or a bauble they put back? I suppose we'll find out in a second. So they're just waiting for the call to go.
Hopefully everyone watching is hearing us right. So give us some feedback if the quality is good on the audio. Yeah, the mole is a bit unfortunate for the Hammer player, but I think they actually keep a great hand, so...
Yeah, like with Hammer, you basically want to be able to keep a hand that can win turn 2, turn 3, or at least threaten it.
Yeah.
So, your opponent can't tap out on those turns. They have to hold up some removal. Because if you just let the Hammer Time Goldfish, it's going to win turn 2, turn 3. Like, it's very rare. I suppose the turn 2 wins are quite rare, but normally if there's a 10-10 creature on the battlefield turn 2, there's not many decks can compete with that. Especially not the Murktide players, because they don't have any bounce effects in the main. Some deck lists play Vapor Snag, but if it was against 4 color control, say, obviously they've got Solitudes. They don't care about a 10-10 and giving you 10 life. They're going to win the late game.
Exactly.
Okay, so it looks like, yep.
Oh, the Hammer
We've got the Hammer
player
player going first. Leading on the Inkmoth Nexus. One of my favorite cards.
Oh, and we have a bubble.
Cast a ball in himself. So if they bubble in themselves, it's always a good indication they have a fetch land in their hand. It's a nice little scry trigger basically that they get to do. If I want that top card, I'll fetch it away. If I don't want it, so he clearly doesn't want that card on top, so he's going to fetch. And depends what he leads off here. Obviously, the best thing for them to be able to lead off on here would be Ragavan himself, probably the best 1-drop ever printed in Magic.
For sure. It's in every red deck. The monkey definitely has come to stay in Modern.
That card is stupidly good.
It's so good.
I love that card. I don't want it to ever get banned, mainly because I own 4. But it's the card is so good itself.
It is amazing.
I thought Canister there was gonna try and play on the rules and play his lands up top, spells below there, but we'll see.
Okay, so let's see.
Is this a steal thing?
It is for sure.
So they're leading, looking at his top 4, he's gonna decide what he wants to get. So yeah, he's got an Ingot Smith. Obviously, the longer this is on the battlefield, the more it's going to grow. So I think Canister has to deal with this quite early. Because as soon as it starts getting above 3 power, the only thing that he'll have to deal with it will be an Unholy Heat.
Yeah.
As long as he's got the Delirium triggered.
Yeah. You gotta have your grave kind of filled, so.
So that's a good one for Canister to know about, is the Shadow Spear. So now if there's if he ends up playing something like Sigarda's Aid, he knows that there's no point in him blocking because his opponent can give trample to his creatures.
Oh,
and he does get a point.
Yeah.
He does Unholy Heat that.
Really important here, the Unholy Heat for sure. And here you can see that Canister definitely knows how to maneuver the lands. Everything he does is very strategic. Even like from that bubble first.
Yep.
It's the small differences.
Oh, hold on a minute. Having some issues our end. We can't currently see the screen. Oh, there you go. Hold on. Yeah, bear with us, chat. Bear with us. We're still here. There you go.
Back.
We're back.
I think the program got too impressed by the Canister plays.
So I think what we had there is we had the Hammer Time player managed to bauble Canister, saw that it was a land on top, and is now playing their planes for the turn. Obviously, Dragon Rage Chandler, again, one of the best 1-drops printed in a long time. That synergizes well in these decks. They want to fill their graveyard up really quickly for the Murktides. Because the idea of this deck is to get on the battlefield, keep everything alive, and then once everything's alive, they can just win through the tempo game.
Yeah, it's an amazing card.
This is exactly what they want to be doing. And while Canister's tapped out and doesn't have his 2-mana up for a counter spell, they've deployed the Sigarda's Aid, which is arguably probably one of the best cards in this matchup. Once it's on the battlefield, I'm pretty sure Canister can't get that off the battlefield. So now all the equipment's are going to have instant speed. So if Canister wants to Lightning Bolt something in instant speed, he can give it +10/+10. So it's going to be pretty pretty hard to navigate this now for Canister, so it's going to be interesting for him. And now he's going to start filling his graveyard up.
Yeah, a lot of triggers here from the Chandler, the Consider. This deck, if you have a Chandler, it's so easy for you to start to fill in your grave. You eventually get your Murktides, and it just gets out of control really quickly.
I suppose that's one way to get around one hammer, is to have a bigger Murktide. Because obviously Murktide grows every time someone gets exiled. So if you play 2, the first one normally is a lot larger. I feel like we probably see a bit of like Counterspell or Archmage's Charm left up here, because he knows that he can't let a hammer resolve on that Inkmoth Nexus. If he manages, if the hammer player goes, plays a land, animate Inkmoth, swings, attacks, no blocks, quick flies in a hammer on top of it, that's just the end of the game.
Yeah,
he's gonna basically test Canister. I don't think I would do it in free open mana. I don't think that's correct. I think there's more plays that you could do to play around that. But we'll see. We'll see how we get on. Oh, are we tapping? We're not tapping. I also love these basics. What's your basics of choice?
Oh, I love the new ones that we are getting in the
stained glass ones.
Oh, they are so pretty.
They are beautiful.
They are beautiful.
What about you, chat? What basics are you using? Let us know in the chat.
I think I'll be judged because I use mismatched lands in my deck.
Oh no! Oh no! I use Urza's Saga basics.
Oh really?
That's the set I learned when I started playing. It was Urza's Saga, so all my basics are Urza's Saga.
Perfect.
And then unless I've got like a deck that has like 1 or 2 of each, and then obviously I do have a few fancy ones.
I like the Tyros ones. I think they're pretty.
They are. So we see that's a Paladin that comes down, Steel Leaf Paladin, which basically, as long as he controls 3 artifacts in play, he can equip for free. So he plays a Mem Knight after that. So he's just gonna check. You can swing your 1/2 into the 1/1 on the battlefield. In the graveyard, we've got artifact, land, instant. So it still doesn't have delirium. It's still just a 1/1. But that doesn't say Canister can't just, grow it instantly now with some sort of triggers. Get something into his graveyard. But if he manages to cycle through and picks a creature in his graveyard, that's now a 3/3 that he can block quite easily. That Stoneforge Mystic.
And Murktide deck can do so much with 1 mana in instant speed.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
And that's the joy of this day. Imagine giving this when you have Ragavan out, and it's also generating you a treasure every turn. It's so crazy.
Gotta love the little monkey.
I think we'll see a lot of the top players today playing either blue-red or maybe 4-color. I think they're the top kind of decks. I do hope a lot of players bring Yawgmoth, because that is one of my favorite pet decks. I do love a Yawgmoth.
One thing about Paper Magic is that you always find more variety than, for example, on MTGO.
100%. And that's why I love these early rounds when we have these big modern events. Some people can't afford 4-color control.
Exactly.
Some people can't just pick up these random decks that are worth quite a lot of money, because modern, as we all know, is getting a little bit more expensive now. So people are going to turn up with the fully foiled Jund deck. They're going to turn up with their Merfolk deck. They're going to turn up with Goblins. All these. I'm hoping for some Infect players as well. That's I'd love if we get an Infect player on feature match. That'd be great.
It's one of the things I love about Paper Magic is that everyone has like their pet deck and kind of an attachment to the cards, and we just see so much variety, and people actually dominate the deck because they have been playing the same deck for years.
Exactly, they master it. They know the good and bad matchups, but then because Modern's so vast and so many cards are in the format, every deck can have an answer to certain archetypes. So if you just want to come in and not lose to a certain deck, there are cards in your colors that you can bring to not lose to that deck. 90% of the time, I'm sure there's some cards that can't beat Belcher or these random cards, decks that can win turn 1, turn 2, but now we're going for the hammer play. So I feel this is where we're gonna start reacting now. Canister's gonna fetch. Tap Steam. So he's valuing his life total. He knows that this can be a bit of a race. So without knowing his hand and what's in it, this is kind of showing some sort of, like my hand's not full of creatures. I kind of have to survive a little bit until I can find a Murktide, maybe. That's what it's saying to me. It'd be interesting to see what he's well, I suppose he's casting the hammer, then he can target it. So he's countering the hammer. And I guess he's hoping there isn't a second hammer. We've all been there. First hammer, you counter it. Second hammer, they play. Oh god.
I remember the first time I played Modern. First deck I play against his hammer, and I didn't know what hammer did. And somebody was attacking with a 1/1, and I was like, yeah, sure, why not? Suddenly I'm dying.
Yeah. So we've got a stack going on here. So in response to the hammer getting countered, he's going to play the Shadow Spear.
Oh, such a great card. The trample is so important, and lifelink as well.
Right, so the lifelink is probably going to be quite important on this matchup. So they're just going through the triggers. I think the players have to talk to each other here. So it comes into play. He draws the card. He equips it. Now the connive trigger. Is it connive? No, what's the one on Dragon Rage?
Yeah.
And it looks like he likes that card. So he's keeping that on top. Counter spell.
The conniving is now the shredder that everyone loves.
I wonder if he's playing Shredder in his deck list. Do we know if he's playing Shredder in his list today? Again, another great way of filling up the graveyard.
Yeah, so looks like it actually, yeah, some shredders.
Has he got any spice in that list?
Some spice.
He's got one Brazen Burrow in the main. So that's a good answer for a huge any creature that's wielding massive hammers.
Yeah, I think Brazen is amazing against Amortine for sure.
That one turn that they go all in and think that you've got no answers for them.
Exactly.
Does have no dress downs in the main, which is obviously great in this matchup. And now we're coming with another hammer.
That's why the deck is called Hammer Time. They always have the hammer.
Is this good? Is my, was it 2/10, 13/13 life linking, trampling creature good against your, I guess it's still a 1/1 instant land artifact. So yeah, so your 1/1 versus my 13/13 trampling lifelink creature. This could be over really quickly if he doesn't find that Brazen Burrow.
Yeah, for sure.
But then even if he bounces, because it's a paladin, the paladin comes on the battlefield, it can re-equip everything anyway.
It gets to a point that Canister removal, which is an Holy, doesn't do anything.
Double Unholy Heat doesn't do anything here. It's 13 power, 13 toughness. Okay, Canister, what can you do? Oh, he does have Archmage Charms, so he can steal the hammer to take, and then he can block it with 3, which is such a big brain play that I know Canister would end up doing something like that. This guy he is one of the best. Let's not be honest, you know what I mean? I don't want to fanboy him too much, but he is one of the best that we have in modern day Magic, I believe. Also, a really nice guy. I was speaking to him outside before the tournament.
Oh, really?
Really nice. Yeah, he came up and started, we were talking. Obviously, I was trying not to fanboy in front of him. I was like a bumbling idiot.
Yeah. I had blue hair, and there was a Twitter contest who wore it better, me or Canister. Obviously, Canister won.
Oh, man.
Because we both had the blue hair sort of thing.
I was saying to him, like, he should have come in his, he has a Yu-Gi-Oh outfit that he wears. I was like, you should have come in that. Apparently, if he day twos tomorrow, he has a beautiful Yu-Gi-Oh top that he's going to wear.
Oh, really? We have to see that.
Well, he has to day 2 first. You know what I mean? You don't get on feature match otherwise.
Yeah.
So now he's going to play Iteration, which is insane how good this card in this deck.
Oh, it's amazing.
It's so good. He's basically looking at 4 cards right now. So one off the Dragon Rage, and then he gets to look at the top 3 and cast it. This card's so good.
Also, it's interesting how many of the cards that are playing right now in this deck are from the recent years, like 1-2 years ago.
Exactly.
A lot of them.
Modern Horizons has got a lot to blame for that.
Oh,
and,
for sure.
Depending on what side of the battlefield you sit, some people really like Modern Horizons 2, other people don't. I'm on the side that I like it. I like that Modern has a change. I also think Modern, as I say, is got a big enough card pool that you can change your deck to not lose to a certain deck. If you think there's going to be a lot of 4-color, you can try and bring certain cards to tackle that. If you think there's going to be a lot of living ends, you can bring a lot of, like ley lines, rest in pieces. Yeah. There's a lot of hate out there. You just have to tailor it. You can't win against everything, unfortunately.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. If you are going to bring sideboard against one, then you get Hammer Time and...
So it's just going to play out another Channeler here. Yeah. Double Channeler. It's still not obviously got the Delirium going, because they're not attacking.
Yeah, of course, because they have to attack if they have the Delirium.
But he is looking at this 13. He hasn't dealt with a 13/13.
And a Saga.
It's going to... There's a Saga, again, another new card, which is so good. Like, because Paper Magic's back, Saga's been out for a while, but Paper Magic and these large events haven't. So these are some of the first times we're seeing Saga now in these paper events, and I think this card's great. Like, when it first came out, it was like, this doesn't make sense to me. I didn't understand it, but now we've seen it see some play. It's great. And
they're shuffling up. I mean,
well, there's another Hammer. He basically had another shows Canister, the second hammer in hand, which is the third hammer of the game. They always have it. And he made a 23/23 trampling a life linking creature against 2/1/1s That's game. That's just game.
That seems good enough. What do you think Canister is going to sideboard here to get
So,
some advantage?
Looking at this sideboard, dress downs are definitely coming in.
Yeah.
Dress downs 100%. And then the engineer explosives. There's a lot of 1-drops and 2-drops on that side of the battlefield. Yes, Canister plays them as well, but there's a lot more on the other side, and there's no lures to start bringing them back anymore. I like the Abrade. The Abrade can hit it. Alpine Moon can get rid of the Sagas here. And maybe a subtlety, and definitely the Fury. Fury's great in this matchup.
Amazing.
That's a lot of cards, and a lot of people in Modern tend to over sideboard. So I'm rattled off at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8 cards I just mentioned there. If you take out 8 cards from your main deck, you're diluting your deck's game plan. So if you take out all your 1-drops and your game plan is to get on the board early and then keep those threats alive, if you dilute your deck too much, you can't do that and you'll lose the game. Yeah, you'll have your great sideboard cards, but in the long game, you end up losing it. So I believe if I had to prioritize it, you probably want like 4 or 5 of these cards, and I'd probably go double dress down, endurance, fury. I think that's the 5 I'd bring in. Cards that aren't good in this matchup, Ragavan. Your opponent has a zero mana 1/1 that just plays in the battlefield, and they're like, cool, nice Ragavan. So I'm pretty sure the Ragavans will come out. What else would you take out here? I kind of like the rest of the deck. So that's 4 for 4. You only got to like cut down a few. Maybe you kind of want the Murktide. That's how you're going to win. The Dragon Rage Channelers, the Shredders, the Brazen Bow is obviously great. You might cut down on some counter spells here, because we saw there the counter spell is 2 mana, and your opponent has hammers that cost 1 mana.
Yeah.
You can only counter 1. You can't counter the second one or the third one in this instance. So might cut down on a few counter spells and just have more reactive spells that actually kill them instead
Like
of
a
the burn.
braid, yeah.
So again, like Lightning Bolt's not great in this matchup. It is early on, but once you start getting the Cigar's Aid on the battlefield, it just gets a lot worse.
And Fury is such a great card. It killed so many of the creature decks. Like a lot of creature decks stopped playing because of this Fury. On Azorius Hammer side, what would you change, Will?
So looking at their sideboard here, they've got some spicy ones over here. So I like the Relic of Genesis, because obviously Canister's a graveyard deck.
Yeah.
If you can get empty their graveyard, that all the Murktides in their hand are now, they're dead. They're like 7 mana. I don't even know if Canister's got 7 mana in his deck that can hard cast that. Soulguy Lantern as well. I don't think we want the Pip. He's got a couple marches. So March of the Own Light is good because it can kill the 1-drops, it can kill the 2-drops. Not so good at killing Murktides, but if you've got enough white cards in your hand that just sat there because you're drawing too many, I don't think I'd bring them in, but I could see the argument for bringing them in. You've got prismatic endings, but I don't think this is the matchup for them. Do you like the free Teferis?
Oh.
If someone, Teferi, Time Raveler, if they play a Murktide and he's tapped out for it and delved 5 cards away, and you just slam a Teferi and bounce it back to their hand, you've not only just turned off all their counter magic, and there's a good chance he's boarding out half of his removal, his burn removal, so it's going to be quite hard for him to deal with it. So I think I'd bring in like the Teferis and a couple of the graveyards. So that's maybe like 5 cards, a couple of graveyard hate, plus the Teferis. And I'd probably trim on let's see what we got.
Also interesting is that with the Fairy, they cannot Brazen Border, so like they have to do it in sorcery speed.
Exactly.
They can use the ability in only sorcery speed, which is not as good. So the Fairy cuts a lot of the plays for Canister. This is going to be a very different matchup now, since Hammer Time is on the draw now instead of the play. So I think we are having a very different game.
I still think that, so the Hammer Time play, they are still the aggro deck in this matchup, and Canister has to be the control. But he doesn't want to be the control. The deck does tailor to control a bit more. He's still going to try and do his game plan, but the Hammer Time opponent, again, if they can pick the right time to go for it, like they did last time, they're going to win. But they initiated it last time, and Canister had the answer, but they had the extra answers on top, and that's how they managed to run away with that game. It is a hard one, I think, for the blue-red player.
It is, especially when Hammer is on time. And with 2 Hammers, come on. The first one, but the second Hammer was too much.
So here we go, Esper Sentinel. This is so between Aid and Esper Sentinel, these are the 2 best 1-drops that I think you could play. Being the Hammer Time player, Esper Sentinel, again, one of the Modern Horizons 2 cards that have just come out. Great card. It's going to tax Canister at every turn. Every turn that he casts a spell, he has to pay 1 extra, or he's going to be able to draw a card. But if you put Hammer on it, you've got to pay 11 mana every time you cast a spell, which we all know is not, so you're just going to give your opponent more card advantage.
which definitely we don't want to be doing when playing against Hammer.
No, well, the blue decks are the ones that are meant to have the advantage here, not the white decks. He's just going to cast 2 straight into a Ledger Shredder. It's going to block both the threats on the other side, but does leave him open. If he manages to have like something like Aid Hammer here, he could be in for a rough time.
I think Shredder is one of 2 cards that played from the new Capina set that's playing Modern. We also have the Artifact that exiles cards, and I think Shredder, but...
Oh, the Hearst, yeah.
Oh,
Hearst
that's
is
also
really
a
good.
great card.
I think they were both sleepers as well. I think if you looked at them on the surface, people were like, okay, it's all right. It's not great. Now they're actually like full-on Pioneer modern staples, which obviously the top players from this weekend, the top 32, are going to manage to qualify for Sophia, which is Pioneer. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, and the format is going to change a lot. I've been seeing the spoilers for the Dominaria set, and we have some spicy ones.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll talk about them in between the rounds. Like, you know, I mean, when we've got no matches on or no feature match. We do have a feature match, and we do have a backup feature match for you all. So if this does get over quite quickly, which Hammer Time is obviously going to try and do, we do have a second match for you all.
Yeah, for sure, we are going to have spent a lot of hours together and have a lot of games of Modern today.
I couldn't think of a better way to spend your birthday, Filipa.
Oh, it's true.
It is her birthday today. She is, I'll never say a woman's age on stream, but you know, she is a day older today, so make sure you wish us happy birthdays in the chat.
I cannot see a better way to spend my birthday than commenting on some Modern games.
That's how I would want to spend it. It's how I want to spend your birthday. Canister's deep in the tank here. First spell he plays, he's got to pay an extra 1 or let his opponent draw another card, which could be another hammer.
That's the thing, like, every spell is so cheap for Hammer, like, and if you keep drawing, like, your only out is their opponent eventually runs out of cards, and you can deal with them in time.
I wouldn't bank on the your win con being my opponent decking themselves. Not in Modern, it's not great. Canister shocking that in, so it's 3 mana. Passes the turn. So this could be obviously to pay for a counter spell with attacks, or it could be for a charm to steal it.
Ooh, I love your Saga. I mean, I love when I'm playing it, not playing against it.
Obviously, Saga can go find and 2 up these graveyard hate cards that I was thinking about, which I imagine have been brought in. Like if he can get that to 3, sacks it, goes finds a relic, he can then start tapping away at the graveyard. Which Shredder's going to do its best to try and fill up as quick as it can for the Murktide. Which I'm sure Canister's praying he's got at least one in his hand or can get down soon.
An Hammer player has to be feeling amazing. First game, feature match against a pro player, already winning, doing so well, and...
Going 1 up already, yeah.
Yeah, and so far we haven't seen any mistakes on the Hammer player side, so...
It looks like, I don't know if I caught that right, it looks like the Hammer player might have brought in a needle. I'm not sure what you'd bring that needle in for. Oh, engineered explosives.
Might be.
But maybe they're scared of engineered explosives.
But this is not open deck list,
But they both just passed the turn. Though. One passes the turn, the Canister plays land, passes the turn back. They're just looking at each other now. Who's going to be the first to pull the trigger? It's like a control match, but they're both like aggro tempo decks. And there's a Hallowed Fountain, untapped, paying the 2 life. Who's gonna flinch first? This is what I love. Like, they're just gonna play land until you're like, okay, I'm gonna go for it. And then you either win or you lose. And especially with the Hammer Time player, like it's the game to try and initiate. We all know Canister can get there, can grind out, but the explosive one-shot kill is definitely coming from the left-hand side here.
For sure. But Hammer Time with this blue version, they have the reality ship. They can go longer in the game. It's not like just the white Hammer Time. So it definitely can go a bit longer in the game.
The longer it goes, they can just sit back with this Urza Saga and just make tokens.
Oh, that's true.
Which are going to all get massive. But obviously, we do have Dress Down on the other side of the in the other deck. I don't know if he's got it in hand yet. Cass is doing a great job of showing us nothing. Just leaving him on the battlefield, just watching his hopes and dreams get sucked away from him. He watches his opponent play Epiphany Needle. I imagine it's on engineered explosives.
But if the Hammer player here had the Teferi Time Reveler, the game would be so different.
Oh, well, you'd force Canister's hand.
Yeah,
you'd
you
force
had
him
to
do
force
something.
it. Yeah.
So have we passed the turn across here? Or are we still trying to think on this Epiphany Needle? It looks like it's resolved. He's put it to one side like it's resolved. Cancel going to try and lightning bolt this. He's going to test his opponent to remember the trigger to tax it. I don't.
Oh.
And this is the problem I have with red removal, is they can just do this. So I don't know if it's missed the trigger there because he's played a spell afterwards. So I don't think Canister's going to have to pay the 1. I could be wrong. I don't know what they've said on the table. But because he's cast a spell, oh, he's going for the connive trigger because that's the second spell he's cast this turn.
No.
So he's going to get 1 card deeper before he decides if his hammer resolves.
Yeah.
But he does have 3 mana up. So once that hammer resolves, if he just wants to take it for himself with an Archmage Charm, that's a really... Because you're not paying 7 mana to get your hammer back anytime soon. You're going to have to play a Paladin to move it. If you don't have a Paladin in hand...
There's a counter there.
So that's... Oh my... He couldn't slam it quick enough.
I think the Hammer player was so excited to do this, and I think Canister was not expecting.
And this is what I mean. Like they're going for it. They are fully going for it. So obviously, what if he manages to find a Spell Pierce of his own here? So Spell Pierce stops the counter spell. The hammer's now still in the stack in response to the lightning bolt.
Maybe an unholy hit.
This is the second connive trigger. So both players have cast 2 spells now.
Yes.
Another counter gets rid of the Fury. I suppose Fury's not so good once there's a hammer on the battlefield.
For sure.
So the hammer is now hit the battlefield and resolved, but in response to it getting equipped, he's now targeting the creature that it's targeting. He is a master, isn't he? He is so good at this. So the double lightning bolt manages to save him for this turn.
And he's huge.
He's now got a 3/5 Ledger Shredder. But that used a lot of resources on the Hammer Time players' side of the battlefield. They do still have the active Saga though, but if Canister manages to throw down now a Murktide, that'd be pretty brutal for him, I believe. Ooh, an Alpine Moon. Taking out that Urza Saga, which means the graveyard is still going to stay there with a load of cards in it, ready for this Murktide. Did he just draw another hammer? Is that another hammer off the top?
They always have the hammers.
They just always... Oh, he's going for the... Oh, no, he's going for the Inkmoth win.
Ooh.
Into Canister's got 2 cards in hand. Was Canister meant to name the Inkmoth? He has the charm.
Oh, there it is. And you were calling it.
Canister wouldn't tap out for no reason. We all know this, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So Canister takes 1 point of infect.
And now it's looking pretty good for Canister, actually.
1 Paladin can change this, though. There's still a hammer on that battlefield. If you play a Paladin, you can equip that hammer for free. Probably to the Inkmoth. That's when this deck really is good. Like, the more you can imagine this with Lurrus. So now you just put Lurrus in their hand. There's a reason that card
Imagine Lurrus before the companion rule change, though. That would be insane.
I'm still on the side that I think all companions should have been banned. Personally, or the companion rule, not the cards. I think they're fine. You can play them in main decks, but as the companion, the companion rule is just an 8th card. It's so good.
Ooh, I remember the Yorion times, and Yorion still plays. So
I imagine we'll see a lot of Yorion today.
Yeah.
If I was playing today, I think I would have been on 4-color elementals. Now we're gonna cast a relic. He's saying, "I don't want you to have any Murktides anymore." Caster's just gonna get rid of. How do you feel on the mix? I can't say it. The mixed lightning bolts art.
I love diversity. I play with mixed lands. Come on.
That I do like that lightning bolt though. That's the Dungeons and Dragons one. And they did a load in the style of the old Dungeons and Dragons type art from the books.
I prefer the other one. It was from the Magic Fest rewards. I also have some that I won playing, and I always like promos that you receive playing around the world. I don't know. I think it's just special.
I'm currently oohing and ahhing about trying to get the lightning bolts, the Hadouken ones from the Street Fighter set. I'm deciding if I want to get them yet or not. Okay, so going back and forth to the match. So they're both just, it looks like they're both top decking, just going back and forth, hitting with 1/1s and the Ledger Shredder. Obviously, the Ledger Shredder is quite big here. And they did exile the Graveyard, which is, it does take Canister off the Murktides, which would swing this game huge. If he manages to rip a Murktide and cast it, it would have been a huge play for him. I love this, though. Look at my top card, put it in my hand, pass turn after combat. They're going to block now. I suppose they've got a couple of ink moths they can throw away, and it does make it smaller. I don't know, like, I can't see the life totals, so I can't see who's actually winning the race currently. But with the way that the game's moving, I feel like Canister's probably ahead on the life total. If he's playing this sort of way he's playing, I don't know if I would I like casting that aid in there. Getting Canister one more card deeper, it's probably not what you want to be doing. But the EEs did come in, as you see there. Obviously, he gets rid of it because the Pippin Needle is the only thing Pippin Needle can name, I would say.
And there you have.
There you go. You remembered the trigger this time.
Yeah, and that Shredder is growing.
It is growing. Even though it's been blocked with an infect creature and did go down one, it's still growing.
Yeah. It's one of those cards that maybe you read them at first, you don't give too much for it, and then you see it playing, and it just goes so well.
It fits in this deck particularly so well.
Exactly.
And also the decks in Pioneer that you want to fill up, like the Phoenix decks. This card is actually it's like a key piece of those decks now. Like it didn't know that they were missing, and now that it's out, like, oh my god, how did we do it before this card came out? Canister with a bauble, so let's see what his opponent's drawing. He's not going to show us. Thanks, Canister. Appreciate it.
It's a secret.
It
Only
is.
Canister knows.
Oof.
And there we have another amazing card, as you said.
This is the card you want. If you're going back and forth with your opponent top decking, this is the card you want to top deck.
Yeah. And we cannot see the armor player, Captain D.
Well, it looks like Canister got two land and a spell there. So the land's going to go to exile. He's going to cast that for the turn.
Yeah. I bet the armor player is looking pretty upset right now. I would.
I think that's another ball. So I think it was Bauble was the card he originally had. But Canister, he already knows what the top card is. He's just doing it now so he can draw his 2 cards. And his opponent's going to Bauble him back. Seeing a lightning bolt, another different lightning bolt on top of his deck.
I like Canister style.
I would be tilted on this side of the battlefield.
Yeah.
Everyone's got to be matching. Everyone's got to be the same art. You know, I can't deal with you heathens that have all different coloured lands and arts and spells. But it works, right? That's why you do it. To, you know, obviously one's diversity and the other one's to tilt people like myself.
We both had the blue hair at the same time, and we both like mismatched things. So.
And now you get to commentate on him.
Yeah, it's
another
good taste.
So without knowing the life totals, this would show to me that he's on a low life total because he's having to throw away the ink moth like that. Obviously, it looks like he's on less than 3. And Canister just finishes it off with a lightning bolt, which the Hammer player did know he had. Yeah. So we're going to a game 3. But this time, Hammer is on the play, though.
For sure, but we saw that Canister, this game, did really well. I think he won in that battle where they were tapping out, and Canister just had that extra removal, 1 mana needed, and that made the game. It was
looking at that stack, you would have thought he was going to lose from it, but because he knows how the triggers are working, and he's like, right, yeah, that resolves. Now you have to have a trigger to equip it. I'm going to kill your creature in response. I love it all. I literally love it all. It's why he's a master of this game. But going into this game 3 now, he's going to have a little change in sideboard here. Obviously, it was a good heads-up play by bringing the Pippin Needle in, knowing that there's a good chance Engineer's Explosives coming on the other side of the battlefield. So maybe Canister's going to take out the Engineer's Explosives now and just try and rely on the Abrades of the world and, a bit more of his removal. He obviously kept in the Lightning Bolts, which I would, personally, I think I would have tried to trim on them and kept the Unholy Heats. But I'm not Canister. That's why I'm sat here and he's out there.
Exactly. He's doing it for a reason. And it's clearly paying off.
So it looks like the Hammer player took a mulligan there. I think they drew the opening 7 and looks at the top card and was like, no, that's the old Scry rule. That's the old mulligan rule. Obviously, that's a power shuffle. Is it once per game now? Because imagine doing this with an 80 card deck after every game. It's going to take a lot of time up in between rounds. I don't know if you've played against an 80 card deck yet, but the amount of shuffling that happens is unreal with that deck. Not only it takes longer for you to find the land, then you've got to shuffle it, and if you've got tiny hands, you can't.
Yeah.
You got to do it in two parts.
That's why I don't play Commander. My tiny hands don't allow me. I do play Commander, but it's really difficult to shuffle.
Oh my word! You can't see, but we're holding our hands next to each other, and I'm dwarfing her.
Yeah, it's a problem playing Commander and then like imagine fetching. No.
Just playing. You don't have to play fetches. No forces you to play fetches in your deck.
Yeah, search your library. I don't use it. Anything that says and then shuffle your deck. I don't use that in Commander. That's probably why I play Lord Windgrace and destroy everyone's lands.
You're one of them. You're on the land destruction. Oh my. You ever thought about picking it up in Modern?
I mean...
Get you running 6 of your Seiju and just start taking people's lands away?
No.
Keep land testing them?
I do love Ponza, but not like that.
I never knew when I first started playing, I never knew what Ponza was, and I found out the hard way.
You found out the hard way. I mean, everyone.
I was like, why is it destroying my land? I can't cast any spells now. And then, yeah. Okay, so I believe the Hammer Time plays on a mole, so they're looking to pick back 1 card, and Canister's on his first opening 7.
And I hope everyone on Twitch chat is having a great day and enjoying these games.
Or maybe there wasn't a mole. Maybe it wasn't a mole. Just starting off with an ink moth into a Springleaf Drum.
Yeah.
I do see a Paladin, a Hammer, and a couple of land in the Hammer Time player's hand. They're giving us a little bit of information there. Appreciate it.
The Hammer player always have the Hammer. That's a rule.
They have a lot of ways to tutor for it, just like this card here.
Kind of reminding me of the first game. It was kind of the same.
Let's see what the Smith can find here. Smith's just a good all-round card in this matchup, and he manages to find an Esper Sentinel. Again, great card in this matchup. And he casts it the same turn. Oof. That's like, on the battlefield, you've got technically 3 land.
And there we have.
Canister's just going to throw an Unholy Heat in. Notice that he's doing it before the Esper Sentinel's in play, because obviously then he would have to pay an extra 1, or his opponent would get to draw a card.
Of course.
So being able to do that in response, it's just showing that he knows the game. He plays a lot of Magic Online. There's a lot of stops and triggers. You pick it up very quickly. If you don't play Magic Online, I highly recommend it. If you just to learn where all the stops and triggers happen in stacks, it's a really good way of learning the deck.
Yeah, I started playing Modern during COVID, so for sure, Magic Online has taught me so much about the game. And usually the players that play Magic Online are fairly good players, so it's...
Yeah.
You have to learn the triggers, otherwise it's going to punish you.
I've always said that Arena's a good tool to get into Magic, and then once you've played your standards, your historics, etc. If you want another challenge, you gotta go to Magic Online and start playing a bit of Pioneer, a bit of Modern, Legacy if that's your thing, even Vintage. You can do EDH on there. A lot of people I know do EDH on there, 4 players on it.
I like Vintage Cube.
Vintage Cube?
Yeah, it's so much fun.
I'm not a big Cube player.
Really?
If I ever play Cube, I'm on a red player. I'm always like, I just drive everything red. And just go face.
I mean, you cannot really go wrong with red, right?
No, I channel my inner Patrick Sullivan. I'm just like, no, I'm going red, I'm going face. Okay, so Canister's played the E here, arguably one of his best cards in this matchup. So now the Hammer players, does he want to play into this? So Canister has to blow it up early? Or is he just going to sit back and just try chipping away with it? Obviously, so what have they got this time? So you could go Sigarda's Aid, Animate. So if he has Sigarda's Aid plus the Hammer here, he can get an Infect win. But the way that they're tanking a little bit, I'm going to go on a limb and say they don't have that ingredient of cards. I think Aid was the one that's missing that I could see.
Okay.
And we're going to go 2 for a... We're going to go find the Hammer.
I love this card, like Mist is like such a great card.
Well, she used to be banned, didn't she?
I know. I remember the day that it got unbanned, I bought some.
Do you ever buy into the hype about Splinter Twin?
No,
when everyone goes, oh, Splinter Twin, when they announce there's going to be a banned or unbanned announcement? No, I don't either.
I think it was the same where they unbanned the Shaman. I also bought some.
Oh, they brought in the is it Nettle Sentinel, something like that it's called? The living weapon artifacts. I don't know if I understand why they brought this in. Nettle
Correct.
Yeah. So yeah, I understand why they brought this in. So it can get very big with a little effort.
Another Modern Horizons card.
Yeah, another Modern Horizons card. Love to see him. Because at the minute on the battlefield, if they did hardcast it, it's already a 3/3. And it does play around the E on the other side. Well, E is on 1 and not 0. So if it was on 0, it would kill the token. Like the living weapon token, the 0/0 germ that comes in with it. Canister just plays land, passes the turn. And hey, we've got a Saga. I love Canister's way of playing. He just has his... I'm there. I flicker cards when my opponent's playing. He just puts them on the table, hands in his head, just watches, takes it all in.
I don't know. I'm not seeing his face, but I can see that he has everything. Like, I would be so afraid to play against him.
That's when nothing's going to slip on. The chance of him making a misplay or giving you an opening that he can't react to is so slim. I bet chat's saying that, well, stop fanboying over him, stop fanboying.
Yeah, we cannot read chat yet,
he
but
is a good
we'll
player.
try to put it on.
He is a good player, but so is this Hammer Time player. They play perfectly so far.
Yeah, they played
I suppose
pretty
they missed like one trigger, but that happens. You know, if it's your first time on camera, you haven't played Paper Magic in a while. Normally Magic Online and Arena do these triggers for you. You've got to actually remember them in paper.
But that's the thing. These people that are playing these decks, usually they are playing these decks a lot. They have a lot of experience with the deck.
Canister just blows the EE, and the Hammer Time player doesn't play anything. This is interesting how this is turning out now.
Yeah. I think probably Hammer Time player is traumatized by the last game.
Alpine Moon. Canister's got the answers. How does one mana destroy your land? Spell Pierce. That's the secret lair Spell Pierce, the one that had the tattoo on that the ink moths are for.
I'm guessing Canister just pays the 2.
So you note here that Canister's paying the 1 instead of fetching for like a basic island and paying the 1 that way. I believe this is because he wants to keep a card to be able to fill his graveyard up in case his opponent somehow is able to, exile the graveyard. He wants a chance at refilling it again. That's why he's not cracking the fetch now.
And we have something here with the triggers.
Yeah, so because the Alpine Moons hit the battlefield, the opponent can't, I believe they can't tap the mana while it's on the battlefield. I think that's where the confusion is, but he might be saying he's doing it in response to it hitting the battlefield.
And we have the living weapon we were talking about.
There it is. We knew about this. This is the one that they found with the Stoneforge. But it is just a lonely 1/1 currently. If they animate the ink moth, it can be a 2/2. But this is the turn I feel like they can start. Canister's tapped out pretty much. So it is now a 2/2.
Now it's the chance.
Now it's, is that a hammer I see? There's a bit of shine on that.
It is an hammer.
Oof. A hammer followed by a paladin. So the reasoning behind this, you don't go paladin and then the hammer to try and draw a card, is because you can kill the paladin in response to the hammer being cast, but you can't kill the paladin because you get priority once it hits the battlefield. So you at least get 1 equip. Ooh. Spell Snare. How did we miss that one? Love a Spell Snare. When was the last time you saw that?
I was not expecting. I was like, why is Canister getting a blue land?
He must have that in the main. That's I love it. I love it. We're playing 2014 Magic again.
Yeah, I'm all for it.
All for it. Love it. Love it. And now his opponent's tapped out. So
Our opponent was not expecting this for sure.
I wouldn't have been playing around a Spell Snare. I would have looked up at the camera and just been like, what?
And now Canister has a lot of things to do,
So,
a lot of mana.
You notice that Canister's doing all this though, playing the control side, but he still doesn't have a threat on the battlefield yet. So it's all kind of like he's controlling the battlefield without. Okay, I spoke too soon.
There it is.
And here it is, look, massive 5/5 on the other side of the battlefield, and this can end games quickly. with the 2 mana up, so obviously you can be representing his counter spell here. You can be representing a couple of lightning bolts or Unholy Heat.
And Emmer player is basically top decking at this point.
Yep, they obviously drew the bauble, played the bauble, making that Sentinel a 1, 2, 3, 4, 4/4. 4/4 doesn't get through the Murktide. He can animate the Ink Moth. If Canister decides to block here, he can animate the Ink Moth. But if Canister has a lightning bolt or any sort of removal to kill that Ink Moth in response,
the game ends there.
This could be a really bad one.
And look how he started so badly for Canister with a loss in the first game, and then he just picked it up, kept calm, played so well, so tight.
But it's also Hammer Time being on the play, right?
Yeah.
Hammer Time on the play, and you don't know what you're playing against round 1. Canister's going to draw a card. So I believe he's got to 4 cards in hand now. Can he answer this big threat on the other side of the battlefield? Ooh, I see a dress down in that hand. Dress down's good.
I mean, and this is one of the reasons we see so many Murktide players right now. The deck is so good. We always have so much cards, so many things to do. Sideboard, after sideboard, you get so good against so many decks because you can just board in the answers.
This Hammer Time player is not stopping the hits. So Canister's just can you just draw a land 1 time? This is basically, they're just drawing 2 cards.
Yeah. And
they'll probably go get, I think here I'll get the Shadow Spear. Yep, there you go.
For sure.
So you can cast the Shadow Spear. Again, it makes this Sentinel start growing. So it's currently a 1, 2, 3, 4. With this spear, it will be a 5. But if it grows beyond a 6, it's going to be very hard for the Canister to be able to deal with. He's going to have to 2-for-1 himself to deal with it, I believe. So we're attacking first. See, the reason behind this, the way that they're attacking now, is...
Oh, and then it is.
Yeah. So they're attacking first here without playing the Shadow Spear, so they can pay the 1 for the Ink Moth to make the creature still a 5/5. But Canister decided, nope, I've got my Brazen Burrow, which we talked about at game 1. Having one of them in the main, being able to take away the big threat and bounce it like that is great. Because now they've got to pay the 3 mana to equip that Sentinel to one of these 2 Stoneforges. And Canister with something as simple as a lightning bolt can stop that trigger. And it takes the whole of the Hammer person's turn. If we had an advantage bar here, I'm pretty sure I'd put it on the blue-red down Canister right now.
Me too. And Murktide keeps dealing damage.
That's what it does. That's what it's good at. And he's just going to play a Ledger Shredder with 1 mana up. Notably, that 1 mana is red, which now the opponent's going to start bubbling and start drawing cards. I like this. I think you know you're behind here. You need to start drawing these cards. That was a quick off the top play going to play. I'm always a fan of drawing my card and shuffling it up and then playing it, so my opponent doesn't know that I just drew it off the top.
Yeah.
It's a little bits of information like that you can disguise. Sometimes they're relevant, sometimes they're not.
And that's why also you shouldn't play mismatched lands.
That's for Fort Caesars.
Yeah.
Someone looks at your hand and you play a different island to the one they already knew. They know that you've still got an island.
I'm that kind of player, not great.
Little edges. That's what it is.
Exactly.
Let's play Nest of Sentinel here. Again, so if Canister wants to respond, which I don't think he will, I think he's going to have to give the Hammer Time player a card here, because there's still 3 mana left up, which means they can still equip.
Yeah. And Canister really taking his time to decide here. This is a very decisive moment.
He's deciding, do I want to let my opponent draw a card, or can I take a hit off this, a huge Stoneforge Mystic? But once that Stoneforge Mystic is big, it's going to be hard for him to get off the battlefield. So I understand why he's doing this. I think it's what I would do. It's the less of 2 evils, right? So as they go to equip here, and this is where I feel like you'd see Canister do the removal.
Yeah. Unholy.
Is he going to remember the trigger? He doesn't remember the trigger, the tax trigger. Didn't draw a card off it.
Yeah, I think it's the second time they forget even.
Yep. And then it's the second spell they cast.
Oh, and Canister definitely doesn't forget his Shredder.
No, they tapped it. Now they remembered. I think it's too late.
Yeah.
Get these triggers out of the way early. You don't want to be doing them on camera. You know, you know that you're gonna kick yourself.
Exactly.
If you could be 1 card deeper and it's a paladin or something that swings this game back in your favor.
Yeah, and it's the second time it happens. And Canister doesn't miss a trigger, and the moment that Canister is like, my trigger, the Hammer Time is like, oh.
He's like, this is resolved. You've missed your trigger. Keep going. I believe the judge ruling on that would be that they would offer Canister the option, do you want that trigger to resolve? And obviously he would say no.
Yeah.
So what can he do with 3 mana here? If he's still got 3 mana on the battlefield, obviously he's not hitting his land drops, which says he has only spells in hand, which is not good for the Hammer Time player. But as soon as I say that, obviously Canister plays the land and shocks in. And he's playing an E on 1, which would hit the Hammer, the Sentinel, and the Spear. Is he going to pay the 1? Is he going to pay the 1? Come on, there we go. There you go.
Oh,
he did it. He
good.
remembered it this time. I love it.
Good. Never too late.
Fool me once, fool on me. Is it fool me twice, fool on you? Something like that, is it?
It's fool me once, fault on me, fool me twice. No.
No,
It's something, yeah.
So
yeah.
you get the idea, right?
Yeah, we are Magic players, not...
Not poets.
Yeah, not
We're going to play 2 to equip here. It's Canister got response. Doesn't look like he does. Okay.
And
so
Spear is such a good card.
to swing in here, let's think. So this is going to... If he blocks and then blows with the E, this is going to go down to... So this is going to kill 1 artifact, 2 artifact, 3 artifacts, leaving 2 on the battlefield. So yeah, so that's an easy block. It's just going to be a 3-powered...
Yeah.
He's got no mana to equip. Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of that attack. But then what else are you going to do?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. They do have 1 mana uplet on the left hand side. They could animate the Ink Moth here to grow it by 1 more power. So it's a 1, 2, 3. I believe this is what's happening now. He's going to go fetch a basic, animate the Ink Moth. I'm pretty sure Canister needs to cut the deck after that shuffle.
Okay, pretty good. It's actually not quite a terrible attack here for the Hammer player.
No, I actually like it. With that land at the top and Canister fully tapped out, that is a free attack.
Yeah, that shows that this player has a lot of experience with the deck.
I do think that there was going to be a cut on his deck, though. I believe he shuffled it and then he didn't present it. But, you know, there's a lot going on the battlefield. Things like this can get missed. Cass does a look at his hand, puts it down as always. The classic table tap. I do the table tap. But I don't know. I'm not even counting anything. I just tap the table, so my opponent thinks I'm doing math.
I think somebody won a game like that once.
Just tap it. Oh, what tapping working out? So now we all do it.
When you start doing that.
Cass is bawling his opponent. Looks at the top card.
Also, it's important to notice that Perry's grand opener is next month, so actually in 3 weeks, and 3 or 4 weeks, and it's also going to be modern. So
this will give you a good feel of the meta game that
Exactly.
people are going to bring and start playing. So, how much time play there? Drew a land and played it. Not a fan. I like keeping that in hand and making Canister play around things like a spell pierce, or he doesn't know what I've brought in or out my sideboard. I like keeping it in hand, keeping him guessing. Canister end turn, just gonna flash in the Brazen Burrow.
yeah.
Just add the threats to the battlefield. I like it. Start chipping away.
With the flyers.
There is an Ink Moth on the other side, so he can block the Burrow if he wants to and just trade.
Yeah. But is that like even good for the Hammer player?
No. It's not good for the Hammer player at all. With no cards in hand and just seeing Canister sat on the other side of the battlefield with 4 or 5 cards in hand and 2 threats on the battlefield, like you feel like you're behind here. You need something. Maybe a reality chip could get you back into this. And Canister's just throwing hit after hit at the minute. I see Counterspell, Iteration, Bauble in the top 3 there. I can imagine the Bauble is going to go to Exile maybe. So if the Iteration in hand, Counterspell to the bottom, Bauble to Exile, cast the Bauble. Remember, he's already got 1 Bauble trigger for this turn.
And Bubble's so good with iteration.
Oh, It's 2 mana, draw 2 card, like scry 3, draw 2. It's such a good card.
So Canister saw the opponent's top card there. We have no idea what it is, but we are definitely curious.
So there's a reason why he's doing this. He already knows the top card, and he's just baubles again just to fill his hand up. But depending on what that top card is, it could be a card like another Stoneforge Mystic that shuffles the deck. So keeping the bauble trigger for the opponent's upkeep, there's not much point in it. He just wants to get the cards and press the advantage while he has it.
Okay, and there is the trade you told about.
I think Canister's fine with that. I think he's happy just throwing away. It did its job. It bounced the big threat at the turn it needed to do, and his opponent's now happy to, basically stone rain themselves just to get a 3-1 off the battlefield that's already done its spell. He'll take these advantages all day. So, I believe Canisters draw 2, and they draw 1 off their bauble. They play the Saga here, notably because the Alpine Moon's off the battlefield because he blew it up with his own E. And that's a card that can get him back into this.
Okay, and
I spoke a bit too soon.
You spoke a bit too soon.
He's doing this in the response to no tokens on the battlefield. So maybe he's got a second one in hand. Because normally you'd save that for the tokens that the Saga will make. Because as soon as you play the dress down, they end up dying because they lose the ability to get their life total, the plus and plus. Because it loses that ability, they become 0/0s and they instantly die.
Okay. And again, it's just getting so much advantage here.
Yeah.
That Murktide is just amazing.
I'm pretty sure he's got that other iteration in his hand that he saw off the one he cast last turn. So I can see him casting that and he's just looking for more Murktides here. Yeah. More big threats so he can close this game down and not give his opponent a chance to get back into it.
And what is that? Was the Saga one? It's the first, right?
It's the first.
Yeah, I just played it.
So I see a counter spell in hand. So he knows he's got at least the top one card.
There we go again.
Sorted. And here looks like double lands bauble. So land in hand, lands to the bottom, another bauble. He's just digging. He's just turning through his deck.
Yeah.
Doesn't want that counter spell.
And this is when Shredder would be so good.
Like you're behind when your opponent is putting counter spells into the graveyard, and when you're top decking.
Yeah.
They basically have an answer to your next
they just take it off.
Yeah. He knows he's super far behind there.
Yeah.
And Canister managed to take that one down.
Impressive how Canister started losing and then just managed to swing and played so tightly. Opponent missed a couple triggers, but still played very tightly and very well. And winning against Hammer on the play when they have Hammer, it's pretty impressive.
Yep. I think the Brazen Bar was the change.
I love Brazen Bar in
Not
this
being
matchup.
able to take that big hit and just having a 2-mana answer to your huge creature. It was great. We had some good stacks going on there. I'm going to do this. Sure. I'm going to counter it. I'm going to counter that. I'm going to counter that. I'm going to bolt it in response. That's good. That's exactly what sort of magic we want to be seeing.
Yeah.
So, are we going to get to the second table? Let's see if we can get back to our backup table and see what's going on there.
And we don't know which match are playing, so it's going to be a surprise.
They finished, we've been told. Okay.
Yeah, but we'll be back for round 2 and for game number 2, and it's going to be Will and Ari. So Ari is going to be replacing me here for game number 2, and hopefully another great magic.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully get a good feature match. I'm hoping for Infect. That's all I want. I just want Infects on the screen. One time.
Give Will the Infect. But this was such a great match. Like, it was so tight. We got 3 games. We got a bit rolling for each side. Great games of Modern.
It was a masterclass. That is Modern at its finest.
Yeah.
It was swinging. Both players were ahead at certain times. The other players managed to swing it around. We had like the instant combo kills. Then we had the grindy matchups. Then we had the stacks. And then we just had... there's a reason why it says World Championships on that playmat. He has played at the highest level against the best players in the world and done really well at it as well.
A reminder that we have 472 players today, top 32 qualify. We have a day 2, so I think we'll be hearing more about Canister's journey on these
if he keeps this up,
Yeah, we're probably going to keep Earring and maybe even feature again later on if he makes the top
There's a
pick.
couple popular names here this weekend. So
Oh, there are.
we'll see if we can get them on camera as long as they're winning. So that's the key.
Yeah.
If you lose, we're not getting you on the camera. But on that one, it's been a good one.
Yeah, and we have to have birthday cake because it's my birthday, so we'll be right back and I'm going to eat some cake and Harry will replace me for the second match. See you.
To play now, put me in the game now. I came here to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. I'm HarryMTG, joined here by Will.
How you doing, everybody?
And today we're going to be watching some more Modern here for round 2. And we have some insider information about the next round. We are going to be seeing some 4-color control from Peter Ward.
Hopefully it's not a mirror.
Yeah, hopefully not. That would be kind of chaotic. Looking at the deck lists, we are just getting them up on screen right now. But Peter Ward is actually a friend of ours. UK, coming from the UK.
Repping the UK, repping it.
Yeah, definitely. And he's playing some spicy one-ofs in his deck, as well as no Ice Fang Kotal. So...
Okay, so what? Do you know what the spicy one-ofs are?
Yeah, so we have an Emrakul, the Promise End, in the main.
I'm all about that. I love it.
Yep, and we also have some Spreading Seas instead of Ice Fang Kotal. So I haven't actually spoken to Peter about this. Do you know why someone would want to play Spreading Seas over Ice Fang Kotal in Modern right now?
I can see the reason why, because you can flick. It's kind of another flick. It's not instant speed, though. So maybe it's tailing more towards the mirror. Being able to take someone off their trilomes and just giving them basic island is, it can work. Obviously, it wrecks Tron, which I'm quite happy about myself. You know what I mean? I'm all about cards that destroy Tron. And it can flicker. It ends battlefield, draws a card, flicker it with a Yorion, gets more value. And that's all this deck does. Every card replaces itself, which is the whole idea of this deck. So you spend a card trying to remove it, it's already got a card back for it. So that's how it's so good at generating value in this game.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to commentating on this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well, just thinking about it logically, there's a lot of Urza Sagas as well as Utopia Sprawl around in the format right now as well, which I guess maybe he's kind of angling towards with, you're going to a big event, you've played on the Pro Tour before. Is this something where you're thinking you're trying to beat as many decks as possible, or you're trying to guess, okay, what do you think people are mostly going to bring?
I think he's tending towards his bad matchups. So Titan is obviously a bad matchup for it. And Spreading Seas answers that problem quite easily.
Yeah.
Obviously, Titan can play around it, but it helps with that matchup. So, and it replaces itself, as we keep saying. Like this deck's so good against majority of the field, you can use those flex slots to shore up those matchups you think people are going to come with. Because Titan players love playing Titan. That's what we were saying about this, because an old back playing Magic. Not everyone's like on Magic Online where you just rent the best deck. You've got to stick with your foil Jund deck that you've got, or your blue-white control deck that you've got because you don't put it down. You know what I mean? Everyone has their pet decks that they'll bring to these events. It's not always, you can't afford $2,000 for the best deck, which is 4-color control in this matter.
Yeah.
We're getting deck lists up on here. Let's see. I want to see what more of these spicy deck lists up. It's Pete Ward. Where are we going? Stand by, stay there.
Here we're getting up the. Oh, we don't have the deck list right now because of some complicated reasons, but we can look at Pete's deck list specifically.
That's fine. Let's see what spiciness he's got.
Instantly, cards that stand out. We've got 1 Jace the Mind Sculptor in the main, 1 Endurance, 1 Fury, 1 Emrakul the Promised End, and then we've got a load of 4-ofs. 4 Omnath, 4 Solitude, 4 Teferi Time Raveler, 4 Wrenn and 6, 4 Expressive Iteration, 4 Prismatic Ending, 4 Counterspell, 4 Bolt. And I think, to me, the card that stands out the most in 4-color control here is that he's playing 1 Spell Pierce.
I thought the Ragavan stand out. I love that he's playing Ragavans in this control deck.
Yeah, true.
It's such a threat if it comes down by itself. But the players off, and this is one thing you're going to see a lot of in especially the first opening turns, is shuffling. Shuffling in a E-card deck.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of it. And it looks like they both kept 7. So obviously we're going on against, it's going to be blue-red Murktide again. We had this on the feature match last round. It's going to be an interesting one. I lean on the favor of the Yorion player here. I feel like just Solitude's such a house in this matchup.
Definitely. And something that people will overlook, actually, is that with our opponent on the right here on Blue-Red Murktide, their plays have been draw, go, which is not good. What does the 4-color control player want to do? Draw, go, plus casting removal.
Exactly.
So I think that already here I put the advantage towards 4-color control here, unless an Archmage's Charm can be resolved by the Murktide player. Specifically in draws where Murktide is playing slow, they want to gain value from Iteration and Archmage's Charm. So while you can say the advantage bar is on the 4-color control, they could just be on the instant land, so this is actually going to be a really cool game if we are playing at instant speed.
One big thing to pick up on this is obviously because Pete's playing the more control version, there's no Cavernous Souls like the elemental versions plays, which That's a big deal breaker in this matchup. If you're on the elemental side, playing against all his counter magic, you don't care. Covering the souls on the battlefield. But Pete's going to have to try and navigate through it. And here's one of the cards that you spoke about. We've got the Spreading Seas taking out the red source.
Yes, and it does resolve. Pete draws a card, draws Jace the Mind Sculptor. That is an interesting one.
I think that's good in this matchup.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people kind of rule out Planeswalkers against Murktide because you're like, oh, well, they have Unholy Heat, they have Bolt, they have Counterspell. Well, don't forget, you want to resolve threats and you want to be drawing cards. What does things like Jace the Mind Sculptor do? It draws cards and it forces your opponent to do something. So at 4 mana, it's a lot better than Teferi, Hero of Dominaria in some cases because you really can punish turns where the Murktide player has to tap out to protect their low amounts of threats. So this is going to be a hard one to navigate from the Murktide player so far. They do have a lot of lands in hand. I definitely see at least another land.
I can see an Unholy Heat in there.
Yeah, so this to me, this turn would be a very pivotal turn if I was playing as 4-color control because I want to see what they're looking to do on my end step, as they didn't cast an Expressive Iteration last turn.
Well, Pete's fine just casting his spells into these threats. Like, you've only got 4 counter spells. You've only got a certain amount of Archmage Charms. He's going to play threats into this and make him answer. If you don't have the answer, Pete's going to just go ahead with this matchup. And he's, there's 1 counter spell down. Now he knows his opponent's only got 3 left in that whole deck, not necessarily in their hands.
Yeah.
And I like this because eventually they're going to run out, and they're getting towards the point now where he can start hard casting these vital 5-drops that he has in his deck.
Exactly. And again, like we talked about on turn 2, the problem comes on turn 4. Here, the Murktide player has played a land and said go. It's very awkward to play draw go against 4-color control because when you do draw the threats that you want to cast, you're scared of your opponent untapping, casting a Wrenn and 6. Okay, Spell Snare, that's a very interesting choice.
That's the second time we've seen blue-white this week in the last 2 games. The last time Canister played a Spell Snare to a great effect, and now the Spell Snare here. Is this like a card that's now seeing a lot more play that I don't know about?
Again, this is one of those things where it's like you're testing with your friends, you're coming to a big event. I think that this is people hinging on. There are, this is an RCQ, there are invites on the line, people are bringing what they believe to be the best deck, so you want to bring cards that tackle the best deck. However,
I love it.
Yeah, however, again, no spells on the end step. I'm not going to keep repeating this, but Pete has a problem of missing lands. Look at his hand, full of premium spells. Goes for the Omnath, this makes a lot of sense. What's Pete missing? Lands. If the Omnath resolves, he can draw a land.
But he's okay to do this while there's no threat on the other side of the battlefield. If there was a threat and he's getting attacked every turn while the opponent's countering everything that Pete does while he's mana, tight on mana, then it's going to be a hard one. But because there's no threat on the battlefield, Pete's got a lot more time to get back into this game.
Exactly. We have a consider and response here, so the opponent now has to think what they want to do. Generally speaking, okay, they keep it. Okay, that makes sense.
Consider into consider.
Okay, they actually topped an Expressive Iteration here. Oh, the Omnath resolves, and we don't find a fetch land. So, as a 4-color control here player, how do you think Pete feels with a handful of premium spells with no extra land drops being made?
It's rough, but and then you need to pay red for that. You need to pay red.
Oh yes, we
That's
have
double
a
blue.
problem here where the opponent has tapped double blue.
And playing it again. I guess it kind of makes sense as that 2 red could have been spent here and 2 blue, but that is kind of a, we'll try and get that flagged up to the judges.
We will go to the judge here.
Harry's running off as we speak, leaving me by myself. Ha! Joke's on him. So he's going to go check it now. Or it'll be, I don't think they'll rewind it, but it might have been gone a bit too far. Now he's drawn the extra cards. But as we were speaking there, with the Omnath on the battlefield and not hitting that land, it does feel pretty bad. But his opponent now found in Murktide, they found that big threat that they were trying to find. But Pete does have a few Solitudes in hand. So it's not too bad that actually ends up resolving. Because he does have the answer for it. Especially if he draws a land next turn, he can just hard cast it. So now the call's being made about tapping the double red here. The judge is going to get involved. Wonder what they're going to do. I think it's too far gone for them to revert it. Like, the mana is on the battlefield. They could have tapped it differently. Yeah, they're just going to switch.
Well,
So now the spreading seas should be on the other land. The judge is going to have to sort this out, I think. So that spreading seas now on an island, and not the steam vents or on the dual land is going to matter later on as this game goes. There you go. Okay. Nope. What are we doing?
what is happening here?
So it's what we have judges for. And that's another example of people getting back into paper magic. Never be scared to call a judge. Right? You're not bad for doing it. They're there to help the game fluently and make it fair between everyone else. So they're just going to talk this out. That Spring Caesar is definitely not on that island.
I think what's actually happening here is the opponent is representing Spreading Seas as a basic island,
Oh, okay.
and they put the land off of the table. But again, this is Magic. Let's see what the judge says, and the game can continue. As the opponent used multiple red pips, and they used red to cast Murktide Region, I don't think there's going to be many problems. But again, in Magic, always call the judge, let them decide, because we are not the judges of what should be done in games.
No. So while you were out helping that judge call, they actually found a Murktide off the second iteration. Mm-hmm. And I believe we're in the phase where they're trying to cast it now.
Okay. So one thing I will say is, this is exactly what Pete wants to see. The Murktide opponent tapping all their mana, going all in on card draw and threats, sorcery speed, because what does Pete want to do? He wants to untap, he wants to draw a fetch land, and he wants to cast 2 or 3 spells.
As we spoke about that Jace, if the opponent now taps 2 mana, casts that Murktide, Jace can just come on the battlefield and bounce that Murktide.
Exactly.
You know, it's going to resolve. Your opponent now has to spend at least 1 card to get it off the battlefield. And there is enough cards, I suppose, in the graveyard to recast that Murktide, but then it gives him 1 more card draw to try and hit that land. But if he plays Jace, finds the land with a Brainstorm, hits the land, gets the extra mana from the Omnath, then hard casts a Solitude to deal with it, he's going up. Like, Pete is just 1 land away from this basically exploding this turn. Okay, so we're getting this all resolved now.
Yes. And I think that Pete actually has a complicated turn next turn. Because you can say, oh, it's 4-color control, just cast your best spell in hand. Well, what does Pete want to do? Right, we discussed he wants to cast the best spells in hand. Well, we know Pete has a Jace, we know Pete has a Teferi, and we know Pete has a Solitude. So how do you tackle this? You can play the Jace and Brainstorm for a fetch land. You can play the Teferi and bounce for a fetch land. Or you can play the Jace, and if you whiff on fetch land, you can evoke the Solitude pitching the Teferi. There's loads of decisions that Pete will have to process quickly here in order to decide how he wants to pull away with the game. Now, I think in Pete's position, I would lean more towards the Teferi Time Raveler, because when you play Jace the Mind Sculptor and you Brainstorm, that's weak to Lightning Bolt. But Teferi Time Raveler is not weak to Lightning Bolt because you have already drawn a card.
You've gained the advantage back from it. And you've dealt with the threat, which it hasn't been cast yet, but it is in exile from the iteration, so I imagine that it will be getting cast this turn. And while this is getting resolved, Pete's obviously had a lot of time here to think about his next turn. What if I draw a fetch land? What if I draw a normal land? What if I don't draw anything, I draw a spell? How am I going to go about my next turn? And Pete's a good enough player that he's already worked this out in his head. He's been on this deck for quite a while now and picking up some good results with it.
Yeah. And we have some people in the Twitch chat here saying, why is the judge continuing to talk with them? This is a waste of time. It's because every judge call has to be treated the same. This goes under a mistapping. The judge has to investigate, and they have to see what happened. Yes, we know it's not malicious. It's not going to come out as a malicious ruling. It's just good to get that in play, because what if this Murktide player didn't find a Murktide region? And no one's calling cheating. It's a genuine mistake. We see it's a mistake because of Spreading Seas. So there's no need as well to put any hate towards the opponent. Mistakes happen. I mean, I've done some deadly mistakes.
We've all been there. But that happens. It was just, luckily we managed to catch it. I think why it took a little bit longer is because that's, Spreading Seas started getting moved around quite a lot into different lands there. So now it's resolved. Now that it looks like the Murktide's coming down, paying 2 mana, and it looks like they're going to make it big into a nice 7, an 8/8. Which means it's out of Unholy Heat range, which obviously in the 4-color control decks, they do play the Unholy Heat.
Sorry to interrupt you. Windswept Heath off the top with a tapped out Murktide Regent opponent. I'm going to put the advantage bar swinging heavily towards Pete. So far, it's out of the venue.
Yeah, this turn's going to go. This is going to be a great. This is exactly what Pete wanted. He hit the deck. And what he's been doing up to this point is biding time for this. You know, he had the Omnath unresolved on the battlefield. The opponent didn't answer it. It's now there, and he now gets to use it to its full advantage with a tapped out Murktide opponent. He's going to play 2, maybe 3 spells this turn, and he can do this with having more spells in his hand that he can cast with all these, you know, the Solitude in hand. He can cast it in speed. He doesn't have to hard cast it here.
Exactly.
He's just working out his mana here, so he's working out what mana he wants to tap for what, because that is the one downside of Omnath is you only get 4 of each mana. You can't just, you know, pick 4 random colors of what that you need for the turn.
Yeah, what a downside. The card sucks,
I know.
man. But I also think... Oh, we have a Windswept here, fetch. So Pete goes up to 21, goes down to 20 because he paid a life from Heath. And he shocks again, so he only gains 1 life, going to 18. But we are about to see fireworks.
I'm interested how he's going to navigate this turn. So you like Teferi. I don't hate Teferi here at all, especially because you get to turn off the blue-red player's counter magic.
Definitely. I personally would go for Teferi Time Raveler. That's what Pete decides to do.
Pete's doing, using the free mana. What mana would you have? I imagine he's got the green left floating.
Yes.
He can do more of the green than he can the red. He draws another fetch land, so now he's set up for the next couple of turns.
Got 4 mana
He's
here.
double Planeswalker. And double Planeswalker. And then he can tick this up, keep this out of lightning bolt range.
Ooh, pluses, because the Murktide Regent opponent delved out Delirium.
You'd love to see it.
So now the Omnath has a question of, it doesn't have Summoning Sickness, it was played last turn, do you attack? Well, in Pete's hand, we see a Solitude, a land. I personally would not attack. What does the Murktide Regent player need? They need a removal spell for the Omnath, and that could be an E-dashed Ragavan. So I think you play patient here, the opponent's on 17 life, you don't really value them being at 13, and you can just bash them next turn, drown them in card advantage. You don't need to rush this game. You're the control player, not the aggressor, and that's the line that Pete chooses to go with. The Murktide Regent player draws a card. What are they playing with?
Considering from last turn, they had all this land open, and now they look at the other side of the battlefield. There's 2 Planeswalkers, which require multiple threats to deal with each, plus, you know, an actual draw engine, which is the Omnath itself. It's going all Pete Ward at the minute. If there's an advantage bar, it's heavily to the left.
We see here, I saw briefly that the opponent has 2 expressive iterations. They cast 1, and they also have a dress down in hand. All these spells, sorcery speed, extremely slow. They need to be more interactive. Land goes into exile. That's a stock play. He decides to play it. Let's see what else he's going to do.
Yeah, I think the life totals will get updated. Pete Ward should be on 18. He did gain 4, lose 3. So how are we going to navigate this now? There's a lot of cards in your hand. Unfortunately, you've got to cast them. I think there's a lot of land in that hand as well, looking at it.
This is absolutely terrible for the Murktide player. This, to me, implies that their hand is full of instant speed stuff. What stops it? The Teferi Time Raveler. I can see a Lightning Bolt, I believe, at the top. Or is that a
they just drew it for the turn, the Lightning Bolt. They drew it off the fiery iteration. That's going to turn back on the counter magic. Does Pete's deck play counter spells?
Yes.
Is he playing that version? So, you know, he's repping 2 mana here to hold up counter magic. Even if he had the counter spell there, I don't think you'd use it on the Lightning Bolt. Because if another Murktide comes down now, you want to have an answer for that. And he just passes the turn. And in your upkeep, has he got Delirium for that? Is that doing 6 damage?
I think I see a counterspell there as the 3rd card in Pete's hand, and I would definitely counterspell this. You have mana to pay for Spell Pierce. You have the fetch land to make mana with Omnath. Really tapping 2 in your upkeep here doesn't do much apart from trade cards. I like it. I think that's a prismatic ending off the top. Let's just watch Pete and see what he does, because there's a lot of decisions to make here.
This turn, with multiple fetch lands in your hand and a Brainstorm from Jace, I imagine, you could even get Yorion in your hand to start threatening that. Like, every card now, he's on autopilot. He knows from this state here, it's his game to lose. Still no threats as well to note on the blue-red player side. Pete's going to start off. He's going to play a land. Looks like gain 4 life.
So Pete is now going up to 22 because he was originally on 18. There needs to be a life total update. He's going down to 21.
How would you navigate this turn? Looking at the cards in his hand, what are you brainstorming first and getting yourself the most amount of views at cards that you want to use?
So you get a lot of value here for plussing Jace again, right? It's on 5, you plus it, it goes to 7. To me, this really depends on how much impact am I putting on the board by not brainstorming Jace. So now we have the iteration coming down. To me, I'm really leaning towards plussing. But again, it's difficult because maybe you're afraid of Brazen Borrower. Maybe, you know, like I said, you don't have enough threats. So it's down to how Pete truly feels. I think because he's using all the mana in his hand, he has multiple white cards for Solitude. I'm leaning more towards specifically plussing in this rare spot. And that's what Pete decides to go with. Nice. Pete is playing amazingly here. Plussing, looking at the card, we can't see it. It must be decent because he's thinking about it.
So I think the telltale sign there that he's going to plus it is the fact he played the fetch first and fetched. Because normally you'd obviously brainstorm and then fetch away the cards you don't want. Okay. He does have a fetch in his hand still, so he could have done that next. I know he hasn't got the fetch in his hand anymore, my mistake. But he does have 2 callings now. He's got 1 in exile, 1 in his hand. Is this a game we're going to see an Emrakul come out? With an Omnath on the battlefield, this man, if he finds another fetch, that's it. And obviously, what's a more iconic role that the match that you're commentating on? If we have a Jace ultimate,
well, I think it's very rare to Jace ultimate, but what I do think is winning is fetching Emrakul, the Promise End with an Omnath on the table. So I think that Pete has just plus the Jace here to continue to drown them in card advantage. Because what does Pete need now? He needs lands. We can't see exactly if he has Delirium or not, or how many card types he has, but let's be real, this Emrakul is 90% going to be coming down next turn. So again, Pete needs to play the patient game. He's got a Solitude, he's got an untapped Omnath. Why does he need to attack? I guess he needs to attack because he wants to put them into lethal range from the Emrakul, or he has an answer to a Dash Ragavan. Personally, I wouldn't attack, but attacking as well is very reasonable. And I probably will go with it because Pete is the pro and I'm the commentator. What do you think about this board state?
I don't hate it. Because you've got double Solitude, double White Spell, you can afford a Dash Ragavan, you can exile it, it needs to be. But what's the Dash Ragavan going to do here?
True.
It's going to hit him for 2, get him a treasure token. They've got the amount of mana. They need to hit a good, impactful spell off the 4-color control player, which what a Solitude can get rid of the Omnath. A Fury doesn't do anything with a Jace. And next turn, there's going to be an Emrakul come down. And that's, as soon as the Emrakul comes down, I can see a scoop.
Yes.
But then, no, because it's a cash trigger, so the dress down doesn't sort that out, help that. Even if they counter it, they still get to take their next turn, which I don't want anyone taking. I definitely don't want Pete taking my next turn. He knows how to take advantage fully of this.
The opponent looked quickly at the bauble. You know what my general consensus when I'm playing an event? If an opponent looks quickly at the top card, it's a land. And normally that's how it seems to be.
Yeah, they don't have to read the card. If it's got text on it, they're going to read it. If it's a land, like, okay, cool, it's an island. I know what that does. But do you slow roll it? Do you play on that for your opponent? Like you hold the land there and pretend you're reading something and put it back? Or do you just go nah, it's a land, I know. And kind of give them that bit of advantage?
I think that generally speaking in competitive level events, you should overthink everything quickly. That's hard to do, but I generally move away from trying to play mind games with the opponent unless I know that they're attempting to make mind reads on me. Because you don't want to waste energy trying to get mind reads. Anyways, we have a draw on the upkeep.
Oh, I drew the fetch.
It was a land on top. Look at that. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Pete now has a ton of mana. I would be very confused if he doesn't brainstorm and then cast the... Oh, a scoop comes from the opponent.
Yeah, knowing that an Emrakul's on the other side, you can hide the information of what you've got in your main deck and how you're going to use it. And just coming back from that situation is going to be way too hard.
So in sideboard, Pete has a lot of options. We got 4 Relic of Progenitus, 3 Engineered Explosives, 2 Force of Vigor, and what is this? Dranrith Magistrate. Oh, it's the 1/3, 2 mana 1/3. Your opponents can't cast spells anywhere other than their hands. That's not getting in this matchup. We have Deputy of Detention, Meddling Mage, one Cleansing Wildfire, and a Spell Pierce. How do you think you would sideboard here as Pete?
So I really like the relics here. I think the Relic of Genesis, just keeping down that graveyard so no Murktides can come down. Everything's going to, if he's playing the 1/1s, the Dragon Race Challenge, they're going to stay as 1/1s. I really like relics, and in times of need, he can obviously cycle that through. Other than that, there's not much else. Like, I think his deck's just tailored to beat this matchup anyway, especially if the opponent can't get on the battlefield early, which is a big thing in Modern, is knowing what role you need to play in what matchup. So in this matchup, the Murktide player is the aggro deck. Pete will be playing the control deck in this matchup.
Yes.
But if it was the other way around, if say it was Yawgmoth versus the blue-red player, then the blue-red player has to be the control matchup, and then the Yawgmoth player is going to be the more mid-range version trying to get their combo up. So it's interesting. I think that's how I would do it if I was Pete. Looking at the Is It player, we're just trying to get their deck list up now. Here we go. We've got it. So What are you bringing? I think I bring in the mystical disputes here, the subtleties. Maybe my own Jason Fury. I do see a Magus of the Moon here, but I think it's a common thing that Magic players do is bring in Blood Moon effects against the 4-color control deck, thinking that you're going to catch them out. But the deck's got so many answers. You know, it can turn its land to tap for any mana for 1 green. And if Pete's smart enough to play around it, which I imagine he is, he's been playing this for a long time, bringing Blood Moon effects in against 4 control is not the way you want to go about this. You shouldn't do it, in my opinion. I think it's too easy for the control player to go around it. And you can also lock yourself out. Like, you're not playing all islands in your deck. Yes, you get the chance to play around it, but Pete's got Solitudes as well, which he doesn't have to tap mana for. And it gets rid of those the Magus on the battlefield, and then he's back playing Magic as a normal person.
I think that I would disagree, because not on the draw. On the draw, I can see no Blood Moon, but what's a draw that typically beats 4 color? Turn 1 Ragavan, you have no answer. Turn 1 Ragavan, you attack, you have 3 mana, turn 2, Blood Moon. They get basics from fetch lands, and I think that on the play specifically, you want to catch them out. On the draw, you want to kind of outgrind them and have threats. So it's definitely an interesting assessment. I see both sides of the coin, and I think that specifically here, just in general, 4-color control is not great for Murktide. You're going to have to get lucky. You're going to have a very, very good distribution of a draw in your deck, as well as you don't want a mulligan. So as a Murktide player myself, I played Murktide a load in tournaments. I'm going in afraid for mulligans, and I definitely think that Pete gets more rewarded for keeping very do-nothing hands. You know, it's all on the Murktide player. What do they have to do? They have to put pressure. They have to have counterspells. They have to draw cards. What does Pete have to do? He's hit his land. He's hit his land. He's hit his land.
I think it's very stacked in the 4-color control. I think 4 colors what keeps the blue-red deck in check, almost. If Yorion got banned or something, something happens to it, and then it has to start going back down to 60 cards, I don't think we'll start seeing as many of these decks float around with Solitudes, Endurances, etc., and keeping this deck in check. It is a very good tempo-orientated deck, but 4-color just does its job. It does exactly what it says on the tin. I'm playing 4 colors. I'm playing all the best cards in those colors. And if you want to just play land go, I'm going to take a full advantage of that. I think the Murktide player, as you said, has to get on the board early. And that was the key of the last game. They got on it too late, let Pete set up, and then Pete just ran away with the game from there.
Yep. We do have an interesting hand from Pete. I think that it's just all lands, Spell Pierce, and Expressive Iteration. So that's a hand I like to keep. Generally speaking, against Murktide Region, I don't like to assume that they'll have the turn 1 Ragavan, right? It's like saying that you want to play around a turn 1 discard spell against Jund. You can't really mulligan around a turn 1 discard spell in the same way you can't mulligan around a turn 1 Ragavan. Because the opponent, again, could be on an Expressive Iteration draw. Well, they have the Ragavan. Fair play, this happens, but I think it doesn't take anything away from Pete's keep. And we have an Eladamri's Call off the top.
I actually trying to keep. If I see in my opening hand an answer to a turn Ragavan, I'm more inclined to keep them because I know the late game's more to my favor. If I can deal with the early game from this deck, the late game I feel like I'm more favored with. I understand there's reasons why. So you just have to take a hit occasionally off a Ragavan. It is what it is. That's why this card is just so good. And I feel like the Murktide player, this is exactly what they want to happen. They're untapping with it. If they can get a second land down now, they can hold up counter magic and they can just ride this Ragavan so they can cast multiple spells in a turn. And it does connect. Pete clearly doesn't have an answer.
Counterspell off the top. I actually think that's good for Pete. What don't you want in your hand when there's a Ragavan on the table? A counterspell. Because what's the Murktide player going to do? They're going to attack, they're going to make a treasure, and they're probably going to pass or cast the spell off the top of your deck. You don't want to be drawing counterspells, so this actually helps Pete. But then again, sure, it helps Pete. You're still having difficult time with a Ragavan on the table. And they're now holding up 3 mana, not 2. You have to be scared of Archmage's Charm. You have to be scared of Spell Pierce. You have to be scared of just Counterspell itself. So again, I'm putting the advantage bar towards the Murktide player until we see what sort of interaction they have to fight Pete's attempt to get rid of this Ragavan. Let's see what he does.
Looking at Pete's hand, he's got his own Ragavan.
Ooh.
He's got a Cooling. Looks like it could be another Spreading Seas iteration. He doesn't have many answers. This is I'm going to go to the late game hand, I believe. And I think he must have drawn the Ragavan this turn, otherwise I would have liked to cast in that turn 1.
I really like this play by Pete. Ragavan's a blocker. If they want to use a counterspell on it, that's okay. And I don't know how many lightning bolts or unholy... Well, they're going to keep all unholy heats in, but how many lightning bolts are they going to keep in? Because the Murktide Regent has to cut something. Everything is good against 4-color control. It always... every card in your deck has an answer for something. But specifically, lightning bolt always is awkward. So, you can't bolt Omnath. So,
Yeah,
Pete's basically trying to eat a counterspell here, is what I'm trying to say. 1 mana, try to eat a counterspell, and try not to be too affected by the treasure and the flipping.
Have you ever, as the Murktide player, turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2, hit your opponent, and hit Teferi off the top and manage to cast it on turn 2? It's brutal. It's so brutal, and you're like, oh my word, I'm so far behind now.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a struggle. It resolved, and they consider on the end step. So I think I see a Spell Pierce in their hand and an Otawara.
Yeah, I can see them too.
And no removal spell on the end step. So I think it's safe to assume they have no removal spell here. Or you could say they're playing around Spell Pierce. We do know Pete has 1 Spell Pierce, but I personally wouldn't play around Spell Pierce against 4-color.
Well, there was a Blood Moon brought in. I saw a Blood Moon then as I was shuffling through. So they have brought the Blood Moons in. They're now obviously fetching the islands because you don't want to be playing Blood Moon if you don't have any islands. Are you jamming now with this Ragavan? Are you attack turn it sideways? You're going to wait until you can get the opposing one off the battlefield?
Ooh, Again, it's all dependent on patience and what this opponent wants to do. And we have someone in the Twitch chat saying there's no reason not to play Ragavan here from Pete. Actually, there is, because we do know that they have an Elodomri's Call in hand, which could fetch a Solitude to pitch to get the Ragavan. So it's not super clean cut, but now with the Ledger Shredder, again, it's down to what does Pete want to do? Many options. Let's just let him play and see what he does.
Does have to navigate through a counter spell. Obviously, there's 2 mana up on the other side. They could have counter magic, and now Pete's got to decide what he wants to do here. He's obviously got all his land drops. It looks like he's got an ending, so he does have some removal. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to be target the Ledger Shredder. And he's just looking at that Spell Pierce.
Yes.
Pay 2, Pete. Pete goes, no, I'll Spell Pierce your Spell Pierce.
Oh, the 1 of Spell Pierce. Oh, no, actually, he could have sideboarded 1 in. But still, Spell Pierce here by Pete. This is... Oh, Mystical Dispute from the treasure.
Love these stacks. I love a stack like this.
Okay. So, what's interesting here was the... I believe the Connive trigger was announced by the Murktide player. Yes, they did. Okay, they discarded a spell. Not sure which one. It's off camera, but it's probably a bad spell.
They actually connive twice. Both players cast 2 spells that turn. So it connived twice, pit a land, plus 1 unknown that we can't see into the graveyard. And now
Ooh.
That would tell me that they've probably drawn another Ragavan.
Yes, I would assume so.
Or something even better. How about a big boy?
Ooh.
Yeah, you committed.
Only 1 card in hand. So actually, I think now the advantage bar is swinging towards Pete.
Pete he's got the cards to get back in this. Obviously, one's got the board state, the other's got the land advantage and the card advantage. We could see him go cooling.
Oh, no. Advantage bar back to the Murktide player.
Well, he can go get a Fury here, right? And clear up 2 of these threats. It does then have to deal with this big Murktide, which...
I don't think Fury works here because... it's risky because being Hellbent... the Murktide... the Ledger Shredder is a 2/4, and the Ragavan's a 2/1. You could get Fury, but you can only kill 1 thing as well as you let them connive. So...
He has got an interesting turn here. So he's got a couple of 2-drops in his hand. He drew red and 6 for the turn. But he's only got 1 red mana currently. So he's got to decide, does he want to go iteration and try and find that second red so he can get down the red and 6? Or is he going to do a cooling iteration this turn?
Me, personally, I am leaning towards red and 6 pinging the Ragavan and worrying next turn. But again, Pete's a professional. He knows what's best to get out of his deck, and he's choosing to go with Expressive Iteration, I believe.
That's taking 8 damage next turn. That means he's going to die in 2 turns. I kind of think this is the well-line auto. I think Pete's realized he needs to get back in this game. He needs cards to do that. And he does find the second red source. That looks like a stomping ground off the top.
Well, I think more likely what's going to happen here now is he's going to use Elodomri's Call to fetch Solitude to try and get rid of the Murktide Regent, and he's saying, look, I get to cast 3 spells, you can connive, but it's just milling a card, and I can get rid of something impactful. So he finds Elodomri's Call in exile, which is even nicer, I believe, and he takes a land from the iteration, which makes sense. You don't want to be holding up counterspell mana when there's a big board, and now he's most likely going to Eladamri's Call.
I don't think he took the spreading seas and put the land to the bottom. Because I suppose he's got land in hand already, so he doesn't care about the second red source. He's just going to use that calling this turn, and I think we're going to see probably a Solitude. Connive just grows it a bit bigger.
Ooh, milling an Unholy Heat. That's one of those times where you get rewarded for a random mill.
It's good that everyone's remembering the triggers in this. Last round we did have a couple of missed triggers, but it was very complicated board state, so it's acceptable. And this, the Murktide player is on the ball. And
Nice.
he's just going to get rid of the Murktide, give himself a bit more of a chance to get back in this game, because the Murktide will close this game down very quickly.
Yep.
Harry's currently breaking something.
Wow, so nothing was done by the Murktide player.
No, they just drew a card, got the treasure, get a bit of damage in, chip in. Like, Pete has to react. Pete is the one that has to do something. They can just sit back and just be like, cool, what are we going to do?
Smart play by Pete here. You'd say, why would you play the land first? Hardcast Mystical Dispute. Pinging the Ragavan. And, ooh, putting Yorion to hand. Very mana efficient from Pete. Great play.
Yeah, I like this. He's slowly dealing with the threats. Now he's left the opponent with one threat in the battlefield. Pete's happy to sacrifice his Ren and 6 for that. Did you get a chance to look then what's in the Murktide player's hand?
I did not, but we have a prismatic ending off the top.
Oh,
That's
big game.
is great. If this resolves, we are seeing a heavy advantage towards Pete and almost an instant win.
We can see basically Pete's setting up for this Yorion, right? That's why he kept the spreading seas, because that's once the Yorion comes in, he gets to draw another card up.
Ooh.
That resolving's big.
Huge swing towards Pete. Spreading seas on the red source. Things are pulling away. I believe that the only way Pete could realistically lose this game is what's in exile, Pete's Plains. What's in the Murktide Regent's deck?
A Murktide.
Blood Moon.
Oh, yes. He could.
A Blood
He
Moon.
could try and Blood Moon. Pete does have 3 basics on the battlefield, but obviously there's no white source, so he'd have to rely on the Seiju, I guess, is the only thing that would get him out of it. But then obviously the green, he could have the Utopia Scrolls.
Yes.
And get out of it that way. But it does look like it's just a lot of lands in each person's hand, except for one of them has got a Yorion. Iteration into iteration when you're top decking. How do you feel about that?
I think, again, this is similar to the fact that they're just durdling, they're not impacting the board, Pete doesn't feel any pressure. Essentially what the Murktide Regent player is saying is, Pete, do what you want, I can't do anything. Okay, so Pete does whiff his draw step. I see is it a Sukunzan in his hand? The channel land that can make 2/1/1 haste. Or he has Yorion. I think it's the channel land?
I kind of like the Yorion here.
I do like the Yorion. Put the pressure on. If they have an Unholy Heat, that's okay. And you can draw a threat later on. Oh, there's a Spreading Seas!
Yeah.
So
he gets to
Yorion
draw
draws a card. I did not notice that.
Obviously, there's another thing here that we haven't talked about. If a Blood Moon does come down, he can obviously start spreading seas his own lands if he was missing an island. Draws a card and finds another. Is that an ending?
Yes, that's Prismatic ending off the top. Opponent has a counterspell,
Ragavan, I think I saw in there as well.
and they say go. They're opting to use the dash mode. Now, you might be wondering here, why is Pete untapping and not using his fetch land? Well, Omnath has landfall triggers. He wants to be able to utilize the damage from Omnath, because what does Pete want to do here? He wants to end the game he wants to end the game quickly. With a legendary creature, he can channel it for 1 less mana. Let's make some 2/1/1 haste, bash in. Not really much to say here.
You can't counterspell that. It is obviously a trigger, so doesn't have tokens, but love it. It's fine. And he's going to get in here for 7 points of damage. Which this is a 3-turn clock. So if the Murktide player can't take advantage of this, with Pete, obviously he could have counter magic up here. We know in his hand he does have at least 1 counter spell. So that maybe this Dash Ragavan's not going to get him there, and that could be what the Murktide player is relying on to get them back in this game. But what if he manages to top deck a Magus, like you said? So he top decks a Magus, that takes the counter spell. He then gets to dash his Ragavan, and potentially could hit, I don't know, a Solitude, a Fury, maybe something. They need some. Getting double back-to-back iteration and not getting back into this game feels pretty rough. I think this could be a Ragavan we see now. Oh, yeah, they've drawn the Blood Moon. They've drawn the Blood Moon.
Okay, that's interesting.
And as you said, how many planes does Pete play? He does have the fetch down on the battlefield that could fetch your planes if he's running more than one.
Just quickly looking at deck lists, I will get that up right now. I would be very surprised if he plays more than one planes, but this is Peter Ward.
I think I play more than one in mine, but it looks like
He does only play one.
So this could get. Oh, and they hit.
Oh.
They hit. Is it?
So a slight mistake from the opponent here, putting Abundant Growth on a basic island, right? You want to put it on the Shockland so you have more perfect mana under Blood Moon. I guess it doesn't particularly matter.
Also interesting, Pete let the Ragavan resolve and let it hit him. Playing very patiently here.
I think I like this line.
I like it. I like it a lot. And that just shows how good Pete is. He's played this matchup. He knows what the key cards are. He knows what can resolve and what can't resolve.
Yeah. Unholy Heat. I think that I would lean towards Counterspell here. What are you scared of? I guess you're scared of a Murktide Regent, and you don't want to risk that hitting the table, especially with just ending in Counterspell in the hand. So it's down to Pete's assessment of what he wants to let his opponent do, and he leads towards letting it die. Ragavan bounces to hand. Pete untaps. We have an Abundant Growth off the top. That's insane for Pete. We know Blood Moon's there.
Yeah, Pete doesn't understand how good that is. Plays
Putting
that
on his fetch land too. Very tight play. Now we can tap his fetch land for mana without having to fetch for
this
damage.
Is gonna be nice. So he can run in 6 back the land that makes 2 1/1s every turn and start doing this is a beatdown plan.
We have the plan. Is he going to go for it? This should see a counterspell, I believe. I think I see 2 counterspells in the Murktide player's hand.
Would you fight over this?
I personally would counterspell as the Murktide player. You have so many cards in hand, you're running out of time to cast these counterspells, and you want to stop Pete doing what he wants to do. I mean, Pete has 2 cards in hand. Easily, using Ren and 6, he could draw a Triumph, start cycling, he can just get loads of lands out of his deck. You want to fight this. And Pete decides to go for that. And now, just getting back the Sokenzen once is enough to put immense pressure on the board. He's most likely going to leave 1 token back for the Ragavan, and he's most likely going to hit in with 1. Or he could go for the line of, I'm going to hold both back, and I'm just going to accrue value throughout the game. Let's see what he chooses to do.
It's like he's found his win con, right? The way the cards have played out, he's seen how this game plays out. His line now is obviously Ren and 6 and to start making 2/2s. Can you answer this?
Yes, and for those tuning in, that pirate on the table is not a 2/2, it's a 1/1 haste from Sokezan, the legendary land. Please don't be mistaken, sadly we don't have the tokens.
Is it spirit tokens it makes? I believe it's 1/1 spirit tokens, isn't it? Not without flying.
I think so, I think they're just 1/1 haste, but don't quote me on that.
I'm sure chat will tell us if we're wrong. His opponent plays Ireland. Is this the turn we see a Blood Moon come down? Which, as I say, at this late in the game now, it's not going to make too much of...
Opponent says go!
Oof.
This is not good for Murktide. What does he know is in Pete's hand? A land that doesn't use the stack efficiently for counterspells. Pete here should just take the beatdown plan. He's got a Prismatic Ending, he's got a Ren and 6, and he's got lands to make creatures. Bash in, start getting chip damage. And it's not even chip damage at this point.
No.
Because if you can produce a 2/2 haste every turn, that's a threat. And you're adding on.
I like it. This is the line. Pete knows this is how he wins this game. And it's very hard unless the Murktide player brought in like EEs, which I very much doubt they did, to try and grind through this amount of 1/1s. Eventually they are going to hit him down. They are only at 10. But Pete does have quite a low life total. A couple bolts and he is dead.
I think here from Pete's side, you only want to attack with 3. You could argue you attack for 4 here, you attack for 6 next turn. But what's on the table? Ren and 6, and that can ping the face. He has an alternate way to deal damage to the opponent. I like going for a more patient line here. Let's see what he does. He goes to attack with all. Oh, I think he says I only attack with 3.
Yeah.
Okay, Pete does go for the line.
I like this line because next turn you can obviously make two more 2/2s, get lethal on the battlefield with the ping.
Ooh.
Opponent does Solitude. So Pete doesn't have an answer to this. If they can rip a lightning bolt off the top, and that also only does 2 damage to the opponent, so it's not lethal next turn.
Oh, but Pete does have the option here to Prismatic Ending. Does he want to risk losing life? Because he does not have any basics left from a Windswept Heath. I think it's too risky. You have to take 3 to try and Prismatic Ending a 3/3 at 6 life. Yep, that makes sense.
It works out the same, right? If this hit attacks you for free, or if you take 3 from the fetch shock. So, but if you wait next turn, you can obviously do it in your turn without taking more pain from your mana sources.
Now the Murktide player has a tough decision. Do you attack and let yourself potentially get lethal next turn, or do you hold back a blocker and try to block a 1/1? This actually it's going to flip every turn. Who's going to go more all-in than the other player? It's the Murktide Regent player. He decides to bash.
I like this. I think the way the life totals are and how everything on the board plays out, that the Murktide player wins this. Pete now gets knocked down to 3 life, and even with the ping from the Ren 6 plus the 2 hasters, it's not enough. That's only 6 damage. Or if he doesn't ping, it makes another 2 hasters. It's still only 7. And I don't believe he's got any other ways, unless he draws them like another Ren 6 or a lightning bolt off the top. He's got no more ways to actually do direct damage. And I think also the Murktide player's got a counter spell in their hand. So, this line of making 1/1s is uncountable. Because he draws it to fairy. I don't think it would resolve. I think I would use a counter spell on it. Well, if you don't use counter spell on it, your counter spell is going to be useless for the rest of the game.
Pete has a great play to make here. You play the Teferi, he has to counter it. You have Prismatic Ending on 4 for the Subtlety, and you can ping the Ragavan. So, and he does survive a subtle... Oh, no, he doesn't. He's at 2 life here, my mistake. So now, essentially it's, do they have another counter spell? That decides the game. And Pete doesn't really have more of a decision here of sequencing, other than let's Prismatic Ending the Subtlety and see what he does.
So if you look at the life totals, obviously Pete's at 2 life. Are you keeping back 2 tokens here? Because 1 removal spell out of the Murktide player's hand, and it's game over.
Well, I think it's more likely that Pete's going to Prismatic Ending and ping if the Prismatic Ending resolves. And again, I think it's more of a fact that he's very afraid of a counterspell here, and he's wondering if there's any way he can survive with a counterspell on the Prismatic Ending. While for us on coverage, it's very obvious that it's most likely no. Oh, he's playing around Hardcast Mystical Dispute. That is a very tight play by Pete. Oh, wait, no, he does not.
He can't do that.
He's playing around Spell Pierce. Yes. Sorry, the Abundant Growth. Wow, and that resolves. So I believe we're going to have a ping on the Ragavan and attack for 3.
This game is great. Well, he's deciding he's going to...
Oh.
He's returning the fetch land.
Interesting.
Maybe he's just going to try an ultimate. He's saying, if my opponent doesn't have anything, and I can ultimate my Ren 6 here, I can inevitably use the cooling, go and win the game that way.
Yes, I like this play. Very patient. That's much better than having an aggressive line. Very good play by Pete.
Bit of a turbulence there. And now he brings
Blood
down the
Moon
Blood
comes
Moon.
down.
That's it. On this board, it doesn't affect it too much. There's a lot of basics on there. There's a sprawl.
Another land off the
drawing
top.
more lands, a bit rough. But next turn, he is ultimating that Ren 6. With 3 lands in hand. Again, we've talked about the mind games here. Are you just going to, pretend you've got something, arrange your land, or are you just going to go, nah, pass?
That is a Ledger Shredder off the top.
It might be too late. Is that double Ledger Shredder?
It's Ledger Shredder and a counterspell.
Counterspell doesn't do too much. So Pete's going to have 5 mountains, 1 of any color, 2 blue sources, and 1 green. So Pete can go cooling with counterspell into a Fury next turn if he manages to ultimate this Ren 6. I think just asking about the Spreading Seas. Obviously, it's tapping as an island because it has that Spreading Seas text on it. Judge is just stepping in and talking them through. I feel like Pete can now win. He saw the line that I need to, ultimate his Ren 6, and he got there. His opponent didn't draw an answer for it, at least not in time. Ultimate in that with what he's got in the battle in the graveyard is great. But the opponent does have double blue, so that counter spell is live. I just don't think it's gonna work the way he wants it to. But then, because it's magic, on the flip side, Pete is just dead to a lightning bolt off the top if he taps out.
Very true.
This spread and seas in this match has just been nothing but problems. Judge call after judge call.
2 mana, your opponent calls the judge, and you draw a card.
Pete's just looking at his graveyard, deciding how he wants his next turn to play out while this resolves. So one thing when you play the 4-color control deck is time is an issue. Time is not on your side of this deck.
For those wondering in Twitch chat, we have a question about extra time and time in the feature match. We decide the feature match as they're walking to their tables, so they do not need more than a couple minutes of extra time, and we do have a judge sitting by to help them if they have any questions, as well as they do have a timer.
Boom.
Anyways, Pete...
Ultimate Ren 6. Love to see it. Now, how can he take advantage of this? He does have 4 lands in hand. He did draw another one for the turn. So how is he taking advantage of this?
So, we have red mana being tapped. Is this? No way he's going for Expressive Iteration.
Oh, I'm not sure I like this.
No, because you wouldn't tap the Abundant Growth to cast Expressive Iteration. You tap the island and the mountain.
Oh, he's
going for Prismatic Ending. That makes sense. Prismatic Ending on the Ledger Shredder. Okay. Now, Pete cannot cast this again, but he does have counterspells in the graveyard.
He's got a lot of counter magic.
Now, the opponent does get a connive trigger if they do announce it, and they do. So they will draw a
card.
card.
Imagine if they draw Lightning Bolt here.
Is that Lightning Bolt?
I didn't see.
Oh my god.
I think it's a spell because they...
It might be, I think, not 100% sure. That did look a bit bolty.
Anticipation's killing me. He's not doing it at the end of his turn. He's drawing again.
I think it's a...
it's
Fury.
Fury
for Ragavan. Pete does not have any more islands.
Oof.
Does he...
I think we're going to game 3.
Yep, that is going to game 3. Wow. Fury off the top.
And he had an iteration in hand. I think it was Fury must have drawn off the connive trigger into an iteration. Oh, that was a good game. That was really good, back and forth.
Yeah, that was insanely close. And I think something for Pete is that he needs to realize is that the opponent is having expensive spells post-board. Pete does not know his opponent's deck list. And we do. Now let's quickly go back to the Murktide player and try and work out how they've boarded. So we have 2 EE, 2 Flusterstorm, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Subtlety, 2 Unlicensed Terse, a Blood Moon, a Dress Down, a Jace, a Fury, and a Magus the Moon. I think as a Murktide player approaching this matchup, I don't like no, that's not too true. I'm not sure how I like Dress Down in this matchup because with Teferi Time Raveler and Evoke creatures, they're going to be doing Evoke things when you're tapped out. You're going to be able to snipe them sometimes, but I wouldn't necessarily want to lean in on that. I can see leaving 1 in, but I don't particularly want 2 in my deck.
I'm with you on that one. I don't think it's going to be the best that they can bring in. I think it's it's good in certain situations, can be bad in other cards where things like the Mystical Disputes, maybe even the Flusterstorms, we saw that the Subtlety came in, we saw the Fury came in, we saw the Blood Moon came in. So we know at least those 3 cards have been brought in from the Murktide player. And it looks like there's a Mystical Dispute in their hand as well, so it looks like they brought them in.
I can't lie, this hand from Pete looks so incredibly strong that I put the advantage bar to him already. Unless the opponent can have a Spell Pierce. They have double...
How much time's on the round though, right? Like, they both have to play to the time. Both game 1 and game 2 took quite long, so depending on the time, they both just have to shuffle up and go. Hope for the best, hope for your early draws.
Yeah, so the stream can't see the games right now, but only lands are being played. Pete is on his turn 2, and he's fetching with a Scalding Tarn from a Triome.
Looks like a
if
red
we
and
could
6.
swap back to the gameplay for the viewers, that would be great.
We're looking at the crew. There we go.
Crew? Oh, it's on? Okay, it's back on. Sorry about that.
We got you. We got you. So Pete is literally playing probably the best turn 2 in his deck.
And do we have a Spell Pierce? I don't think so. This looks like a tap land. Oh, oh.
What? Have we missed something?
We're having some difficulty seeing the game here, but okay. We have some technical difficulties, but hopefully we can get the match back as soon as possible. It should be up in a few seconds here. Sorry about that.
All right, back to us. You can see our beautiful faces.
Here we go. Okay, Pete untaps with Renin 6. Again, we're seeing what we saw in Game 1. What did I say? When the Murktide player doesn't do anything turn 1 and 2, the advantage instantly goes to Pete.
Yeah,
But from the opening hands, we saw 2 Archmage's Charms, which changes things. Because, again, if you're not doing things sorcery speed as Murktide, you want to be doing things instant speed.
They're going to consider end of turn. Put that line in the graveyard. Don't need that. Draw a Ragavan. Little late. Wasn't on turn 1 like how they probably wanted it.
Yes, and I think you have a problem here with Ragavan as well, is who do you attack? You pay 2 mana for a treasure against control and 2 damage. That's not very impactful.
Yeah, I don't like playing it here at all.
You could say, okay, I want to get lucky and hit Prismatic Ending, but that's not really playing a consistent plan to win. Again, the opponent says go, leaning on the Archmage's Charms we know about, and this is getting difficult for the opponent. Do you want to tap out on the end step and let a Teferi Time Raveler come down? Or do you want to let this and get information on their hand? Again, awkward, awkward, awkward. Let's see what Pete gets.
Yeah, that's why. Straight in there. Straight in there. I'm going to get an Emrakul. I love it. Maybe there's not a lot of time left on the round and he knows he's going to have to try and end this game. In the late game, it's his.
Yes.
He's just told his opponent, I've got the late game. You've got to win soon, or I'm casting this big boy.
Yes. And we do have some information that they do have extra time because of the judge call of the Spreading Season Game 1. So please be aware that we should not feel too much pressure for speed. We do see a Teferi Time Raveler off the top. Now, in Pete's perspective, he's afraid of the opponent cantripping here. I like just jamming the Tef. Force them to tap out, force them to not draw cards. Okay, Pete decides to say go. This is also reasonable because you could just have a Counterspell or a Mystical Dispute.
You also note there that Pete didn't crack the fetch and then get it back with the Renin 6 because he's already got 7 cards in his hands. So he'd have to discard anyway. And, there could be a Blood Moon coming down the other side of the battlefield. He's already seen it once, so he's going to keep his fetches there instead of, just discarding to hand size at the end of turn. But he does have the island in hand. So I don't know if he's trying to pit his opponent off playing that Blood Moon next turn. What's Pete got here? What we see in his hand? Just pass go.
I see a Lightning Bolt, an
Oh,
Omna.
he's got the thing that makes 2/1/1s, and it's reduced
Soak
cost
and
because there's a
Zen.
legendary creature on the battlefield, so he can do that end of turn.
Yes.
And that is uncountable, as we found out in game 1.
I don't.
Game 2.
Does it count legendary planeswalkers as well?
I think it's legendary permanents, isn't it?
I'm not entirely sure,
Oh, you can't do the clicky things.
but we'll have to wait and see. There's a Dash Ragavan here. We do have the Lightning Bolt. I do like bolting this. I think it's quite trivial.
I like making 2/1/1s and blocking it.
Oh, they attack the... Yeah, definitely bolt this. I mean, look at the Ren. It's on 6 loyalty. Force them to do something. I don't think you would have Dash Ragavan to attack the Ren if you had Unholy Heat. And the Ragavan goes to the graveyard.
Yeah, so just a reminder, there are 472 players in this event over this weekend, and the top 32 will be getting invites to Sofia to play in the finals to have a qualification chance to get on the new Pro Tour that's going to be run. And that format is Pioneer.
So we have a Teferi Time Raveler coming. Pete has a Counterspell backup. I actually... Oh, Mystical Dispute. I still counter back. You want to force them to use all their Counterspells because then you clear the way for Renin 6 ulting, Emrakul coming down, as well as Omnath.
I'm pretty sure the Solitude, they got the blue elemental.
Subtlety?
Is it Subtlety? They've got the blue one, which they can, if this gets counterspell, they can substitute the Teferi back on top of the of Pete's deck if he wants it. So obviously, if he chooses to put it there, but then you are free for 2ing yourself or free for 1ing yourself, I guess, because the Teferi can also just draw a card with a bounce.
Yes.
And it does look like Peter's just going to go fetch. He has the basic island in play, so I guess this is going to be a shock.
I think that he's most likely not going to fetch a basic land because
We can only get an island or a mountain. He doesn't play mountains, and the island is already in play, right?
yeah.
He's just looking at his hand and deciding. They're not into extra turns yet. No, they've got. They had a bit of extra time from a judge call plus being in the feature match.
Yes, the players have around 5 minutes of extra time, so there's no pressure for time here. As well as looking at the hands, this should be finished quite swiftly.
Oh, is that second night? So he does play 2 basic islands.
Yep.
2 basic islands, fetches it up.
And we will see a counterspell here. I believe that Pete will be leaning towards drawing a card. I see 2 Archmages. Yes, I personally would draw a card here with Teferi because...
No, this is what I was talking
wow,
about.
this is great for Pete.
Like Teferi, this is rough. This is rough, but you know you got to do what you got to do. This being on the battlefield will turn off your. We can see he's got multiple charms in hand, but this Ren and 6 ultimate is a real threat. We saw it in game 2.
Yes, and with a lightning bolt as well, you're really just and again, you have this problem with Murktide. When there's a big board and you start with an iteration, it makes your life extremely tough. We see a Mishra's Bauble.
2 land Mishra's Bauble, not what you want to see.
Oh, that's not what you want to see.
No.
And I don't see an Unholy Heat in his hand, so I believe that this is heavily leaning towards Pete, and it's more down to how fast can he get the Emrakul down, and what disruptors does the opponent have. He's going to Bauble himself because he knows the top card is Teferi Time Raveler, and he should be playing a fetch land, and he fetches now because he doesn't like the top card of his library. Why would a player bauble themselves instead of bobbling the opponent in general in Modern?
Well, it's basically a free scry, right? If you have a fetch land, you can choose if you keep that land on top or not. If it's a card you want, you use the bauble trigger, draw, and then fetch. Or if it's a card you don't want, you just fetch it away and take another random draw.
Okay, so I believe that they are now in extra turns, what it seems to be.
Ooh. So if this is extra turns, and Pete is taking turn 2, Murktide's got 2 more turns, Pete's got 1 more turn.
So, okay.
I can see this being a draw. Looking at their hands and what they got now, I don't think either player can win. Pete can't win unless he gets an Emrakul down this turn. And through 2 counter spells in his opponent's hand, I don't think he can do that. There is a lightning bolt in the graveyard. I wonder if he ultimates Ren and 6 if he's got enough to start bolting.
If you play the Omnath, play the fetch land, and you bolt them, you untap, and
Back to us.
I'm trying to work out if there is a way that he can essentially use the Omnath 4 damage and lightning bolt in the graveyard to...
I think this is the line that Pete's going to play to. I just don't think he's going to get there through 2 lots of counter magic.
Yeah, I think this is leaning towards a draw for me. And he didn't ult the Ren and 6, so he can't counterspell back. But yeah, this is leaning towards draw. Let's see how the players do it.
Yeah, I think that you need that Omnath to resolve, to have a shot here. Drawing, fetching, land next turn. No, I don't see an actual line to win in 2 turns.
Yes, I think that this is...
So this is turn 3 of extra turns.
It's been passed back to the opponent. They draw Ragavan.
Ragavan's not going to do much.
I guess you dash it and attack the Ren, buy yourself some time.
See, I like going, the only chance you've got to win in this game is hitting something off the top of your opponent's deck.
Yeah, I think that it's safer just to play for the draw.
Playing around the quadruple bolt plan or whatever it is, the six lightning bolts.
Fury up. Yeah, again, this is just like Pete having it all, but not enough time, sadly.
So see, this is what I like there. So if they went face with the Ragavan goes face, it would have hit that Fury. They could have hard cast that Fury. Then next turn they've got 6 + 7, 8 damage. They're only 2 lightning bolts off winning. they actually had a chance of winning if they obviously draw the right cards in the right order, and Pete doesn't have an answer, which we know he has a Teferi for. But I always try to play to win, not to not lose. And this is the downside, as like chat's mentioned now. This is the downside of playing 4-color control in a paper tournament is the time, and they're going to accept that it's a draw.
Yep. Draw, nothing they can do. GG's, well played by both players. Sometimes that happens with Magic. Fetch lands are slow. Everything else is slow.
It's pretty rough getting it this early on in the tournament, though.
Yeah. How would you feel if you got a draw?
It's better than a loss at this stage in the tournament, but now I feel like I'm going to bump into all like the blue-white control players, or the 4-color, players that also are IDing, because the decks that take long to play, all the grindy ones, and now I'm just going to be playing a whole day of grindy ones. So every round is going to take my 50 minutes. There's going to be no time to get water in between, food, etc. You got to start thinking about this, and it's a lot of brain power, right?
So would you put value in the Murktide player conceding because he doesn't want to play against more 4-color decks? He doesn't want that matchup, right?
No. I think that point is better than a loss. I would, and against some, they showed that they can win, right? They can win this matchup. Maybe they've tailored towards it. Maybe the sideboard, you see that now we see them de-sideboarding. They did bring in a lot of cards there. Maybe they feel they're favored in the matchup. So it's one of them. We've all done it. We've all taken that loss. We've all got the draw. I don't think I'll concede here. I'll just be like, nope, cool. I'll play out in this bracket and hope we get there. That is, do we have a backup feature match, or is that finished? Nope.
Awesome. Well, that is going to be round 2 for the Legacy event here in Copenhagen. We hope you all enjoyed, and we'll be having some more modern content here shortly. We'll catch you right after the break.
prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
Hello everyone and welcome back to round 3 of the Legacy Copenhagen Modern event on the European Tour. Today we're going to be watching, or not today, the next round we're going to be watching some more Modern Magic. And we have to apologize on behalf of Legacy here because we do have another 4-color Elementals player playing. But you selected this match specifically. Why is that, Filipa?
Well, I saw that Christopher Larsen was playing. He's an amazing player. He's been playing Magic forever. He's made so many good results in the past years. So I think we had to have him here. If anyone is going to teach us how to play good 4 colors, it's Christopher Larsen for sure.
Definitely. One thing that we saw last round from Pete Ward, he's a professional player. He makes plays that surprise us. Christopher Larsen, also a professional player. I'm sure we're going to be surprised. The players right now currently are just shuffling up and getting their opening hands, so we will be cutting to the table shortly. And I believe that we're going to be having a Yorion mirror here.
Oh, a Yorion mirror. That's going to be intense and grindy for sure.
And a lot of shuffling.
A lot of shuffling. So it looks like Christopher Larsen here is going to be against Simon Gallin, also on 4-color Elementals. So yeah, for sure, we have a mirror match.
I think we have a keep on 7 from... I think we have a keep on 7 from our player on the right, and a mulligan to 6 from our player on the left. What does he think of his hand? One thing that is actually going to be crucial in this matchup is time, right? Because both players have to play quick or they're going to be afraid of a draw. So how do you think that these players are going to be doing this?
They for sure will be optimizing time. They both are aware of this. They're both 2-0. They are great players. I'm actually not sure which strategy is the best. Would you go for more like an aggressive play, or would you like keep your mana up, try to maybe play some counters here?
I think, honestly, in my opinion, I would just... Christopher Larsen is playing the Mishra's Bauble version. So... I think the playstyle here is play quickly. I don't think we can determine, I'm going to play my deck differently. I think it's more both players are going to be like, look, we both know our deck is slow. We both know how to play our decks. We're 2-0. Let's just play as quick as we can and try not to essentially step on each other's toes. And Simon Gellin's list here on the right here is playing Cavern of Souls. It's the pure Elementals version. We got Furies, Endurances, Risen Reefs, Solitudes, 4 Omnath. We also have some 1-ups that you can fetch up with Elidomri's Call and Emrakul and Titania. So again, this is going to be a really, really interesting match. And it's also nothing that you can really predict. It's going to be slow and grindy.
For sure, these matchups tend to go super long. It's going to be slow and grindy. I think maybe even this version can be a bit more aggressive here with the full normal elementals. I think Christopher Larson is playing a bit of a different build. And for sure he's going to use the fact that he's such a good player to try to get some advantage here. This is a game where every mistake counts so much. You cannot afford to do any mistakes here.
So we have a shotgun pass from Simon, representing Elidomri's Call. Oh, Yorion to hand. Okay. So Christopher Larson essentially saying here, look, I don't mind if you resolve a Teferi Time Raveler. I just want to outvalue you. And Omnath is not coming down next turn, because I was on the play. So this is a great time to use your mana to put Yorion to hand, because from my experience in Modern, the biggest swing in this matchup is Yorion. You're both playing the same cards. You're not going to kill each other quickly. It's going to be a turn 15. It's going to be a turn 16 game. Use the mana now and let your opponent durdle. We see Prismatic Ending, Solitudes, not really much that you can cast. And we do have a land shocking in. Now, being on the draw, I believe if he puts Yorion into hand, he would have to go to discard. So he goes for Risen Reef instead. And it goes to hand. I think he found another Elidomri's Call.
Yeah, I think here you really wanted to find maybe a land.
Yes, definitely. Ooh.
An old.
Ooh, missed land drop by Christopher Larson. That's not what you want to see in the mirror. Because again, you're going to turn 15. Every land counts.
Yeah, in these games specifically, this matchup, you really don't want to be missing any land drop. This is crucial, and you want to get that Risen Reef going and getting your lands into play, because having that ramp is really important. Especially when you have Yorion and you can just get it and get all the triggers back.
Omnath coming down, you can't really do much with a Forest and a Cavern of Souls. No land off the top, but it is a red. We can't see if Larson has access to a Solitude here.
Ren. So Ren should help with this mana issue.
I would assume no Solitude, because you would do it when they're tapped out. So again, I think this is going to be a quick game. Vantage bar to the right. But what does Christopher Larson need to come back is more of a sensible question to ask here, because we know that he's in a bad spot. And it starts with Solitude and ends with Teferi Time Raveler and an Omnath. So there's so much that Christopher needs to assemble here that I think he's more playing for his opponent to trip up rather than to kind of catch up. And it does not look like he's going to be able to do much catching up, because again, you can't do much with a Windstep Teeth and a Cavern of Souls.
Yeah, and it's funny because we were saying how these games can be so grinding, it takes so long, but you can always also happen this, and it looks like we have a clear advantage.
Yeah, Mana Screw is a part of Magic the Gathering. While it sucks for Christopher Larson, let's be real. Simon's having a party inside his head. Your pro players Mana Screwed. Nothing more you could ask for. A lot of players come to play Magic to not play Magic, let's be real. Everyone wants to come to the GP, they want all their opponents to be Mana Screwed and mulligan to 2. I don't come to a Magic tournament wanting to play Magic. I come wanting to win.
Yeah. I would still prefer to play Merfolks. And just have fun, but... Also, like, kind of sad that the only kind of deck that we are seeing is this more, like, grindy. I want to see some aggro. And I think maybe aggro can thrive. I'm hoping to have, like, later on, you know, like a 4-0 or 5-0 with a good aggro deck.
Yeah, I guess talking about the modern metagame, because there's not really much to assess in this game, is that aggressive decks are degenerate decks. You got Team of Rhinos, you got Living End, you got Hammer Time. They're all decks doing stuff that essentially aren't quote-unquote fun to play against, but are fun to play. So if I had to predict what's going to be doing well at this event, I'm going to put Living End up there, Hammer Time, and any aggressive deck that you think beats 4-color control and Murktide. Because walking around the venue when I've been on my break in the morning and yesterday in the side events, I was either seeing people playing their own, deck of the past in Modern, your Affinity deck, your Burn deck, or they were hardcore, Magic Online copied list of 4-color control, Murktide Regent. So it's really finding out what's good against the top try-hard decks, and that's what I think will thrive. What do you think here of the 4-color control player from Simon going to discard?
I mean, it gotta feel good to go to discard in this situation. I don't think he's too upset about it, let's be honest.
Okay, so I think that actually Simon here made a mistake. Christopher Larson here played on that, that's great, and he drew and instantly played the fetch line off the top, where Simon instantly evoked Solitude. Now, this is a mistake because Christopher Larson can fetch in response and still get the mana, but loses Omnath. However, if Simon waited for Christopher to fetch, in response to him fetching, he could Solitude in order to prevent the mana, and we know Christopher's going to fetch because he's short on mana. So I think here, it's a slight mistake. It's not even a slight mistake. I would say this is a big mistake. You're giving your opponent 5 mana, you're tapped out now, and they were mana screwed. A mana screwed player has only spells in hand. And what don't you want Christopher Larson doing? Casting those spells. So, while a simple sequencing mistake, seems like, oh, whatever, it's whatever. In actuality, this could lose in the game down the line if Christopher can cast a crucial spell here when he's tapped out.
You have a great point here there, Harry. And you've played a lot of these deck, right? Because I've heard that you've been playing a lot of Modern lately, a lot of leagues.
Yeah, this is definitely a deck I tend to stay away from. Not only do I accidentally fall asleep whilst playing it, I do find that it's so complicated. Every match, every game, so many decisions, even when you're 10 miles ahead, you still gotta think because there's so much clicking. So I have so much respect for players who bring this to a tournament, because while many people like to criticize and be like, oh, you're playing the boring money soup, just because you're playing money soup doesn't mean it's easy. It's very hard to just, oh wow. Is that an ephemerate from Christopher Larson?
It definitely looks like it.
Or is that... Wait, sorry, I was talking here and I didn't quite see what he was doing. Oh, he used the white mana from the Omnath trigger, and now he's casting a Teferi Time Raveler. Wow. Oh my gosh. See how this sequencing mistake has cost Simon the game? He let Christopher Larson get access to white mana, and the Solitude comes down. Oh, sorry, and the Omnath stays on the table.
Yeah, and we were talking how the game looked like closed already in the beginning, and things are turning. Harry was the one that taught me how to play Control some time ago, I don't know if you remember, and for Harry to say that a deck is boring, let me tell you, it gotta be really bad.
Well, I think speaking to all our Control fanatics out here, what exactly is Control about this? Christopher Larson and his opponent have both played a 4-mana 4/4 creature, and they've cast a creature that you can exile a card in your hand to cast. I don't feel like they're controlling in a sense of what us true players, elitists, like to say is Control. But I'm here for it. At the end of the day, while it is somewhat boring, winning is fun, so I have nothing against them.
Yeah, if the win con is not Shark Typhoon ability or the Big Teferi, it's not Control for Harry.
Yeah.
And things definitely switched here.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't say that Simon is losing, because he has the advantage of the fact that we know he has a distribution of lands and spells, as well as he has access to Yorion. He has Oath of Nissa in play. He could use a fetch land here, get Yorion, and cast that. He could use the Eladamri's Call in his hand to fetch something. We can see a Fury. So actually, I think now we're getting to the stage of the 4-color mirror, where every turn, we're like, oh, that player's winning. Oh, wait, now that player's winning. Oh, wait, now that player's winning. Because, let's be real, they're both casting the same cards, and they're going to both have impactful turns every single turn. So until one of the Omnaths leaves the table, I'm putting this at 50-50, and even if an Omnath leaves the table, they play 4 copies, so they're going to be digging for the next one.
Yeah, things look much more even now, and you cannot predict. Ooh, but as you said, one Omnath is out now.
So we have a question from Twitch chat here. They're saying that the Twitch chat, you have missed the sequencing of how the Solitude was cast, as Solitude was cast and then, or what, I don't believe it was done in response to the fetch, because the planes wasn't tapped. I thought the theoretical mana was used to tap, but maybe we got that wrong, so I'm not entirely sure. Sorry if we did. But again, we have seen a fetch from Simon. He's got a ton of mana, 4 colored pips floating, and I see a Fury, a Solitude, and a Teferi pulled to the front. I think you should start with... Oh, does he have access to Emrakul, and does he have Delirium to cast it? So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. He has 10 mana, so he has 8. I don't believe he's cast 5 unique types in order to cast Emrakul.
Twitch chat, we are reading your comments. Please tell us, who do you think is going to win, or who do you want to win and why? Also, if you were playing this tournament, what would you bring? What do you think is the best deck in Modern right now?
Okay, this is... Pitching Yorion? Wow. That's very surprising to me, because to me, Yorion is the card that turns around the game. It's your extra 5 mana, draw 6, draw 4, flicker your Planeswalker. So that, to me, implies that his hand is very powerful. We see Teferi Time Raveler. That resolves. Maybe bouncing the Oath of Nissa. Sure. Finds an Otawara. Recast the Oath of Nissa. I personally don't like this play, because essentially what he got from this board was exiling his Yorion, removing the Omnath, and getting a Teferi down, right? He had 10 mana, Simon had 10 mana, and only resolved a Teferi. Now, maybe he was... Yeah, see, this is the problem that I think that you face with Yorion now, because you pitched yours, and you don't have one that trumps it. You have Fury in your hand. I'm not going to criticize too much. Let's just watch and see what they do.
Exactly. A lot of people saying they would bring Tron, Primeval Titan, Hammer Time, Eldrazi. Okay.
So I think what I'll say here is why I disliked Simon's last turn is he put nothing on the table that Christopher Larson has to answer. He didn't impact the board, and Christopher Larson's like, okay, I'll take time developing my hand then. Right? Because I don't have to answer your cards, so I'll just improve my hand and have more explosive turns down the line. We see a Fury, kills the Teferi, that's reasonable, but now your own Teferi dies. We see an Eladamri's Call, so putting Planeswalker in the graveyard is nice for Emrakul. I think that if... Yeah, Christopher Larson is having the classic flood into kind of no action. I see an Icewind Kotal in a land out of 4 cards.
And one thing that I've been noticing in his matchup is that every decision makes the game so different. Like, if the Christopher Larson or take the suggestions that you said, for example, if you were playing this game, it would be so different. I mean, it doesn't mean that you would be better off or worse, but it would just be completely a different game.
Yeah. Definitely. And I think the 4-color mirror is always a match where you can rewatch and be like, both players could have won this game. Because every turn really does matter, and it's not clean cut. There's some deliberation here. I believe that Christopher Larson is checking out the graveyard, obviously being thoughtful of Emrakul. So I see sorcery, land, creature. I just see sorcery, land, and creature. And there'll be an instant from the Eladamri's Call. So if Larson attacks the Teferi, that will make it 5.
I love how tidy they are with their lands. I'm the worst. I could never be on a featured match because nobody would understand what's going on. Gotta love them for making our life a bit easier here.
Have you ever played against an opponent who plays lands in front?
Oh, me? No, just kidding. No, I don't do that. But no, thankfully, no.
I have played against an opponent who plays lands in front, but luckily, under competitive rules enforcement, you're not allowed to.
Okay.
So if you mind your opponent, like maybe I wear glasses, for example, I can't really read cards from that far. Just call the judge, get them, or politely ask them if they decline. Then you can make an agreement by calling the judge.
Yeah. The only time I got lands on front was when Nisa was playing, and usually with Oko, and I would lose every time. So, not a good experience.
So with Delirium, because of the Mishra's Bauble, we do have Traverse the Elvenwald by Christopher Larson here, searching for any card. Goes for Solitude. He decides to kill the Teferi Time Raveler, so I believe that he's going to go for Emrakul here. Because he does have the second one, unless he's going to go for Omnath first. He passed an Omnath in searching, so I presume he's going for the Emrakul. Nope, he's pulled the Omnath to the front. Oh, and is that an Endurance? Or another Omnath?
I think he's deciding. He's considering the options.
This is a good play by Simon. You're fetching your deck, put all of your options on top, and then you have a chance to look at the cards and look at the board.
Yeah.
So no hate here. Take your time. This is a very important decision.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a game that, despite the time being so important, you have to take your decisions carefully because this can change the whole thing. Somebody is asking, it's only for camera featured matches. So we have two matches that are on the cameras. It's a feature match and then a backup feature match. In case when we finish the first feature match, the second is still playing, we're going to go and jump into that game.
This is a very surprising play by me. I believe that that's an Endurance on the board here.
Let's check.
Or, oh, he put it into hand. But that looked like an alternate art Endurance, which really surprises me. Because Endurance does not impact this board.
What can even Endurance be good against in your opponents?
Traverse the Elvenwald and Renin 6 and Delirium for their Emrakul. So they did get Endurance. They cast Risen Reef and Endurance. They're going to trigger their things. Does Christopher want to use the Solitude in response?
Looks like they're playing the long game. They don't want to just go for it.
Oh, it's Titania! It's Titania, the 5-mana 5/3, that when a land leaves the battlefield, you make a 5/3 token.
Oh, that makes much more sense.
Yes, that makes way more sense than Endurance.
Yeah.
They get to return a land from the graveyard when it enters the battlefield, and when a land is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, create a 5/3 elemental creature token. This is going to help pull ahead, so that Christopher Larson is going to have to use a removal spell on it.
Yeah. It's not the most played card, I think, in this deck, but it's good to have a one-off, which is this case.
Definitely.
And people commenting out time in this matchup is already being critical. Yeah, this is game one. And you really want to win game one, because you cannot, maybe you don't have time to finish the second. So this game is super important. So we have some feedback. Would love to be awesome to show some non-meta decks versus meta decks on the show. And we will.
Ooh, Emrakul, sorry to interrupt you, but this is
sorry.
gonna pivot the game. Crucial moment by Christopher Larson. Emrakul comes down with all those Delirium cards.
This is game changing.
So now we're gonna see Christopher Larson wreak havoc in Simon's hand. Because he's gonna control his turn, he's gonna rip his hand to shreds. And I guess while he's doing that, what were you saying about leaving feedback?
So I was saying that we were leaving the feedback, and people want to see some non-meta decks. So we'll for sure try to find some different decks. And we have 7 rounds today. We have 6 tomorrow plus top 8. So we have time to showcase plenty of decks. And don't worry, we will try to bring some diversity.
Yeah. People criticizing having multiple 4 colors. We're sorry. We just wanted to follow the professionals at the start of the tournament. And what are professionals going to be playing? 4 color control. We will be showing you a lot of good decks like Filipa was talking about, some fun decks, which we do have actually in our backup feature right now, which hopefully we can see. So he does go, Simon goes for the Solitude on the Emrakul, that makes sense. And Christopher Larson is going to control his turn. Untap. He has Teferi. Is that Besage? Oh, and an Omnath. Okay, so... I'm trying to logically think what the best play is. So you could Teferi Time Raveler and bounce the Fury, use the Fury pitching the Omnath to kill the Titania, or... I think the winning line involves playing Teferi, bouncing the Fury, pitching the Omnath, killing the Risen Reef, killing the 5/3 token, and attacking the Titania into the Icefang Kotal if it has Death Touch, and I believe it does. I think that wipes the board, leaves them with the Teferi Time Raveler, which has already drawn a card, and that's annoying. You could also ramp yourself, Besageing the Abundant Growth too if you have spare mana. There is a legendary creature on the board because it's Titania, so Besage costs 1 mana. You can see how confusing this board state is.
Yeah, and you at home better have coffee or Ed already if you want to keep up with this board state. So many triggers coming from all sides, and yeah, now it looks like we have some advantage here. Some people saying they like to watch this kind of mirror matches because they are very complex and you can learn something from them. So we'll definitely showcase different decks in the tournament.
So what does he draw? Nice, that's great. Well, I say nice. I mean nice in a sense for Christopher Larson. That's what you want to do if you want to win the game.
Can you see how many cards they have in hand?
I don't... Does Christopher even have cards in hand?
Yeah, that's my question. Because if not, things are not...
You can use the Fury to ping the Teferi Time Raveler. Oh my gosh, this is very well played. I missed that by Larson. So now he can Fury pitching the Omnath, ping the Teferi, deal 3 damage to the 5/3. The board is wiped. His hand is wiped with 3 lands in hand. I mean, what's happening here? So, does he have enough mana to Besage his Abundant Growth for ramp? Oh, and he's using a fetch land to fail to find and look at his opponent's deck. So now Christopher Larson is essentially playing with open deck lists.
That's a smart play right there that many players wouldn't think of. Information is important, especially if it goes to game 2 and or 3. So somebody is asking if Fury can ping itself.
Can it ping itself? I don't think so because Solitude can't. But it doesn't even matter because Fury, I believe you can choose no targets. But again, you want to wipe the board. Yeah, this game is definitely over. Larson has a full... Oh yeah, this is really good value.
And at what point would you scoop to make sure you have time for game 2 and 3 if you're losing at this point?
So I think if Simon has no good cards in hand, and Larson builds a big board that's hard to remove, and you whiff your next draw step, I would concede. There are a lot of times in Magic where you can argue I have a 5% chance to win, but would you rather have a 5% chance to win this game and have a chance to draw, or a decent chance to win the next 2 games and not draw? And I think you value more not drawing, because what do you not want to do next round? Play against another 4-color control player who drew. So, Larsen's building a big board. Traverses, again, is going to be very, very hard to beat. I presume this gets an Omnath.
Yeah, somebody's saying they don't understand why Simon went for Emrakul, but could go for Emrakul, but went for Titania instead.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, and a quick scoop from Simon,
Yeah.
probably a dead card off the top, but I think to highlight this game, that play of Solitude, I believe, lost in the game. If he sequenced it the way that we believed, that definitely turned around the game. Hopefully here, though, we can move to the second feature match to see what they're doing.
And I think it's interesting that Larsen, it looks like he was going to lose and suddenly just turn everything around. So what we are going to try to do right now is go for feature match 2. And since this game probably is going to take a while, we'll come back to it in the end. What do you think, Harry?
Yeah, definitely.
Because this looks like it's going to take some time.
Yeah, definitely. If feature match 2 finishes, there will be a game 3 of the 4 color control players that we can watch. And, you know, I'm going to say this now. I think that it's most likely going to go to a game 3. Because being on the player's 4 color control in sideboarded games is exactly what you want to do. You want to be that person casting turn 2 Ren and 6. You want to be that person untapping for the Teferi Time Raveler. And generally the person on the play is the one that gets to untap and put the pressure on.
Oh, I think you are all watching us now.
Yeah, so you can see us here, but we will be swapping shortly to feature match 2, which I believe is shuffling up for game 3. Yes, this is going into game 3, and we have Glimpse the Unthinkable, I believe is the card name, being played here.
Yeah, so actually the Glimpse player is one of my friends. Great player, playing Glimpse, and he plays extremely well. Let me see what his opponent is playing. So it's 5 color Glimpse and
Jund.
against Jund. Oh,
Wow.
We gotta love the Jund.
So looking at the sideboard of Jund, there's no Chalice, and how do they counter? It's only going to be discard spells, I believe. And the question is, do you want to bring in Leyline of the Void? Because while Glimpse seems like a deck that interacts with the deck only, you play Endurances to shuffle your deck back into your library because you run out of things to hit. So it's going to be really hard for the Jund player to sideboard. I guess with Turak, the kicker discard creature, you're really looking to shred apart their hand, prevent them from getting permanents, slow down the board, and get some pressure on.
I have to admit, Glimpse is growing on me. I love Cascade. I don't know what, but I usually play 4 color Domain Zoo, and there's some Cascade going, and I love the ability. So somebody wants to know the players. I can tell that the player on the right is Marcos Silva, and he's a Portuguese player living in Bulgaria like me. And on the left, commanding the Jund, we have Karin Kosa.
Yeah, please be patient because we are just swapping to our second feature match, and our team is working on it very swiftly to get the names for you.
Yeah, we just decided we wanted to see some different decks, and I think a lot of people love Jund, so.
So I do see a Foundation Breaker in the hand of our Glimpse player. So there must have been some sort of leyline / artifact or enchantment that annoyed them in game 2. We see a Blackleaf Cliffs and a Dragon Rage Channeler, no discard spell, and we do have a Surveil from the Mishra's Bauble. This is exactly what you want to see as the Glimpse player. The opponent essentially doing nothing. You don't care about your life total, you care about winning the game. You care about putting permanents on the board, and you care about having cards in hand. And playing a turn 1 Dragon Rage Channeler and a turn 1 Mishra's Bauble does not affect any of those things.
Yeah, I think people are so excited to see Jund. Who do you think it's favorable in this matchup?
I'm going to put the favor easily on the Glimpse player. Because what does Jund do? It slowly grinds out the opponent. What does the Glimpse deck do? It quickly gets permanents on the board. So I think that the Jund player needs a lot in terms of pressure, interaction, as well as luck. Because I presume that there's going to be a, what's it called? A Wave Sifter, making 2 clue tokens here to add, there's now 4 permanents on the board. Mishra's Bauble sees the top card, Wave Sifter goes to the graveyard because it was evoked, and now Dragon Rage Channeler untaps, and they draw 2 cards because of Mishra's Bauble.
It was funny because yesterday I was talking with Will and we were saying that no matter the meta state, there's always going to be that person that comes with the Jund foil. And I guess it is Karim with the Jund foil.
Fetching sorcery speed, fetching a Triumph is quite surprising. I'm interested in what Karim is going to be doing. Thoughtseize. I really like this play. You know why? Because the Glimpse player is guaranteed to not Glimpse on turn 2. Right? So if you Thoughtseize on turn 2, you're giving them an extra draw step to draw the Cascade spell that you want them to discard. You're not going to discard Wave Sifter in their hand if they have a Cascade spell, and you're going to discard a ultimately weak card if they don't have the Cascade. So give them an extra draw step, don't Thoughtseize turn 1, and try and snipe it on turn 2. But we have the problem here of they have no lands, but they have 2 Cascade spells. So now what do you choose? And I think you have to go with the Cascade, because what does Glimpse do? It casts multiple Cascade spells in one turn. So it's all down to, can Marco top deck a land here? It's all about land on the top of the deck. If he draws a land, we're going to see some shuffling. Here we go.
Oh, it shuffled
Omnath
so
off the
fast.
top.
Oh, nice.
Ooh, that, okay. So he goes for sacking the clue because he did miss on a land and unfortunately drew a Leyline of Sanctity.
Leyline of Sanctity, you want to see it in your opening hand, and that's it.
Yes. Ooh, that's exactly what the Jund player wants to be doing. Destroy the artifact, make them discard a card, lower the permanence. Now, they can discard the Leyline, which has no use to them, but the pressure is now on.
Yeah. Also, one good thing about the Thoughtseize turn 2, they got an extra trigger for the Chandler, which is also pretty good. And the
County Garden, the best card off the top of the deck. You can evoke Wave Sifter, make an 0-1. You've now got 6 permanents on the table. They've only got a Dragon Rage Channeler. You're at 17 life, low pressure. This is what you want to see. Now, what the Jund player needs now is a discard spell because they have 1 Cascade in hand. Can you see what's in the Jund player's hand?
It's very difficult. I am not sure. Okay, we have a bubble. A Ren. I can see a Ren. So Apollo apparently knows Karim and is saying that he's playing Jund for many years, so he's a very good Jund player. And we can definitely see.
I think here you would go for Ren and 6 ping the 0-1 from what I can see in his hand. I think I also know he has a Terminate. So does he? Okay, so he has a Terminate, a Ren and 6, and no land. So you have an option of, you can play the Ren, get a land, play the land, have Terminate up. Or you can play the Ren, ping the 0-1, and lower their permanent. If I was the Jund player, I think I lean towards Ren and 6. Because what do you do if you hold up Terminate and they don't put creatures on the board? You've wasted your turn. But if you play Ren and 6, you're guaranteed to lower 1 permanent, and you're allowing yourself to hit your land drop next turn without having to cast the Ren if you whiff on a land on top of the deck. So it's going to be interesting. What does he go for? Oh, he has a Seasoned Pyromancer. Okay.
Oh, I love CZP. Such a great card.
So he goes with discarding the Ren and discarding a Ragavan, making 2 1/1 elementals and drawing 2 cards.
But here the thing is that he needs to prevent the glimpse from happening. Otherwise, if Marco can get these going on,
I think the thought process there was, I can draw a land and a 1-mana spell, or I can, oh,
There we go.
land off the top. Now this is a very interesting decision. Do you glimpse with what, 7 permanents on the board, or do you go for Omnath? And yeah, I just think it's glimpse. I just don't see why you wouldn't want to glimpse. Floating 1 green mana.
Yeah.
So there's a green mana blink floated on the right, and a cascade spell has been cast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, more than 10. Where's this card? There it is. Cast the glimpse. Okay, that's 7 permanents. You have to shuffle. You have to shuffle your lands back into the deck. The tokens go away. Nice, and we're going to be flipping. Now, the way Glimpse is worded is that if you flip into other Cascade spells or other Glimpses, it goes onto the bottom of the library. So there is a ton of luck involved here.
Casino time.
What's happening here? Oh, a sleeve just ripped. That's quite
Yeah.
unfortunate.
I think Twitch chat is excited about this. We all love some casino moments.
So this is the point where you're the Jund player, you're sweating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, GG. There's an Omnath and 2 elementals, 3 elementals. So you're gonna have 2 Risen Reef. No, you're gonna have. Oh my! You're gonna have 4 Risen Reef triggers, a draw trigger from Omnath, 2 shuffle triggers, as well as County Garden, and you shock in your land. So the obvious play is I'm going to shuffle their graveyard, I'm going to shuffle my graveyard on the top of the stack, and then I'm going to start drawing cards.
And we just see Marco pointing. There's so many triggers all over the place.
Yep. So the Glimpse gets shuffled back in. It was only on the table there to help guide that. He's stacking the triggers now. He draws first with Omnath. And, oh, he also gains 4 life, gets 4 mana, and deals 4 to the opponent because of all the Omnath triggers from all the lands.
Yeah. Why play Omnath when we can glimpse into Omnath? Come on.
So much to process here. All the mana here is floated on the table. And they're going to be flipping 4 cards. So that's 1, 2, County Garden, make a no one. Yep. Cavern of Souls. That's obviously going to name Elemental. Get another O1. That resolves. So I see another Omnath and a Glimpse. I definitely want to suspend the Glimpse in his hand, if he can do it.
He's thinking.
Oh, so this is going to be a hard cast Wave Sifter. I like this. He is going to draw a card, make 2 clues. Or, sorry, Risen Reef and make 2 clues.
Yeah, and he's not missing the triggers. I think both players are playing this game extremely well.
Passes back. As the Jund player here, you're feeling miserable. Your graveyard's been shuffled, your Dragonrage Channeler's a 1/1, you got 3 mana, and you don't have a land unless it's on top of the deck.
Yeah, but I think the Jund player won the first game, so...
Okay, this is smart. Jund player casts Terminate on their upkeep. This lets them Surveil with Dragonrage Channeler, as well as destroy the annoying Omnath. Tight play by the opponent.
Yeah, this Jund player really playing it super tightly. We can see he has plenty of experience with this deck.
Beseju being played by Jund. Double green is not a threat. Again, this is just going to be a bloodbath. There's an Omnath in their hand, so they gain value of the Jund player to spend time removing the Omnath. They're going to draw a card from the Omnath. They're going to draw a card from the Risen Reef. They're going to hit their lands. This game is most definitely over. It's about how does the Glimpse player win it from here.
Now it's just the Glimpse playing, having all the fun, and we see the Jund player suffering.
Yeah. Well, I think both players are suffering. The Jund player is suffering because they're going to lose, and the Glimpse player is suffering from success. So I think that what's going to happen here is our Glimpse player is going to play a land, fetch, play that Fury in hand, ping all the 1/1s, and that's game over. Goes to Glimpse.
Yeah.
That was a really sick match.
Was this game 2 or 3?
This was game 3.
Oh, this was game 3. Okay. So, I mean, Marco, the Glimpse player, is my friend, so congratulations to him. He's 3-0, but I have to say, Karim played super well this Jund deck, and he must be proud, and he can still make a great result if he keeps playing tightly like this.
Definitely. And I really like bringing Glimpse to the tournament. It's closed deckless. Everyone's worried about everything but Glimpse. You know, it's a deck very under the radar. It recently won the Modern Challenge. It has power, and if you play any deck tightly in Modern, you can win. You've got sideboards, and you've got ways to work around things. Especially, they're playing a deck with Fury and Omnath. That's really not bad in Modern.
Yeah, so Marco, the Glimpse player, he knows that he's going to play this deck for weeks now, but yesterday he was having doubts because 2 days ago he did a league with Glimpse and it went super badly. So he was like, maybe I'll go with Living End. Yesterday he was like, okay, I'm going to try Glimpse in the main event. He ended up going 6-2. So he's like, okay, I feel more comfortable now with Glimpse, and obviously the right choice today.
I think what would be appropriate is to get the Glimpse player in for an interview, if that would be possible from the coverage team. We will check now.
Okay, and in the meantime, Twitch chat, are you enjoying today's event? We are back at table 1. It looks like it. Yeah, so Omnath player still playing elementals for color. We would know for sure that this game would go very grindy. I don't know if it's going to end up going on time or not, but board state looks complex here. We know that Christian Larsen won game 1. I'm not sure if this is game 2, but I assume so. Thank you so much for the compliments we are receiving. And people do want to see an interview with the Jund player as well. I see. So we have Marco here. The Glimpse player is going to give us an interview. Thank you. We have compliments in the chat. They are really sweet. So we have Marco here. I don't know if you are already seeing us. So this is Marco. He's the Glimpse player that just won 3-0. How are you feeling now after this?
Pretty good. The deck has felt pretty consistent. I did well yesterday in the smaller Modern tournament, and yeah, so happy to be 3-0.
I was telling Twitch chat how you were almost playing Living End because you had like a bad league with the Glimpse.
Yes.
Did you feel like you made the correct choice to bring Glimpse today?
Yes, because the Living End is much more popular, so there's a lot of hate, mainly the graveyard hate, right? So the Glimpse deck doesn't really care much about the graveyard, and it just cares about the Chalice element, and that's why I feel it's better than Living End in that sense.
Perfect. And how do you feel about the matchup against Jund? Because the Jund player was really good. He played tightly.
I felt it's really favorable actually. Like he only has discard. My game 2 was horrible. My hand I mulliganed, and the third one was also a bit sketchy. But I feel if he doesn't have a lot of discard, he's not good. He doesn't pressure me that much, and even if he does, I can still top deck like the Cascade. And once I have, as you saw, a Cascade, it's really hard to lose against Jund.
Oh, we saw. We were just having fun at that point because you were just needed to decide how you wanted to win. What are you looking for in the next matches? What are you most scared of?
That's a good question. I'm basically looking for decks. I mean, I like my matchup against 4-color. I like decks that are relatively uninteractive as well. So there's not really one matchup except that I want to avoid, except maybe Burn. Burn, I'm pretty slow. They are faster. Omnath is often too slow, right? So I really want to avoid burn if possible. Yeah, outside. Oh, Rhinos is also not great. I lost to Rhinos yesterday. It's also not great. So those two, and I'm hoping to face something like Hammer, where I have a ton of sideboard hate, a ton of good cards, or even like 4 colors is pretty okay. Those things.
Congratulations, Marco. You are on the right track to make day 2. You just need like some more wins. You're doing great. Keep up the good work. We are going to keep now watching some Omnath plays. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know we have some Marco fans watching because they were saying they recognize the playmat and they were definitely happy to see some glimpse action. We will go back now to the game feature matched 1. So the Elementals versus Elementals, obviously still going on.
What is that abomination I'm looking at? Sorry, HarryMTG back in the booth. Oh, this is making me feel sick.
Yeah, it's definitely a complex board game. I think this is still game 2.
This is still game 2.
I'm not completely sure, but
I think that Legacy needs to organize some sort of beds in the coverage area for the 4 color players so they can like nap. Because realistically speaking, my brain would be in pain right now to play this. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 creatures on the board. There's a meddling mage naming something, and I wonder what the meddling mage is naming. I presume it's Emrakul.
you say Emrakul.
Or Solitude, or Omnath.
I would say Omnath.
The thing is, it all depends on Eladomri's call and Traverse the Elven World. Because it's easy to assume, like, oh, Omnath's the best card in the matchup, Solitude's really good here. But with the decks, with Eladomri's call and Oath of Nissa, players play with perfect information some of the time. So hopping in here, oh wow, they're starting to play quick. Christopher Larson's identifying, we don't have a lot of time. Play quick, draw a load of cards, Yoren's flickering things.
So correction, it's Lavinia, not Meddling Mage.
Oh, it's a Lavinia, my mistake, sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, it's a different kind of Meddling Mage.
Sorry, yes, Lavinia here is preventing Solitude and Fury being evoked. Thank you, Twitch chat, you're amazing.
That's why Twitch chat is amazing. You know, sometimes it's difficult in paper Magic to recognize some of these alternative arts.
So with this game is most likely over in Christopher Larson's favor. 2 cards in hand on the right. Larson is flicking 50,000 cards on the left, and Larson has a decently sized board. I would be quite surprised if he pulls behind. There's an Eladomri's Call and a fetch land, so really you could go get Omnath and play the fetch land, but you're banking on top decking something with the Omnath draw trigger if you only have a land to go with it. So it's a very tough decision. Let's think about it logically. You could fetch Fury to kill the Teferi, but then you have the problem of them having so many cards in hand. You could fetch Omnath. I think it's just Omnath. I actually genuinely believe it's just Omnath. And the reason is because you aren't winning this game without being lucky. When you're the 4-color player with less cards in hand, you have to have the more powerful cards in hand. And who's more likely to have powerful cards in hand? Christopher Larson with 6 or 7 cards, or Simon with 2. So
That's an easy one.
I think if I'm Simon here, I'm really thinking to play to the perfect card on the top of the deck. You need to be lucky. There's no way you can win this game without luck.
People are asking what's the card under Lavinia, and it looks to me like a Fury, maybe? No.
I think it's a Seasoned Pyromancer alternate art from the
Oh.
new Double Master set.
See,
Because there are 2 elementals on the table, and that's what Seasoned Pyromancer makes.
yeah, that makes sense. And I don't see any on the grave, so it looks like it.
So the Eladomri's Call is being cast. Don't forget that Christopher Larson cannot do any free evoke creatures in response because of Lavinia on the table preventing that.
And Lavinia is such a great choice here.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in the decision because that's specifically tackling Living End and evoke creatures. I must be missing other. Can you think of any other free spells in the format?
No.
I don't think there's anything else obvious to me. Maybe Twitch can point it out.
For sure. If there's one, Twitch chat is going to point it out.
Do you remember what that card is, though? That Simon just cast? It's a Titania. So
the one off.
So what he's going to do here is he's going to return a land. Oh, wait, does he have a land? Oh wait, no, it was an endurance. Sorry, my mistake. Wow, these alternate art cards are so hard to track. Okay, so he uses endurance to shuffle the graveyard. Again, I don't like this play because what essentially he's done here is he's shuffled the graveyard to tackle Ren and 6 and Thingy, but Christopher Larson's untapping with Teferi Time Raveler, Risen Reefs. You can bounce the Yorion, flicker everything again. You can play an Omnath, whatever. The way you win this game is by playing your own Omnath, hoping they don't have a Solitude or Fury, and pulling away from the top of your deck. You could argue that maybe an Emrakul has been revealed that we didn't see during watching the other match and interview, so that would make it more understanding that you want the endurance there.
Also, we don't know what... Oh yeah, you're right. I was thinking Meddling Mage, what he'd named, but it's not Meddling Mage.
Yeah, definitely. That's something easily mixed up. I'm wondering if there is some sort of information on what's in Christopher Larson's hand for the reason for that endurance.
Yeah, and I think both games that we watched, Christopher Larson just playing really tightly, and I think the opponent got a bit maybe outplayed here in some situations.
Yeah, I would say either outplayed or maybe even experience in the mirror. One thing that I found on Magical Line is the deck is so expensive, and in paper, you don't really find people playing the deck unless they're playing in a tournament where it's high stakes and everyone wants to win. So Christopher Larson's a competitive player, and he's got good access to cards. He's most likely just had more practice against the deck, allowing him to play better or have some better decisions. So I wouldn't necessarily say that Simon is playing badly. I would say more it seems like he's inexperienced in the matchup.
I wouldn't say he's playing badly, just that Christopher is such a good player that he knows how to play this mirror exactly. And thank you everyone for the birthday wishes.
I believe that he's hardcasted this. Has he pitched? Oh, Christopher Larson just punted. He didn't read the card properly. It only works for lands you control for non-creature spells. Christopher Larson just cast Fury with Evoke into a Lavinia, and we're just talking about experience.
And there we see it, and okay.
So everything flickers. I mean, let's be real. Does he care? No. But everything flickers. And this is one of those moments where you make a mistake, you're 10 miles ahead, and you're like, well, doesn't matter, right? What do you think of this board?
Oh, it's definitely super complex. I wouldn't play this kind of deck personally, just because I enjoy playing kind of more aggressive decks. But I can see these decks as a lot of triggers. Like, we are still in game 2, from where I recall, so... I like the Titan choice, though, the one of...
Yeah, Titania is definitely very powerful. But they're gonna... I don't even think it's good on this board. There's a Yorion, is Icevan Kotal doesn't even have Death Touch. Wait a second. Is that even a snow basic on the right? I don't know what basic... I hope that's a snow basic land. I don't know what basic lands are there.
It's difficult to see because we have some reflection.
Yeah.
Also, I'm curious about timing.
Yeah, I definitely think that Christopher Larson should win this game, just because of what's in the player's hand.
Yeah, it's a basic, but I think it's a plains.
Yeah.
I see 3 snow, 2 forest, 1 island. Just 1 plane, yeah. That's it. It's a plane.
Okay, so there's only 1 snow-covered forest, so the Iceland Kotal does not have Death Touch. Because it's 3 other snow permanents.
Do we have any information on time?
We don't seem to have information on time here in the booth, but as always, players, they have information of time through the judges at the table. And we also need to be wary that potentially 18 and 20 life is not correct, So this attack may... Oh, Fury. This attack may be made differently because of life totals. Wow, okay. This actually might spin back in... Oh, no. So this was a very brilliant turn by Simon here. And we are going to extra turns, I believe. I believe that dice in the middle of the table.
Turn 2?
Yep. And we see an Omnath. There's no counterspell. He's going to pull away with this game. It's down to can he win it. And if Simon really is at 20 life, I don't think anyone's going to win.
I don't think either of them want a draw as well, because it's what you said. It's just going to end up going for more on nats, more draws, and you're going nowhere.
There's also a problem of, okay, I'm playing 4-color control. Would I rather have multiple draws? Because that does add points. And maybe you say to yourself going into the tournament, okay, look, I'm playing a slow deck. I'm probably going to draw at least 1 or 2 rounds. You got to have a plan in these spots. You're playing a slow deck. You need a plan. Am I going to concede if I'm losing? Am I going to ask for a concede if I'm winning? Or am I just going to take the draw? And I actually think the competitive nature of these players will lean towards taking the draw. Because multiple draws add points up to a win. If you have 3 draws, you'd rather have 3 draws than 3 losses.
Of course.
And this is now interesting. Because an Emrakul has come down.
So,
Oh, wait! Christopher Larson can actually win this. With a Flooded Strand on the table, you have 4 damage represented from Omnath next turn.
Yes.
You have 13 damage represented from the Emrakul, as well as just 4 attack damage from the Omnath. So if you can control the opponent's turn, kill as many blockers as possible, specifically flying, you can steal this game on the 4th turn of extra turns. So don't forget, Christopher Larson is controlling this turn. It's a Risen Reef off the top. Okay. So what logically am I doing here? Oh, he casts it. Interesting.
it seems like it resolved.
Unholy Heat. Okay. So you can Unholy Heat.
For 6?
Oh, we Unholy Heated the Risen. Wait, what? What's happening here?
Because he's
okay,
playing the
okay.
opponent's turn.
Yeah, he didn't actually attack. Oh, Otawara. That could bounce the Emrakul. So I actually think this is a draw.
But now we need to know, is this game 3 or game 2? Because if it's game 2, then Christopher wins everything.
Oh yeah, Christopher Larson just has to survive. You are correct.
Yeah, if this is game 2, which we need confirmation, I'm not 100% sure, because when we come back, this was the match. But it might actually be game 2, and if it is...
Yes. My mistake on commentary here. I was assuming they were in game 3. They're in game 2. Larson just has to live. I guess you have to Otawara the Oath of Nissa here?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, make 2 1/1s. And Otawara the... Oh, play... Okay. So Larson untaps, draws, and just says go.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. GG from
Perfect.
Christopher Larson.
Yeah.
That is going to be it for round 3 here in Legacy Copenhagen. That was very well played by Christopher Larson. Super complicated games, and let's hope to not have any more 4-color control for the meantime.
Exactly. Yeah, the thing is that we jumped into different matches, and that's why we were not sure if we were game 2 or 3 at this point.
Yeah, that was a very well played match by Christopher Larson, and I think that one thing that we can take away from this match is just because you're a professional player does not mean that you have memorized the wording of every card. The highlight of this match to me was the Lavinia, and it's that if you play tight and play with your cards, it doesn't matter if your opponent's a pro or a normal player or whatever, they can make mistakes, make the best play, and I think that this was a great display of playing tight and trying to play as best as you can in a 4-color control mirror.
Yeah, and apparently here in the mirror, the first game is really important because it might not be a third game. and this is the case.
Yeah. But anyways, that is going to be us for round 3 here at the Legacy Copenhagen event. Hope you guys all enjoyed, and we'll catch you in a couple minutes after the break for round 4.
Yeah, we're excited for that. See you in a bit.
To prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
Welcome back, everyone. Will now join me, and we are here for round 4. Both of these players are trio at the Grand Qualifier here in Modern Copenhagen. We have some interesting matches. So, what are we watching today, Will?
Yep, I managed to get you some nice feature matches this time. No more 4-color control, no more blue-red Murktide at the minute. This time we've got Living End versus Amulet Titan, which are, again, I think 2 of the best decks in the format, and a lot of players walk around the top tables. It's full of Living End, it's full of Titan players. There's a couple of Hammer players in there, a lot more than I thought was going to be here this weekend. And obviously on top of that, you got the 4-color and the Murktide matchups.
For sure, and we'll actually prepare this year a meta break down for a bit further on, and people were asking, so we are sharing with everyone.
Yeah, we managed to get I was doing a bit of running around in between the last rounds, and we managed to get you all the metagame breakdown. We're actually going to tweet it out soon. But the most played deck, I believe, is on this one. Sorry, let's have a little.
I think it's Murktide.
Is it Murktide? Yeah, is it Murktide? It's the most one. 51 players decided to bring that today. And the second most would be Living End at 35.
So 18.5% here with EZ Murktide and 12.7% with Living End. Those are by far the most played decks. We still have the Mono Green Thrones, the Giants, and the decks that everyone loves to bring here. But these decks for sure getting a lot.
Yeah. Sorry, Twitch chat's got me in hysterics.
Yeah, we've been really being interactive with Twitch chat, so hopefully you guys are liking that and taking your feedback. So hopefully everyone is enjoying these games.
Let us know where you're watching from, chat. Where are you in the world? Let us know. Comment. Don't say your bedroom and your bathroom. Tell me where you are. If you're in England, where I'm from. If you're in Portugal, where Filipa's from. Maybe you're in the USA, which state you're in. If you're in Canada. I know there's someone definitely in the chat from Canada. So.
Oh, there's always somebody from everywhere. That's why Twitch chat is so diverse.
Portugal. There we go.
Yeah. And people loving your outfit today.
Well, I'm professional. I try to dress smart. Okay, right. It looks like the match is on. Let's go. So we've got Amulet leading with its, the namesake card of the deck, a turn 1 Amulet. But then Living End responding with the Grief. Grief is such a good card in this matchup. It gets rid of that Living End that I've got. I don't need Living End in my hand. It's a great card to ditch to Grief, and you can potentially take a good card. Looking at the hand, doesn't look like there's many good cards in there, right? It's just a lot of ramp. What side of the match do you think? Which one would you rather be? Would you rather be the Amulet player here or the Living End player?
The Living End player, but just because I cannot stand Amulet Titan. I mean, it's a cool deck, but I sometimes play Mill just because it's really good against it.
You play Mill? Oh,
Yeah.
no. Chat, can we get some Fs in chat? Okay, so passing back. And we're going to see this. We're not going to see much from the Living End player besides just them cascading and cycling. Normally with that Grief, they don't want to be putting creatures in their opponent's graveyard because as soon as they cast the Living End, the opponent will get them back. So it's a bit, realistically, they want it to be on the play and hit that Amulet. That would have been the best thing for them. But we're in the turn here. We're cycling 2. Living End can just keep its 1-land hands, though. And that's the one thing I love, keeping a 1-lander. Keeping a 1-lander and just, you're going to draw so many cards and cycle through your deck. You're going to eventually just fill your hand up with land and hit those 3 lands. Which we look like we've got here. Looks like must be a Brazen Burrow in hand. That could be good for when a Titan comes down and they try to give it haste and bounce it back.
Mm-hmm. And one of the kind of newish cards from just a couple of years ago, Waker of the Waves, definitely so good in this deck here.
I love Waker of the Waves.
I love it.
You basically pick 2 cards in your graveyard to fill your graveyard up, and you get to pick the card you want. Which could be the land you're looking for, the Force of Negation, the another Grief to make sure the path is clear for you to resolve your Cascade spells. I love this deck. This is one of my top 3 decks that I would play in Modern right now.
Mm-hmm. So Lee's playing here with 3 Living Ends in his deck, and he has 4 Force of Negation. So
you do see that quite standard in Living End that they run 3. Occasionally, some run the 4th one in the board if you play against a matchup that's got a lot of counter magic in it. But normally the go-to number is 3 because you don't want to draw it. It's bad drawing it, but obviously you always want to cascade into it. So we're seeing, again, another fetch and a shock here, looks it. Probably the more cycles. Titan player's having a bit of a slow... normally turn 3 with an Amulet out, you expect the Titan player to do a lot more.
yeah, unfortunately, the Amulet player is shuffling the cards a lot, so we cannot really see what's in hand.
So with the play like it, this could be like a Scape Shift Amulet list, looking at it.
Okay.
Let's have a look at what they got. They got Primaton. No, this is just Titan. Oh no, it does. This is Titan Shift. It's got two Scape Shifts in it. It looks like it's just splashing for the Scape Shift as an alternate win con. looking at their deck list. It's interesting. We'll see how we get out. Maybe they get their own combo kill. Oh, give us a second. Technical issues. We all have them, right?
Three forest scape shift is unlikely.
There's two scape shifts in their list currently. How many players are there? There was 472 players today
Yeah,
registered.
actually 479. I think they updated, so probably some players joined after we got
nice.
these numbers. So yeah.
There's always some. Okay, so they've basically passed the turn. They griefed a scape shift out of their hand, so it's definitely that's one scape shift left in the deck, and they could potentially end the turn now, cascade, and get back all these cards in the graveyard. Note that obviously the Amulet player does get back 2 more tribe elders, which they can also sack before their turn, so then they've got 6 mana ready for a Titan if they manage to draw that. Maybe they have a Summoners Pact, but the opponent will get to double grief them. So if there's anything relevant in their hand, there's a good chance Living End's about to take it out of them.
Yeah, and we have the game right back on.
Yeah. Oh no, we're just cycling. We're getting feeding that graveyard a little bit more. But when they've got 3 mana up and they only cycle once, that's a good indication they don't have anything else to cycle in the deck. So now you've got to start thinking what else is in their deck. They didn't cascade end of turn. They didn't cycle again. So it's just pointing to what either they've got more land in their hand or they have force negations.
Yeah, and with 4 force of negations, that's a very likely scenario.
Obviously, that's the card you're going to want if your opponent's going to, cast Scape Shift. Now you've seen a Scape Shift and you know it's in their deck. Ooh, but getting the Colossus on the battlefield. This card is so good. In these grindy matchups, and you can't counter it. Basically, yes, the Living End will be able to wipe this off the battlefield. That's fine. But the fact that they're going to be able to refill their hand. Now, every land they draw is another card. So all these triggers are going to go on the stack. I think they're just talking through now how this works.
Yeah, and it's looking pretty good now for the Amulet player.
Well, they get to refill their hand, right? And with a lot of land, if they've got a lot of land on the battlefield, that means there's not a lot of land left in their deck. So they can eventually, all the top decks are going to be a lot better, which those griefs in the graveyard are not going to be able to hit. As they always say, you can't force seize the top of someone's deck. So I think they're talking about the triggers. So as the lands come into play, the triggers then go on the stack. I believe the Colossus triggers all happen, and then the land triggers where they bounce something back will happen afterwards. But that's what we have judges for, right? As we discussed earlier on, it's never
I gotta love how many lands the Titan player has already.
Oh, they must play what? I think over half their deck's lands. But that's what their deck wants to do. Ramp as many lands in the battlefield, cast Scape Shift, or win through a Titan. With this happening, I think they wanted to kind of Living End, cast Living End in response. But obviously now the triggers are happening. They have to wait for the Colossus to happen. Canopy Garden, get a trigger, get the token. So I like how they're doing this. All the lands that I entered from this are the paintings to the left-hand side, so they can remember all the triggers in one go, instead of just plonking them anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
That shows you, you're an experienced player. You've played this deck before. You've got the reps in. With Amulet, I think that's the key. I think this is such a powerful deck, especially if you can work out how it works. How all the triggers work, the interaction. A lot of maths involved with mana, generating mana, bouncing it, tapping, returning. And there are some absolute masters of this deck.
We have 5.4% players with Amulet Titan here on the event today, so definitely some people chose to bring this deck, and for a reason.
I'm glad we got to see last round that you saw the fully foiled gen deck. You knew there was going to be someone here with fully foiled gen deck.
I told that to Twitch chat. I was speaking with you yesterday, and you told me exactly that. There's going to be somebody with the gen foil deck.
So now we're going end of turn. Now we're casting Living End, which will result. But if you look in the opponent's hand, they do have a Titan into a Courser, I believe. Is it a Courser? Basically, they could have the win next turn, but they're about to get double grief. This is going to be brutal. So Living End resolves. they get all these creatures back. Grief. Second Grief. And they're going to untap. They can block 2, so they can block the 10 power here. They're going to take 5, 11. I still think this is lethal, right?
It looks like it.
I'm pretty sure that's lethal.
You know,
even
like
if they block the
when
2.
they start doing this thing with the table counting, it's not a good sign.
The finger tapping.
Yeah.
Well, they can block the 2 5/5s, and then they just take the rest,
Nope.
which I believe is 21.
Yeah.
So 3, 3, 3 for 15. 20 it's 20, dead on.
Yeah, they're just like shuffling now.
And then, yeah, Living End takes it down on turn 1. I love it.
I think it's a great choice and the second most played deck today here. And I think we were expecting that a bit. At least I was expecting Murktide and Living End and 4 colors, obviously, to be the most played decks.
So, with their sideboards,
Yes, let's take a look at the sideboards
I think
here.
it gets better for Titan afterwards because they got pacts, Summoners Pact, they can instant speed go get things like Endurance. So I can see from their deck here they'd be bringing in the Endurances, and they don't actually have much for this matchup in the sideboard. I guess it's 2 Endurances. Do they have a Paducah Bog in the main? They got 1 Paducah Bog in the main, 2 Endurances. Other than that, we're looking at Dismembers, Highball Crassus, don't think they're good. Force of Vigor, don't think that's good. Tireless Tracker, again, don't think that's good. Beseiju, Island, and then Engineered Explosives. No, I don't like any of these cards.
What would you bring in this matchup?
Just the 2 Endurances. That's
Just
it.
the 2
It's the only
Endurances.
thing I think in that sideboard that's worth playing.
So not
But-
looking too good for the Titan player
one
here.
thing to note, they do have a Relic of Paternoster in the main deck, and obviously they can go get that with the Urza Sagas that they have. So if they can lead on like an Urza Saga early and get down that Relic before the Living End player gets to cascade off, I think that's got to be their game plan to try and win this game.
Yeah, what about here, the Living End sideboard? What would you think?
So Living End, the good thing about Living End is it always has to sideboard. Okay, your opponent is always going to bring something in to deal with the graveyard or deal with you cascading. So 9 out of 10 times you've got to bring in ways to destroy certain, artifacts or enchantments. So looking at their board here, I would say they're probably going to bring in the subtleties, because that can answer a Titan coming in on the play, something along those lines. So they've got 4 subtleties. I kind of like that. I'd bring the four of them in. And then I do need a way to try and get rid of their artifacts. So you could bring in some number of Force of Vigors or the Beseijus here. I don't hate the Brazen Burrows. The problem with that is bouncing the creatures back to the hand is bad. Bouncing Amulet back to the hand is good the turn they try to go up. So again, they have 1 Endurance in the main. I quite like just 1 in this matchup because the chances that it happens like last turn where they can sack the guys, put them in the graveyard, and then bring them back.
Also, I don't think Living End maybe has a lot of options to side out. So, like, what would you even side
I think
out here?
I'm not big on the Force Negations here. It doesn't have many targets besides Summoner's Pact and a turn 1 Amulet. So if it can hit a turn 1 Amulet, great. If it can't, it's going to lose its value. You're only going to be able to get Summoner's Pact. And there's not many targets for it. So I think I would trim a couple of them. I'll probably bring in the 4 subtleties for the 4 Force of the Negations here.
That makes a lot of sense here. I think we're going to start now.
Yeah, we're going back. That's
Second game. And I think Twitch chat it was looking at us for a second there. I look so small next to you, Will.
Hi chat, how are you doing? How's Canister's record? He won round 1. I don't know how he's getting on since then, but we can try and find that out and get back to you later on.
Yeah, and if you want, you can replay round 1 because we actually had Canister on the feature match.
Yeah. Hopefully after this stream's finished, you can all watch the stream back. That was some bit of feedback that was given, so we managed to feed that up the chain, and they said yeah, they're going to do it. So now after this commentary for this the Saturday event, you can watch it back in your own leisurely time.
Yeah, and somebody's saying that Canister is 2 or 1, so
I got you, Crosshair. I got you. Our deck list public on MTG Millie. Not yet, they're not. I believe at some point they might be going public, but obviously we can't make it public while the event's on because people will be able to, see what their opponent's playing, etc. So it'll give an unfair advantage.
yeah, and Chap being super nice.
So,
People are getting a bit too excited about Will's presence, and he's in such an amazing suit today.
I am in I like to be professional and dress nicely, but we got a comment on you. You look lovely today for your birthday.
Thank you.
Can we
I
get some birthday
appreciate
hype in the
that.
chat? Get some happy birthdays, Filipa. Or cake. There's got to be a cake emoji in there somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
Someone will have a cake emoji out there too.
Oh, people are being so sweet.
Here we go. Look, starting with the turn 1 saga. And normally this is bad because obviously by the time you want to use the mana for it, you're not going to get to generate the value from it. But now because they play it turn 1, they get to get the relic turn 2 or their turn 3, which will be the living end player's turn 2. The living end player can't then counter it. So they have to have an answer for that relic if they boarded them in at all. Maybe they've kept the force negation. You can't force it. They're going to have to find some way to get around this relic, which I'm sure is imminent, unless they draw it. If they draw the relic off the top, that'd be pretty backbreaking for them.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the exceptions here where we can cast User Saga turn 1. We never want to do that. This is a great example that you gave, Will.
But they also went and got the map. So the map goes finds the bog. So that's two answers I now have towards your deck's game plan. At least that's what I imagine. That's what I would get here. I would get bog. I would lock up the game because you've got a lot of bounce lands, right? You can bounce it, exile their graveyard. When it starts filling it back up, bounce it back to my hand, play it again. And I've been on the side of the living end player where this happens, and it is rough. You feel like you're not in the game. Also, the old boarded art there. How do you feel about the obviously the reprints? We're getting a lot of old boarded cards now.
Oh, I love the Liliana reprints.
Oh, yeah. Have we spoke about that yet?
No, we haven't.
Well, I'm sure we'll speak about it more about this weekend, but obviously there's been a nice reprint for Pioneer, which is the format for Sophia.
Yeah.
And the top 32 players of this tournament will be going there.
Exactly that. And also we have an event next month in Paris, and the main event, the Grand Qualifier, is going to be Modern. So this is a great chance to look here at our meta breakdown, see what players are doing, and get some inspiration.
So they did go get the relic, and that is big. I feel like I would probably... You're in between a rock and a hard place here. Like, do you cycle in response to filter your deck more? Do you just cycle and then they play the Bajuka Bog? It's pretty rough what's going on here. They're going to wake her. So this is a turn. They've actually given them a turn here, okay? Because they've got no mana, so they can't pop the relic. If they can pit 2 creatures in their graveyard here, untap, play a land, I like casting Living End straight off the bat here and just try and... There you go. You've got 13 power in your graveyard. This is your one chance. And maybe you can Grief as well. Get some, like, some of the 0 mana cost elementals in your hand. This is your one turn to do it. If you can't do it now, I'm pretty sure that's it.
You're locked.
Let's go.
Okay.
Fetches. I imagine it's just a basic. Yeah, basic coming down. And I love these Japanese arts that they've done.
Oh,
They're
I
so
love
beautiful.
it. They're really beautiful. And both playmats also really pretty here.
Wizards know how to get money out of me. If you print a nice basic, I'm going to be buying whatever secret lair or whatever comes of it.
People are asking us, what would we play if we were... I already said probably 4 Color Doom, Domain Zoo or Merfolk's, but I'm a bit off meta player, so...
So I'll answer you in a second, chat, but this is a big play here. So, okay, this is beautiful. He's got everything. So he's playing Grief here. In response to the Grief, the Endurance is getting bounced back to either the top or the bottom of the deck through a Subtlety. That's going to go to the graveyard. So if they can cast Living End here, this is going to be great. I don't know if it's going to be GG, but it's going to be very good.
And
they're showing the hand of nothing. Oh, this. You've teed it up on a plate. This is exactly how.
Yeah.
And then this is all because they tapped out. If they left 1 mana up here, they could at least crack this relic in response.
Yeah.
This is beautifully played. Well done, this Living End player.
And that was a turn, because I was not expecting this for sure. This was a great turn for the Living End player.
And the Amulet player did everything they could, and Living End still fought through all this hate.
Yeah, they had the perfect.
How much power is this? 7 plus 3, 10, 15, 18 power plus the 2, so 19 power on the battlefield.
Yeah.
And now they know their hand. Their hand has got all lands in.
Yeah, not leaving the mana up really is going to...
This is...
Yeah, feel bad for the...
I don't like to call things early, but something magical is going to have to happen. And drawing 2 land is not it. And
that was a fast 2-0 for Living End right here.
And that's why you should play the deck laser, and that deck is good.
And Titan in this game had all the 8 against it, and still couldn't do anything.
That's it. You had 2 pieces of hate on curve, and that 1 turn tapping out that you just think in your head, like, no, they can't go off here. But yet, 19 power later on the other side of the battlefield after 2 Fort Seasons, and it's game over. Nice and simple. So we've probably got our backup match now, which is Burn versus... Well, we'll see in a second. Looks like it's going to go to match 2.
And I gotta love burn showing sometimes. We have 7% of the field being burn, and I think burn can be good in any circumstance, even with so much Fury 8 and... Okay, so I think they are shuffling up here.
Yeah, it looks like they're both sideboarding here. We're just finding out now what the score is, who's up the game or not.
And actually, burn is not as easy to play as people might think.
No, people always think it's like the starter deck, but you know, you're getting into modern, pick burn. But it's normally because it's cheap, but it wins games. It's a good deck if you learn how to pilot it correctly and learn what you need to do in each matchup. Because some players against like Death Shadow will just keep going face early, and obviously that just turns on their Death Shadows earlier. So just knowing that in that matchup you need to sit back, wait for them to kill themselves, and then just untap a load of and cast a load of 3 mana damage spells to their face. So we're just getting the overlay and stuff. What we got? We've got...
Yeah, people saying that Leah the nuts, the living end player.
Yeah,
it was.
That was the nuts,
yeah.
right? But you can't win if you don't play the nuts. You can't draw it if you don't have it in there.
The nut didn't matter. Amulet could have still played around it. Okay, so people think the Amulet player could have left the mana open to break the relic.
Did they not have an untapped source that they could have had? Without going back and looking at it, no. So if they didn't have an untapped land that they couldn't have played, then yeah, they couldn't have played around it, and that's just what it is. But now we've got, I believe, one of the Wizards commentators in the feature match. I believe they're the pilot of Burn.
And we are looking
This
here
isn't
at
a Burn Mirror, is it? Have we got a Burn Mirror?
That would be interesting to see for sure.
Okay,
Okay,
we're just going to look it up and see what they got.
yeah, it looks like it is.
So yeah, do I pronounce that Matea?
It's burn versus... Wait.
I think we've got a Burn Mirror. Now this is interesting. Who's got the most lightning helixes?
Yeah. Burn versus burn.
Well, with my expert opinion, I will tell you that Burn will win this match.
And I will tell you that you're 100% right.
That's why I came here for the expert opinion on the Burn matchup. So this could determine on like either who's on the play, but I would say it's probably who draws the most land / has like the Turn 1 Goblin Guide, a way to reoccur mana, has the Eidolon on the play maybe, something along those lines. It is going to be a straight up race.
I kind of missed the burn mirror.
But it just shows that, Burns at both decks of 3-0 this weekend.
Yeah.
Playing before us, so it's got to be doing well. And he leads off with a Turn 1 Goblin Guide and sees a Swift Sphere on top.
I think against every deck, burn can still do well.
Oh, it looks like there's only one land in hand, so they're not fetching here because they want that Goblin Guide to draw them another land when it attacks. I can't see another land in hand, just a lot of 1-drops and spells. And this is kind of how the burn matchup plays, right? When you're on the draw, you're the control matchup. When you're on the play, you're the aggro matchup. Just going to play a second.
Unfortunately, no Lurels
no
anymore.
No Lurus
Rip
in this
Lurels.
matchup. RIP Lurus.
And chat's opinion is that they think burn is favored in this matchup.
Burn is it. Twitch chat always has big brain plays.
It does. They know. I don't know how they do it, but they always know.
So obviously the Living End player managed to take down the last game, which was 2-0. And they did have the nuts, let's not lie. They had every card they needed for every answer, and they got there. It was very nice to watch on camera.
People are asking for players' record, and they are 3-0, so this is the fourth match.
This is
fourth
round 4, and
yeah.
they are both 3-0.
Exactly.
This was actually table 1 in the standings. Standings? In the pairings. This was table 1.
The best players are burn.
Onto an Eidolon. The camera just needs to refocus a little bit. Or is that just us? They're going to fetch here.
Yeah.
I think you want to kill this goblin. The problem they've got is they want a land off the top of their decks. They want this goblin guy to attack them, but the Eidolon kind of forces their hand, and you're going to have to try and kill this goblin guy so you don't take the 2 damage from the Eidolon. Because that 2 damage is going to add up. It's basically a free burn spell to the face.
Yeah. And this is one of my favorite cards from Burn. The Eidolon, it just deals so much damage both ways.
I love this card. It's very good. When I started playing was, back again was around the Feral set, and obviously this card, even the art's great. Everything about this card's good. Having enchantment creatures, like when I come back, I was like, oh no, this is great. I've even been known to play Eidolon in a Jeskai Spirits deck. Because it is a spirit after all. So I believe they just come back to us while they're trying to fix the camera. I think someone knocks the camera and it got a bit blurry.
Yeah, we got our glasses now. Everything
You
is...
get to see us, welcome back. This is
Yeah.
our faces. The
I
boys-
look so tiny compared to Will. Like,
I'm growing. I'm still a growing lad.
yeah, and look at this suit though. Come
We're
on.
getting there. I got the pinify pin, got the pocket square. We'll get it.
Oh,
We'll
show
get it.
your
Yeah, I've got Magic the Gathering cufflinks on, so I have both the forest and the island symbol on my cufflinks. I went all out for you guys. All out for you. All right, we're back. So they fixed the camera now. So it looks like a bolt took away the Goblin Guide. They untapped to play their own Goblin Guide. That got bolted. And... oh no, so the Lightning Bolt went on the Eidolon. They untapped, played the Swift Spear. Back to the opponent, played the Goblin Guide as a defensive blocker. And now we're caught up with the game. And we're back with a burn play with 3 land. They've got 1 land. 2 land in
Yeah,
hand.
Nielsen doesn't have lands. He's stuck on 1 mana. It doesn't feel good for sure. And he's already at 9 life, so...
Yeah, this is not good. Hitting in for another 4, pitting your opponent to 5. And they're calling it a day there. Looking at the top of their deck, they know they're not drawing another land. They know they're going to have another Swiss Sphere on top.
Yeah, and burn players don't waste time.
No, and was that game 3? Is that the end of the match? That's the end of the match. That was a really, really quick round. So I guess we can talk about the metagame.
Yeah, we can talk a bit about the metagame.
Say it to us. So we can talk about the metagame and how it's broke down now. So the most played deck, as we said before, was...
Is it Murktide?
Is it Murktide? Is obviously the most popular deck in it. Plays Ragavan, Murktide, very tempo orientated, especially with the unbanning of Counterspell. Unbanning, was it banned? No, reprinting of Counterspell into Modern. And then secondly, what do we have secondly? Oh, let's move this paperwork around.
For second, we have Leaving End. So a lot of people also bringing Leaving End. One deck that I'm particularly excited to see because I really like this deck and I want to see it play is the 5-color Indominance,
5-color and dominant?
Yeah.
Oh, the cast. Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's 2.5. We might be able to get that on feature match if it's winning a lot.
I'm surprised because we don't have that many 4-color elementals.
Well, the 4-color elementals is kind of, I suppose you can bracket that in with the
4-color blink
control.
as well, yeah.
So, I don't know, I'll let you do the math and working that one up. We do have 5.4% of the meta is Yawgmoth, and we did ask earlier on what would I be playing in this tournament. I'd probably play Yawgmoth. I feel like that deck's really good, one of the most powerful things you can do in Modern. And people get confused playing against it. They don't understand what they're meant to kill, how they should kill it. Can I cord? Can I do that? Grief has just been printed. Oh no, Grist, sorry. And Grist is like a great planeswalker for that deck. It's like the key missing part. That and Ignoble Hierarch. Those 2 cards made that deck so much more playable and so much more consistent, I suppose, as well as endurance. Basically, Modern Horizons 2 made that deck very playable.
That was what Will would bring today.
I would play Yawgmoth. And 5% of the players today decided they want to bring that. Any 7% on Burn. What else we got? Murktide, Living End. Mono Green Tron is 6%. Can I get some F's in chat?
Rakdos mid-range with 5%, and I would bring that deck. I like Rakdos.
You like Rakdos?
I love
Which build did
Rakdos.
you bring? Just the straight version or the version with Grief that kind of flickers open back?
No, just the straight Rakdos version. I love Rakdos mid-range. Everything, even Jund I like, but unfortunately, I don't think it's the best
Do you
deck
have a
right
fully
now.
foiled Jund deck?
I don't.
That means you can't play it at all.
I can't.
That's how it works.
why
That's
I'm
the
not
rules.
playing. That's why I'm casting, because I don't have a...
I don't make the rules. And then, Team of Rhinos is about 5% as well. So there's a lot of Cascade going on. I suppose if you bunch up the Cascade decks, 13, 5, 18, you're kind of at the same level that Murktide's at. So that's quite interesting. So maybe there's a lack of Teferi Time Rebels running around the field at the minute. I think the only deck that will play that we've got on our list in front of us would be blue-red control and the 4-color decks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only 2% dredge.
Ooh, Death Shadow's got a nice showing, 5%.
Yeah.
Death Shadow plays out there. They might be having a hard time with all these burn, 7% of the meta being burned. Obviously, this is going to get tweeted out at some point, so make sure if you're not on the Twitter, go follow their Twitter. They'll post all these standings, the pie graphs, and you can see it all that way yourself. But yeah, I think on that one, it's we're going to have a break.
Yeah, we definitely are going to have a break now.
Okay.
And
Well-
I hope you're enjoying the games, because we surely are.
I'm enjoying this. I love this. Make sure you stay around, chat. If you're not, hit the follow button, follow this channel, because there's going to be a lot more that coming tomorrow, and we'll be right back with you.
I'm ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it. I'm ready to do it. I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now. I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this. Show you what the truth is. I step on the field. It's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 5 of the Legacy European Tour. I'm HarryMTG, joined here by Will.
Hey everybody, how we doing?
And we are now going into round 5. Both of these players are going to be 4-0, and we're going to be getting some information on their deck list shortly. But we do know that one of these players is on Green-Black Yawgmoth, which I know that you play very well, Will. So why don't you let people know about the deck?
That's my deck. I love this deck. People don't know what it does. It basically has 2 Undying creatures with the new card Yawgmoth, and never Modern Horizons 2 card, making an impact in the meta. And it has a semi-infinite combo that happens with it, so hopefully we can see that go off today. But it also has a beatdown plan. It plays a lot of small creatures with haste that can also beat down if it needs to. It has a creature that's a Planeswalker in Grist. This deck, it's so good. I love it. I don't know what they're against, so we're waiting for the pairings. Sometimes it's good if they got a lot of graveyard hate on exile effects. You basically want to try and dodge the 4-color matchup. It's got a lot of exile effects with Solitudes, Prismatic Endings, and those cards you don't want to see as a Yawgmoth player.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Green-Black Yawgmoth was a deck that has been a bit low-key since Modern Horizons came out, but recently, with the printing of Grist the Hunger Tide, like you mentioned, it is very powerful and something that a lot of control decks should be afraid of. We saw a lot of people complaining in Twitch chat, oh, 4-color control, boring, I'm going to sleep, I'll be back, going for a nap. Well, this is what Yawgmoth is preying on, right? Grist the Hunger Tide, get that down.
Resolving a Grist is so hard to deal with. You can't counter it with a Force of Negation. You can't, it's got a high loyalty. It makes a creature that it does, and then it has a threat of ultimating. It does everything you need, because when you've got Quarter Coolings and, what's the other one? I can't remember the free drop that you go searching for a creature.
Eldritch Evolution.
Evolution, when you try an Evolution as well. Like, being able to do that and you're going to get a good 2-drop. There's so much in this deck. It's a little bit like Pod back in the day, for anyone, any boomers in chat that like Pod. Looks like our opponents are doing rock, paper, scissors, and I love to see it. I love these cards. Do you ever do that? What's your choice of who goes first?
I always go with Rock.
Rock?
Yeah.
Did you ever see how me and Tavin used to do it all the time?
No.
You just go, Rock Monster! You have to do it in like a really weird, high-pitched voice.
What?
Don't ask. It's an in-joke between me and Dan ourselves. Right, let's have a little look at Twitch chat and see what they're saying. Thanks, Snap. I appreciate it. I'm trying. Anyone else has passed? No. More info. Yeah, end of the event. There'll be information on that sort of stuff. Today we're just focusing on Copenhagen and this beautiful format of Modern that we got. Remember, the top 32 players from this event get an invite to Sophia, where the format's going to be Pioneer.
Okay, so both players have shuffled up. It seems like they're both keeping their opening hands. We've got we've got Wooded Foothills on the left, cracking that. Presume some sort of hierarch, or what's the wolf called?
Young Wolf.
Young Wolf, yes. Coming down on the table here.
I'm trying to see what they got in the opponent's hands.
It looks like Murktide, if I had to guess.
I thought it might have been Living End, but
We'll
find
have to
out
see.
very shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah. This round started off swiftly, so we're just waiting for information from MTG Melee for their deck list. We apologize. Let's just see what our Yawgmoth player is doing. Okay, Birds of Paradise. Is this an ideal start for Yawgmoth, or would you want the Young Wolf in play at this point?
No, on the play, unknown opponent, I'm happy. I want to start with a bird. I want to see if they've got an answer to it. And it is Living End.
It is Living End. Okay. So how do you feel about this matchup as a Yawgmoth player?
Well, okay. If the Living End play can go off before Yawgmoth hits the battlefield, I feel like Living End will win.
Okay, so
If they don't, I feel like Yawgmoth can just sack the whole board, put it into the graveyard, so when Living End resolves, they get all the cards back.
yeah.
It's a very hit or miss matchup, and it's going to be interesting how you can fight your way through this. Obviously, starting off with the ramp spell with a bird means there's more chance of a turn through Yawgmoth on the battlefield, and as they're on the play, I think that it's a very big advantage for them here.
Was that an endurance off the top? I see some sort of alternate art card in their hand that they just drew.
I can't make it out, but that would be sick if endurance was in their hands.
Oh, they're thinking, but I think, in my opinion, not too experienced, but I would go for Grist the Hunger Tide, start milling. What do you think about that?
It depends what if they've got a Yawgmoth in hand and they've got a chance of getting out something like another Mana Dork, then I might be in time to do that. But also with Grist, it does pit the cards in your graveyard. So if you do hit creatures, which you don't hit there, if you do hit creatures, it's another way of pitting them in your graveyard. So when they do resolve this Living End, you're basically halfway there with the cards that you need. If you get back a Young Wolf and a Wall of Roots, you can then, chord and go find your common piece you need the next turn after. Obviously, you have to play around the Force of Negation in this matchup, though. So what are they going to do here? And again, Grist being one of the new cards from Modern Horizons 2, well, the Elemental set, one of the only ones that doesn't have Flash. Thank God. Imagine that in your upkeep. Upkeep, draw. Yeah, hold on a minute. Stop there. Flash in my grip. It's 3 Thoughtseize.
So just a land go.
This is what we expect from Living End player, right? If they do just the first couple of turns, it's pass, go, pass, go, pass, go. And the Yawgmoth players deciding what they need to do. 2 mana Wall of Roots. No, Strangleroot Geist.
I like this. I mean, what's Living End wanting to do? Fill up their graveyard. And what, you're applying a clock. You've got an Undying Creature on the board now for if you top deck a Yawgmoth. You got the Grist ticking up.
I was about to say, the Grist doesn't get affected by Living End. It still stays on the battlefield.
Yep. Is that a Dryad?
That's a Dryad Arbor.
It is. Okay.
So that is one thing that you'll get back with the Living End. That's what I mean. That's why Grist is going to be so good in this matchup, especially on turn 2. And then in hand, I can't make out that other card.
I have a feeling that, well, we know they have a Wall of Roots in hand and they decided not to cast it. So I assume that they're looking to sack the Peatland, but also if it is an Endurance, I mean, you want to pitch the Wall of Roots.
Oh yeah,
to
if
Endurance.
it's Endurance in the hand, 100% you're keeping that up.
Yeah.
But it could be the alternate art, Blood Artist, maybe?
Okay.
I know that's been printed in some Secret Lair sets recently.
So I guess we just gotta be patient and see. Our opponent shocks. Is this a Shardless Agent? It is.
Straight up going for it.
Okay.
And it looks like it straight up resolves.
Oh, so there is no...
Are they going to remember that they've got a Dryad Arbor in the graveyard?
Yes.
So with this, when you're cascading with Living End, the longer it takes you to find a Living End means the next time your chance of drawing a Living End gets a lot higher.
Yeah.
So you obviously you normally want them filtered out between your deck, but sometimes it happens and you do end up one doesn't normally do the pitch. So we could see
Oh, Endurance in response.
No, that's not Endurance, is it?
Wait, what's happening? Oh no, they've just griefed. I'm stupid.
Yeah. It's Grief, Wall of Roots, and I don't know, is that a Messenger maybe? An alternate art Messenger? And they don't have the triple black to play it?
I think.
They are looking at their graveyard and they still haven't brought back that Dryad Arbor yet. So I don't know if it's a may or a must.
Kate. Not sacking the Peatland. Oh, thinking about sacking the Peatland. I mean, looking at this board, realistically speaking, as a Yawgmoth player, what do you want as these 2 cards?
What would I want here with this with Grief? I would probably want land Yawgmoth.
Yeah.
Because I can make a token with the Grief. I can then at least draw like 3 more cards by putting sacking the insect token, making the okay, they worked out of the Dryad Arbor, but that's good for them. So
Oh, yeah.
being able to play a lot more, basically refill my hand because I need to combo here now. I'm not winning this race. But then there's only 3, 9, 10, 12 points of damage on the other side of the battlefield. That's still a 2-turn clock, and Yawgmoth's got a lot of play in this still. It looks like they got land, Wall of Roots. Oh no, yeah. Am I missing
Oh, it's
something?
Blood Artist.
It is Blood Artist. Yeah,
Okay. So now you have many options, right? You can use the Grist, which okay, use the Dryad Arbor to draw a card. So I presume you're going to minus the Grist. Yep. And they're going to just... I presume you destroy the Flyer.
Yeah, I think the Flyer is the main problem here. You get the trigger from the Blood Artist, draw, gain life, lose life.
Okay. Oh.
And just go get it. I imagine it's a forest here. And play a noble. But now, your top decks, all the Grists that your opponent draws are bad. You've got top decks of things like Quarter Cooling, Yawgmoth. You can cast Yawgmoth now. I think Yawgmoth's what's needed to change this deck. I can see Force Negation in the Living End's hand. And obviously that's going to be problematic if they draw a Evolution or a Chord. But other than that, I think it's Yawgmoth's the best draw in this deck right now.
People in Twitch chat pointing out, why does the Geist have a +1/+1 counter on it?
So it died from Undying. So when it dies, it comes back with a +1/+1
And
counter on it.
what kill does Living End kill it?
I believe you sacrifice it. I believe Living End says you sacrifice it and it comes back.
Okay. Well, let's try and see if we can
See
get
if we
Living
click
End up
Living
on the
End and see if we
screen.
can have a look. Maybe it exiles it.
We can't get the... Oh, yes, we can. Each player removes all creatures in his or her graveyard from the game, then sacrifices all creatures. So the Geist is sacrificed and brought back with an Undying counter because of the way Living End is worded. So that resolves any questions from Twitch chat. And there seems to be an attack.
It's only for 8 though.
Yeah. I think that, to me, the scariest card on the board is Grief, but there isn't an easy way to kill it. And this is a lot of Magic players are musicians. Have you seen the tapping, the combat math?
I like it.
I want to know what type of beat the opponent's doing.
So they're gonna throw a block in here.
Okay.
Why would we block here? Let's think about this. So you've still got your 4 mana. Oh,
Wait.
maybe we've got the life totals wrong because I would be inclined to take this damage.
So they're...
I'm not sure if I like sacking my whole board there.
Okay.
How did 2 creatures die?
And the...
Yeah, that's something I'm pretty sure.
I'm confused.
If you block with 2/0/1s, it does not kill a 3/2.
Yeah.
And this hard. So Living End's on the.
But he didn't announce any of his Blood Artist triggers. Did he? I'm not too sure what just happened here, but maybe...
Especially if they're at 22 life. If they're at 22 life, I don't think I'm blocking that. Obviously, the Blood Art strokes, they must have been around like 19, 18 life. I think I'll just take it. And that's one thing about Yawgmoth, though. To go off, it does need its life total. It's got ways around it with Innkeeper and stuff. But initially on that board, it needs a way to, gain life and negate the facts. Obviously, with the Blood Artist on play, that's like part of the combo. You want that in play and then you win.
Oh, another Grist.
Double trigger. Double trigger. Get 2 insect tokens. And then you get to go again. And there's the Yawgmoth that we want. That's realistically what you want to draw.
I mean, that does help blocking the Grief.
Yeah, that trades with the Grief.
So I think here the advantage is clearly in favor of the Living End player. But not only that, it's working out how to continue to have board presence without having to use another Living End. And they do go with the line of, look, you can double block one of my creatures. At the end of the day, I'm still getting in for a decent chunk of damage with a 4/4 flyer. I think you also would do this line because you have not only perfect mana because of the Urborg, so you can cast black cards that you draw. You can suspend Living End if you really wanted to with that Urborg. But I think it's more importantly that almost every cyclable card in their deck right now is a castable.
Yeah, pretty much. But they just have to sit back here. The only problem they've got right now is that Grist on the battlefield, and they're going to be able to do that over 2 turns. Now, if you look at the Living End player's hand, I believe they've got a Force Negation plus a Brazen Borrower, which that covers both threats that the Yawgmoth player can draw here. I'm not, they're only thinning here to thin the deck. With the Yawgmoth's Tomb on the battlefield, I don't think I would be fetching there. Normally, you can obviously fetch up a Dried Arbor, if you take case you do draw something like a Yawgmoth, so you got an extra thing to sack, but this is purely just to thin the deck, I believe, because they do need to top deck something, because they are very far behind here. I do love the sleeves, though, Batman sleeves. Has a quick look.
To me, that looks like a Yawgmoth player that just drew a Yawgmoth.
I would say they drew a Chord.
Ooh, Chord of Calling, okay. What's this? Is
Oh,
that a Lava Spike?
That's their promo. They're using it as tokens.
Oh. Sure. And what exactly was drawn? So if they have Chord of Calling, they can chord for 4. They could get a Yawgmoth, but they attack. Okay.
They're getting aggressive.
And they can... Our opponent here is tapping their Misty Rainforest, because don't forget there is an Urborg in play, and a Brazen Borrower bounces one of the tokens. Not only suppressing the board, applying a threat to the battlefield on the end step. This is looking really good for the Living End player, and they pass. So, if they do have a Chord of Calling, it's very unlikely, right? Because you can only chord for 2.
Now that they've attacked with those 2 creatures, I'm pretty sure they don't have a Chord of Calling.
Is there any way that this Yawgmoth player would have a Collected Company, not knowing their deck list? Or is that a card that's not seen at all?
No, not really seen it. Some decks play Aether Vial, I've seen, but I've never seen any play Collective Company. Just the hits off it aren't that good. Normally your creatures are a bit dawdly, but then they follow up, obviously, with Grist and Yawgmoth. It just completes the cycle for you to be able to combo off.
Yeah.
So they're killing the Grist here, which, that was the main threat on the battlefield. It'd be interesting to see what they got left in their hand. If it's a land, you might as well play it in for later on chords. If it's a creature, you'd probably have played it by now. Evolution's not great. Pit Living End in the graveyards. Hard cast another 4.
Ooh, that's really good.
Oh, they're using their own Yawgmoth tomb to their advantage. I'm going to make sure you don't draw anything for the next 3 turns.
The only time where deck stacking in Magic is legal, we have
Grist.
now changed... Oh, we let them draw Grist. Okay, I mean, to be fair, that doesn't really impact the board against flyers, but it allows them to kill. So what you're saying, essentially, is that the other 2 cards are better than Grist?
Well, I think Grist was what they drew last turn and couldn't play because there was a Grist in the battlefield. I think they picked the birds that are currently in the hand. I think we're going to see it now. I think this is what was left on top.
Right.
I think it was the birds. Still really far behind here, though. Yep, just keep turning things sideways.
We have a double chump, take 5, go to 2, should be.
Okay, what have we got here? So, Grist makes a blocker. Yawgmoth's not an out anymore. I don't know. I don't think of a way out of this, especially through a force negation as well.
Wall of Roots.
2 blockers, and then you just die to the other 2.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're just going through the motions now. This game's over. All at you, hoping they all went to the Grist. Play 2 outs, though. Got to play 2 outs.
Interesting. Okay. Well, sideboarding in this matchup, what do you think the Living End and Yawgmoth player are looking to do?
If I'm the Yawgmoth player, and I am a Yawgmoth player, I don't leave the house without 3 or 4 endurances in my deck. Like, that is obviously the house in this matchup. This is what you're going to want. And this person does have 3. 1 in the main, 3 in the board. They are coming in. Definitely coming in. You could also go for the Necrom... I can never pronounce that. Necromancer, is it? Next one down to now.
Necromentia.
Yeah. You could try to go niche on this and take out the Living Ends. Because if they cascade, they're not cascading into anything. So if you take the Living Ends out, they don't have that hard combo piece that they're after. Especially as I'm on the play. I don't mind it on the play because I can turn to it through like a Noble Hierarch or, a Bird of Paradise. It is a bad late game draw though. Scavenging Ooze, again, great card I'll be bringing in. Don't like the crime. I don't like the rest of them. I think I'll bring in the endurances and maybe the Ooze. So that's like 5 cards. Mm-hmm. On the Living End side, what are you going to bring in?
Well, what I'm thinking about here is specifically how good is Force of Negation? Because we will... Pulling up their deck list right now.
We're getting there.
Give us 2
Force
seconds.
of Negation, it's got targets, right? So it's got probably 7 to 8 targets in the deck. Is that enough to keep it in?
They do have 4 Force of Negation, and they have 1 Subtlety in the main. In the sideboard, Living End is working with Leyline of Sanctity, Force of Vigor, Foundation Breaker, Mystical Dispute, 2 Subtlety, 1 Living End, and 3 Endurance. So if I was a Living End player here, I think that there is not a lot. You want the subtleties for interaction, obviously.
I'd bring the endurances in.
You bring the endurances for the undying creatures as well. That makes sense. As well as Grist, we saw a lot of self-mill. As well as board, there's potential board sack with Yawgmoth, like you mentioned. So it's a tough one because you really have to load up on interactions for the combo, as well as their graveyard, as well as you have to still be Living End yourself.
Exactly. And we spoke about this earlier on, diluting your actual game plan of your deck. If you take out a lot of cyclers, you're just going to be stuck. You're not be able to cycle and get things in your graveyard. It's a big thing in Modern. People tend to over sideboard. They think these 8 cards are great. Cool. I'm going to take out 8 cyclers so I can play them. Oh, now I can't cycle and get cards in my graveyard. So it's just knowing that happy medium between both, you know, how many cards to bring in, how many not. If the card matchup is really bad, maybe you do bring 8 in. But I don't think it's that bad here for Living End. I think especially now both players, I imagine, are bringing endurances in. We might see like maybe 7 to 8 endurances cast this game.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing mentioned by the Twitch chat is Blood Artist is target player.
Yes.
So if you were a deck playing with Leyline of Sanctity in the sideboard, is this something that you would bring in against Yawgmoth as a Yawgmoth player? Do you think that's okay?
It is okay. The problem is you have to mull to it. Like, are you willing to take mulligans to get a card in that stops the combo hard?
Right.
But on the flip side, the Yawgmoth player might be bringing in a way to destroy your Leyline. If you do that, then they combo off. It's pretty much game over.
Okay. And as the Living End player, though, I guess you have a lot more value against Yawgmoth because they're playing endurances, aren't they?
Yeah. So yeah, maybe you do bring it in because they can't target you with the endurance, they can't target you with the blood ice, they can't target you with the messenger.
Yeah.
So it would turn up 3 of your key cards in this matchup. And unless the Yawgmoth players had, big brain played it and brought in some sort of removal for it, maybe one of the, like a Force of Vigor to get rid of it. Other than that, which in my this matchup, I'm not bringing the Force of Vigor. I'm not big braining that. I might bring in the 2-drop, the wolf guy that flips around. Can't remember its name. Twitch chat will tell us. I might bring that in just for, in case they do bring in something spicy. Because they're not going to bring in things like Cage and Relics and stuff like that because they'll cascade into them. It's not good for them. It's not a good play. It's going to be interesting, though. And this is why I love Modern, right? This is where the mind battle is. What is my opponent bringing in to counteract what I'm bringing in? Is what I'm bringing in enough to counteract what they're going to try and do with the main game plan? It's just a very back and forth of... It's a game of chess, right? Aren't you a big chess player?
I used to be on my town's chess team.
Big up, you big... You should put that on the resume.
Oh, thank you.
Told you last week, / used to be on the chess team.
Yeah. Okay, both players shuffling up. They're going to be drawing their opening 7s. What I want to know is what's one card from the Yawgmoth player that we might have seen game 1 that we will not see game 2 or 3?
I kind of like trimming down on the walls a little bit.
Okay.
The walls don't do too much here. And you kind of want your explosive mana stuff on turn 1. I do like keeping in the wolves and your combo. I think that is the main thing because you're not going to win a beatdown race here against Living End. They will just go off before. And I do heavily think endurance is going to be a key to this matchup. I'd be very interested if these ley lines did come in though. The more we talk about it, the more I think actually that's really good tech against the Yawgmoth.
We have the ley line of Sanctity on the board.
Oh my word, okay. We're going to find out, chat. We're going to find out.
So, as a Yawgmoth player, would you be afraid right now?
I'd think, oh god, right, did I board in the cards I need? If I didn't, how am I going to win this game?
Yes.
Even Grist. Does Grist say target player? The ultimate?
I'm not sure about that one. We'll definitely see when the Grist enters the battlefield if they do cast it.
So it does look like... Yeah, I love it. Like, that's great. Like, well done, this Living End play. That is a big hedge play.
Yeah, I really like this, to be honest. The more I think there's a lot of times in Magic where you can easily brush off a card. Right, like an inexperienced player in this matchup, why would you ever want Leyline of Sanctity against a creature deck? And then you realize, wait a second, they do have endurance in their deck. They do have other effects that can target you. And, surprisingly, he still takes the endurance out of their hand, even though they can't be targeted. Do you think that that's a mistake?
Well, what they're basically... I don't like taking creatures, but they don't have an option here. But doing that will mean that if they're Living End, it will come back to the battlefield, right? They'll end up getting endurance. That Grist is definitely in the graveyard as well.
Right. So essentially, you got to be worried about, okay, if I take a good card like Yawgmoth when I do Living End, that's going to come back on the table because of my grief.
They might be scared of Force of Vigor as well, though. Like maybe if my opponent's top deck's a Force of Vigor, they then have endurance up, so it's just a safe play. And here we're going. So we're kind of ramping out, right? Ramping out, so next turn I can play my Yawgmoth. Have they got... Oh yeah, we've got the Bird's Paradise. And that's why they didn't play the Strangleroot Geist last turn. It's because they need to get double black for next turn so they can play the the Yawgmoth in hand.
So do you think cycling sorcery speed here implies... What is this?
I think
I wonder why they're doing it sorcery speed.
They know their hand, and they know that there's a Yawgmoth in it. They're trying to find a grief so they
Okay.
can take it out.
Grist off the top.
This could be a really good turn.
Yawgmoth comes down.
I'm interested how they're going to navigate. Obviously, a living end this turn. But now Yawgmoth's on the battlefield, they can just sacrifice everything, put it into their graveyard, refill their hand, and then they get it all back from the living end.
Yes, and let's quickly look at the wording of Yawgmoth, why don't we? Oh, there are some lens flare. We can't
The
identify
old
the card.
ordered version.
Right, okay, that's unfortunate. Well, we won't be able to look at the specific wording, but Yawgmoth, I believe, cannot sacrifice itself.
He cannot sacrifice himself. No, he actually has protection from himself, protection from humans. But he has proliferate for 2 black, discard a card, or pay 1 life, sacrifice a creature, give type creature -1/-1, or up to 1 type creature -1/-1, draw a card. And it's pretty good, protection for the living against living end. The problem we're going to have here is I think the living end player is going to pit too much in their graveyard, and they're just going to go too wide for the Yawgmoth player here.
So, if you had 4 creatures, does the wording of Yawgmoth let you put -1/-1 counters on the Yawgmoth? Oh no, because that's protection
It's
from
protection
itself.
from himself.
Ah, okay.
And now that there's literally it's that ley line. If it wasn't for that ley line, we could almost see game over here. Like I would go for the kill here. I'd start drawing more cards, seeing what I can hit, seeing if I can go off.
And you know what might incidentally win the living end player of the game? That Yavimaya Coast?
Giving them the green mana.
Yeah, they get green mana from the green Urborg from the Yawgmoth player. And this is going to be 2 games in a row now where the land that gives all land types will hurt the Yawgmoth player more than it will give them benefits. Yes, and see, we have the green mana from the opponent's land, and they can now living end on the upkeep. Or in the draw step.
Yeah, draw step, because he's got a grief in his graveyard.
Yes.
He wants to be able to take that card.
There's living end, second from the top. It's going to be
this
cast.
would be interesting if they drew a Cord of Cooling there, and in response they could go and get the guy that can destroy an enchantment. They could basically win the game here. But obviously it's not a cord they draw. As I imagine they would have done it.
I
That's
believe
an
you're talking
endurance.
about Foundation Breaker.
No, not Foundation Breaker. That's what the living end player. But it's the 2 mana wolf. You pay 1, sacrifice to destroy target artifact enchantment, or he flips.
Oh, Outland
That's
Liberator.
it, Outland. If that's still in the deck here and they manage to draw a chord, which again here now they get to refill their hands, so drawing a chord's quite likely. Make a mana here. Sack this.
Twitch chat, like we just said, the green mana is from the Yawgmoth player's land, the Urborg Greenland. Okay, so we do see the Yawgmoth player draw a ton of cards, one including an Endurance, and they can't do any... Is that... No, that's no way that's a Force of Vigor on top of his hand, because he would have cast it already, wouldn't
No,
he?
if that was Force of Vigor, I would... What? Are they cording for what? Oh no, they got mana. 1 mana, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cord for... They are going to cord for 2.
Force of Negation.
Force of Negation.
Get that out of here. I'm not letting you do any shenanigans.
Another reason to do it in the upkeep. Beautiful.
And the Court of Calling has gone to exile. But everything comes back apart from the Yawgmoth.
And they get to choose the best card in their hands now. The Endurance happens. Where's that? That's obviously got to trigger yourself.
Yep. It is a maze, so if they do miss it, is it okay?
It does look like they brought in the exile all cards from your graveyard hand and discard the I still can't pronounce the name of it.
Necromentia.
Thank you. Well, I think it's obviously too late now. I like taking the evolution here. I think that's the problem. They can go get another Yawgmoth, start building the deck up again. Oof.
We are having some technical issues. Don't worry, the game will come back as soon as possible.
Spell table.
Anyway, so far, what would you say? Who is favored in this matchup? Living End or Yawgmoth?
Living End. Living End's got to do its game plan. It's had the hate pieces it needs, and I think that ley line has been key. If that ley line wasn't in play, I think the Yagmoth player would have won by now.
Yeah, I think so.
I think they would have been able to combo up in response to all this, even through a forced negation. But now with that ley line stopping everything, this is pretty brutal. They can't even target him with the
Necromentia.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is definitely becoming a bloodbath. We have, what, 4, 8, 12 power in the air.
And one bird to block.
And
it's
yeah.
an endurance. Endurance can block.
Oh, true.
And there's a second endurance in hand, I believe, or did they take that? No, they took the second endurance.
With the grist, logically speaking, what is the line? You have a grist, you could like sack the Geist, kill a 4/4. You're looking for another endurance or a way. You just don't have enough mana.
No, you don't have enough to work with here. Also, you got to remember that the one of the creatures has got Swamp Walk. 3 are flying. 1 has Menace. 1's a 5/5. There's too much on that side of the battlefield, I think, to deal with. And this was the game plan for the Living End player. They knew that there was a Yawgmoth on the battlefield. They couldn't find the Grief to go get it out of their hand. So now they're going to go, right, well, I need to go wider. And they managed to go wider. They took that 1 extra turn, made 2 or 3 more cycles, and now this board state is just huge. And I don't think the Yawgmoth player can deal with it well.
Yeah.
But this is Magic. Everything can turn around. 1 or 2 cards, and they're good. I don't think they can kill them in 1 turn here. I think it's going to take 2. They play the lands. You know their hand. I think I'm just playing out. So are they going to draw a card here? No, they're going to evolve. So they evolve. I believe there's another force negation in the hand. Are they going to target it? Yep. Stop doing everything you do. Don't have any fun. I want to do it all myself. And that could just be the nail in the coffin here. So, top deck in. Even though the damage is done, the top deck's not really going to do much here.
Swamp Walk is active.
Yep. So that's 11 power plus a 5/5. Take that. How do you feel about this? Do you like leaving a couple back, or would you just be in there with everything?
I think it's So they're leaving creatures back because they're. Yeah, I'm not really too sure about this, because how do you lose the game? It's by a load of sacking and card draw, right? I think you're fine with trades. If there was an Undying creature on the table, I'd be more afraid to attack, because they're just putting a counter on it. But even then, if they had Undying, I'd probably still attack. Just bash in, try and shrink their board as much as possible with that many flyers, as well as Grist can sack creatures to kill things. You want at the least amount of creatures on the board, because they're going to chump or trade with half-decent creatures, and then they're going to sack... They're going to still have to sack things. Okay, so what just happened?
So it looks like they've killed 1 blocker with the Noble, floated the mana. Are they going to try... Have they got, like, loads of Geists in hand? So that's currently 8 damage. And they're at 10. Have they got a way to kill plus Geist? Now, we know there's Endurance in hand. We know that there's the card I just can't say. Necra Schnurkadiddler. I think they're dead. I don't think there's many outs here.
I think, yeah. And definitely casting the Geist before drawing a card was an interesting play.
Yeah, I get you. Oh, now we're playing the violin again.
And yeah, game over.
Twitch
Wow.
just asked, why was there no... Basically, because there's a Leyline of Sanctity in play, they can't be targeted with the Endurance.
Yeah.
So, we spoke about it with the sideboarding, which... Would we bring that in? The more we spoke about it, the more I'm like, yeah, that would... And if I didn't hedge that you were having them, it does what the game there. It saved you the whole game.
That was a really sick match, and we're actually going to try and get this Living End player in for an interview, because that Leyline play was really amazing, and we want to talk to them about the sideboarding.
Yeah.
So our coverage team is trying to get them in for an interview right now, but that was a very impressive match. I think both players played almost... they played with very good information from what they had with their hands, right? Yeah. Did you see any play apart from the Leyline that really highlighted the match?
No, it just did its job, right? It has the disruption. It forces you. It has force negation. It then brings back everything it needs to do more than the Yawgmoth player was able to do. And they just did their game plan. They did it well. They executed it, and that was a great execution of how Living End should be played, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're going to get them in. You can have a chat with them. Harry's just finding their name for them.
Huh, their name's Harry.
Harry and Harry.
Yes.
Isn't that like a TV show?
I have no clue. But what I do want to know is why you would specifically play Living End. And you know what twins along with Living End? Team of Rhinos. I've seen you walk around the venue a lot. Is this a deck that you've been seeing?
I've seen a lot of them. Obviously, we spoke about earlier. 5% of the meta is Team of Rhinos. If you add that to the Living End, that's the same percentage of Cascade decks that are with is it Murktide? Almost forgot the name of them. So it's the same number of decks. If you Cascade decks into their own bundle, it's the second most played or joint first deck of the whole tournament.
Yes.
It's also nice to pick up. It's not a cheap deck though. Like Force Negation's pretty pricey. Obviously, it's had quite a few reprints now. Speaking of reprints, Liliana, how do you feel about that?
I think that having Liliana in Pioneer will definitely hurt the format a lot.
Hurt it?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because I think that you're creating a misbalance in that you're printing a very powerful card for an already tier 1 deck, and you're not giving any assistance for anything else. I think that Blue-White versus Rakdos and Pioneer right now was kind of the pivotal decider on a lot of tier 2 and 3 decks. And the fact that Red-Black already had a favorite Blue-White matchup, and now you probably make it almost the buy, it then makes it very awkward for lower decks. Like, I think the top 3 decks in Pioneer are Red, Black, Blue, White, Mono, Green. And Mono, Green really struggles between fighting in between Red, Black, and Blue, White. And if you cut Blue, White out of the equation, then you're just going to have such a heavily skewed metagame.
Can you see any other decks like boosting from it? So we're already making a tier 1 deck even better with Liliana. What about any like tier 2, tier 3 decks that are going to get a boost? Like maybe Mono Black Devotion comes back out of the woodwork.
So I think that actually what I will see go up in the tier list on Pioneer is all the humans decks. We've seen a lot of green-white humans, green-white splashing other colors to play Thalia, to play Mantis Rider, Reflector Mage. There's also a lot of cheap 1-drops that get counters. There's the Luminarch Aspirant. And I think that's what that's what you want against Liliana the Veil. You want these disruptive, almost tax style decks. And I think that we do have our player here.
Are we here?
Yep. So
Harry, I'm going to step out while we get the Living player.
Yep.
Harry,
Yeah, so if you just leave your bag here, if you just come sit down. We are still live, so
I'm going to talk to this masterclass.
yep. So if you want to sit down, if we get the camera on us. Oh, we do have the camera on us.
Oh, wonderful.
So you just beat Green Black Yawgmoth with Living End.
Yeah.
And actually what surprised all of us is when you were sideboarding, we were really confused between should you board in Leyline of Sanctity because you have Blood Artist, you have Endurance, and you actually boarded it in and had it in the game.
It was a lucky one, for sure.
Yeah, so can you kind of explain to us what your specific reasoning in sideboarding is why you brought it in?
Yeah, so Leyline is primarily for Endurance matchups. Endurance wrecks the deck. And I know that Green Black has it. I practiced against the guy yesterday, actually. Met for the first time, played a few games with him. Endurance is rough. So it's mainly there for that. As a nice bonus, it also stops Giraffe's Messenger getting the combo kill.
Yeah.
And Blood Artist as well for that sort of thing. So it's a nice freebie that it gets those, but it's mainly for Endurance.
Okay. And another question we actually had was, Force of Negation is a really awkward card because sometimes, you know, they'll just play creatures and cast a Yawgmoth, and we saw you actually had it for the Court of Calling and the Upkeep.
Yeah.
So is this a card that you trim or you leave 4 copies in?
I leave 4 copies in, because all the worst cards that they play are Cord and Eldritch. And they fill out the combo. Like, if they have the Young Wolf Strangleroot Eldritch draw, I lose instantly, because they just draw their whole deck.
Yeah.
So, Force is, I think, a necessary keep. It's annoying it doesn't hit Grist, because it's a creature on the stack.
Yep.
But yeah, it hits the combo kit cards, which is what you need.
Okay, that's really great. And another thing is, with Living End, your deck is literally just cycling creatures, some interaction, and Living End. How would a new player go about sideboarding, bringing in random cards like Leyline of Sanctity?
Obviously, it's knowing matchup. I would say I'm quite a new player with the deck as well.
Okay.
So knowing the worst cards to face is the main thing. For me, Endurance is pretty much number 1, followed by like Relic of Genesis and Chalice of the Void. So knowing what cards they can have and then to bring in against that. So the deck against Hammer Time, for example, the only card you're worried about is Lavinia. you get the free enchantment artifact removal stuff, but Lavinia's gotta die, so you play subtlety for that.
Okay.
Against something like Tron or Control, where they play Chalice, you need all the forces you can get.
That makes a lot of sense. And the last question we got for you today was, we do have one living end in the board. Why do you have that?
So that living end is a very last minute addition, if I'm honest. I'm borrowing off of much more experienced players. But that living end is there for any deck that's playing a lot of counter magic, because you will cast your first 3 Cascaders, and you might not have the Grief or the Force backup to get it through. So they will be countered. So that one's there just to make sure that, if you draw one by accident, you've still got that
That
security.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Awesome. Well, Harry, thank you for coming to the booth. Is there
thanks so much.
anyone you want to thank or anyone to shout out before you leave?
Thank you, MTG Top 8, I guess.
Awesome.
And if anyone is watching at home, much love. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks
Good
so
luck
much.
for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks so much. Take care, guys.
Awesome. Well, that is going to be the summary for round 5. We're going to have a quick check if the backup feature match is still going. Nope. So that's going to be it for round 5. Want to thank you guys for watching, and we will be back shortly. But for now, please check out our sponsors.
ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now. I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. Here we are playing Modern and we are going into round 6. I'm HarryMTG, joined here by Filipa.
Yes, and today we are going to bring a spicy deck for you all. So Glimpse is actually 5-0, and we saw a game of this deck a while back in round 3, but since it's doing so good, we decided to bring it back in the feature table, and everyone seemed to enjoy this deck. And what is this deck playing against?
So we have Marco Silva on 5-color Glimpse against Marlon Neira, sorry for the mispronunciations, on Azorius Hammer. And this is going to be a really interesting matchup because they're both very fast decks. Now, Glimpse is fast but has a lot of luck involved, and Hammer Time is more of a fast deck that's streamlined to be fast. So I'm really interested in the power dynamic here because both players are going to be doing extremely powerful things on the early turns. Now, if we quickly look at the deck list here, we just need a couple minutes to look at the deck list, but players are shuffling up as we currently speak. And I want to quickly say that a lot of you have been giving us feedback in the Twitch chat, whether it's about downtime, live totals, links in the chat. This stream is new. We're working really hard on it, so please forgive for any downtime or anything that might be going wrong. It's all being noted for the next future event, and we thank you for giving us this feedback. If you don't want to use the Twitch chat, you can also tweet at Legacy or anyone that you think is appropriate to let us know what you think about the stream. And now we have access to the deck list, looking at Azorius Hammer. Oh, yes, looking at Azorius Hammer here, we can see...
And we had, in the first match, we actually saw some Azorius playing, so it's going to be fun to have the Hammer Time again. It's definitely a deck I'm excited to see, and I'm very happy to be doing it so well. There's 6.2% of players with Azorius Hammer in this tournament, which is important to notice. And I think there's very few players in Glimpse because it doesn't even appear in the meta breakdown. So definitely a wise choice from Marco here, and I mean, I even say it's the deck of the day, right? Or one of the decks of the day.
Yeah, I really like it, to be honest, and I've really liked watching it throughout the tournament. This is, what, the second time we're seeing it now? And what's interesting is, okay, we're now seeing the games. We see a start of Esper Sentinel from Hammer Time. And what I want to see is how many Spell Pierce the Hammer Time player is playing. 2 Spell Pierce and 2 Blacksmith Skill. Those are the only cards that Marco has to be worried about game 1 besides the combo. And also, interestingly, we see Caldra Complete and Nettle Cyst in the main deck of the Hammer Time player. I don't follow Hammer Time too closely. This might be stock, but this is definitely a way to apply pressure onto the Glimpse player, as well as the Caldra can attack very nicely into them. Quickly checking now as well. Using the mouse, I can see that they do not play any Metallic Rebuke. That is also an option that you could play in the Blue-White Hammer Time, but we do see 2 Mana Leak and a Spell Pierce in the sideboard. Those are all counter spells that we need to be worried about. So what exactly is the Hammer Time opponent representing here? I would assume Spell Pierce? I'm actually interested why they passed with only 2 lands. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think they're playing some counter magic. They have 2 Spell Pierce in the deck. I hope everyone is listening to me correctly. If anyone could turn up my volume, that would be great. Some people in chat say that I'm pretty low. But it looks... actually, Marco, we did an interview with him, the Glimpse player, and he said that he was kind of scared of Hammer Time. So I guess he's getting what his worst nightmare. Do you think that Hammer Time is that favorite against Glimpse?
I'm gonna say that it's gonna be tough as Glimpse because of all the cheap counter magic. If the Hammer Time player does not have cheap counter magic, then you're happy. And people in the chat are asking, what's the point of Spell Pierce and Blacksmith Skill? Blacksmith Skill specifically gives a target permanent hexproof, and if it's an artifact creature, it gets +2/+2. So that's obviously countering cards in this matchup, specifically things like Fury. We're not really too concerned about that, though. The Glimpse player is concerned about Spell Pierce, because that counters the Glimpse, which is your combo, and that's going to be difficult to work around.
I think Spell Pierce is overall a great card, and your opponent is going to always be afraid that you have it. And one of the reasons why this list is running blue is this list also running the Reality Ship, because the first game we saw, the first match, the Hammer Time had also the Reality Ship on it.
Yes, so the Reality Chip is definitely one of the reasons why you want to play blue. Hammer Time is a deck, while on the front face looks very aggressive, you do have cards like Urza's Saga that make it very awkward for grindy matchups, and the Reality Chip there is your one-up that you can search up either with Steel Shaper's Gift, I believe is the name of the card, and Stoneforge Mystic. So, you know, it's just there for those grindy matchups. It can easily come out, and it's really nice just to reconfigure it onto something like an Ornithopter and just start gaining so much card advantage. But I think the Hammer Time player right now is looking to build a board, hold up counter magic, and just basically get the aggro plan on. I would expect them to get a hammer here specifically from this Urza Saga, or a Springleaf Drum.
So no Shadow Spear, you think?
I don't think Shadow Spear, because you're not looking to gain life, and you're looking to end the game.
Yeah.
Getting a hammer down, you're looking to get a Pure Steel Paladin in play, you're looking to keep hitting your land drop so you can keep representing counterspells, as well as you just want to have the hammer on the table for, again, a Pure Steel Paladin off the top. What's going to be played? That's a Springleaf Drum. So this is just... Oh, that's using the floated mana from Urza Saga. So he did not need to tap for that. And we have 2 mana here for Pure Steel Paladin. I really like this play, because what they have done is they, on the front face, look like they've tapped out, but they haven't. They've got the Springleaf Drum, so Spell Pierce is still up. Now they've equipped the Esper Sentinel. When that triggers, Marco's going to have to pay 11 mana to not let the Hammer Time player draw a card. So this is the right play to make. However, I'm not a fan that they just passed back the turn. I think that the way that you lose this game is through Fury. And Pure Steel Paladin right now dies to Fury. And the way Pure Steel Paladin is worded, you can re-equip an equipment for free at any time on your turn. So why not, after attacking, equip the Pure Steel Paladin, and then you don't have much of a problem of Fury.
That's for sure. And can they still cast a spell pierce in case?
Oh, yes, sorry. I actually made a huge mistake pointed out by Twitch chat. This play cannot be made because there's 1 damage on the Esper Sentinel. It would die. My mistake. I retract that. Good calling me out on that, Twitch chat. Okay, so we do have an endurance on the battlefield from the end step, and we can see a Shardless Agent in hand. So Marco has the choice between Omnath.
Yeah.
Okay, he
Omnath.
goes for Omnath.
And he goes for it really quickly. Twitch chat has the power, for sure. I bet Twitch chat already saw a little play that we didn't.
Oh, another hammer. Draw a card. Okay, there's no trample yet.
And that's why Shadow Spear is also really good. Not only the life link, but the trample is also really important.
Yes. So it's important that the Ornithopter loses flying from the Colossus Hammer. So that is not really a problem. And being at, 19 life, I think that you can aggressively take damage here. Because you really need the permanence on the Glimpse's side. And can we see... Ooh, I think I saw a blue card in the Hammer Time player's hand. But luckily, with an Omnath on the table, it is very easy to play around Spell Pierce.
Okay.
I do believe that Glimpse will win soon. Twitch chat is spamming saying that Glimpse is winning, but don't forget, it's a luck-based deck. You could, in theory, just flip 9 lands off the top. So we're not going to call it a win just yet. Let's see what Marco decides to do.
But it's definitely looking good for the Glimpse player here.
Okay, he draws. He does have a Scalding Tarn. That triggers the Omnath. Gain 4 life, which is actually somewhat relevant here.
Omnath is just so good. It gains you life. It draws you cards. It deals damage. It does everything.
Okay, so Omnath triggers, and we now have 4 pips of mana available to Marco, which he's representing on the board right now. I presume that he's going to go for a couple permanents and then Shardless Agent, being thoughtful of Spell Pierce.
This is an important game, so definitely playing with a lot of caution here. He doesn't want to make any mistake.
Ooh, very nice play by Marco. Going for an evoked Way Sifter rather than hardcasting it again to play around Spell Pierce. Here you could have hardcasted it and still cast the Shardless Agent, but he's being thoughtful of interaction from his opponent.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have the Shardless Agent on the stack with Cascade, 1 red floating. And he will float mana in response because Glimpse shuffles his lands into his deck. This is a tight play, as you will need the mana on later in the turn if the Glimpse does decide to resolve. So let's start flipping.
Yeah, so it looks like he has 2 red floated, 1 green, and 1 blue.
There's the Glimpse. Now, what does Glimpse do, Filipa?
Glimpse, now Marco will have to shuffle all his permanents into his deck, and he's going to basically go for things and get a lot of Omnaths, get a lot of things going, a lot of enter the battlefield triggers, and basically win the game on the spot. So the opponent is reading, is counting.
So I think there's a Esper Sentinel trigger on the stack, which is what they want to resolve.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. And Marco is not going to pay, obviously.
Okay. Now, if you have the Spell Pierce on the Hammer Time side, I'm not even sure you want to cast it. Because you can burn 2 mana, but that's not really the problem. The problem is the next glimpse. So, I guess you could use Spell Pierce in a sense that, oh, I'll prevent you from sacking 1 clue, but yeah, I think I like this. Just let it resolve. It's a bit awkward to just Spell Pierce and waste a card for 2
So,
floating mana.
Marco here is counting his permanents, and let's go for it.
Okay, so we have 11 flips off the top of the deck. The way Glimpse is worded is you shuffle your permanents into your library, then you flip cards off the top. You flip that many cards off the top of your library, and they go into play. Now, something that people miss about Glimpse is that if he flips into other Glimpses, they just go back on the bottom.
Yeah, and
You can see it on the screen right now.
yeah, and deck is made that basically all cards have entered the battlefield effects. So usually when he does that with so many permanents, he just kind of closes the game.
Oh, he accidentally shuffled the Shardless Agent into his deck. That's
Oh,
funny.
I see.
That was just retrieved.
It's not even good though. So
Yeah, I think there's a good value of having the Shardless Agent still, as that's a permanent, and we need permanents. And also, it's just good to play correctly. It's competitive RAL. Now, his Hammer Time opponent is shuffling. Let's just wait and see what he flips off the top of the deck. There we go. Oh, okay, this should be lethal. So the Violent Outburst will go on the bottom of the library, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lands, and a Risen Reef, and an Endurance. So we have we have 4 elementals, and the Chancellor creates elementals. This is gonna be havoc, because there is literally about to be like 15 Risen Reef triggers. What is the actual wording of Chancellor? Or does it create goblins? I don't quite remember. We can't get the card up on the screen. Oh, maybe if he's moved it a bit now. Here we go. Oh, it's 1/1 goblins. Okay, they are not elementals created by Chancellor of the Forge. That's good then, so we don't have that many triggers. We have some questions of foul play in Twitch chat. There has been no foul play. We've been watching closely, so these accusations are not true.
there's a judge next to the table as well.
Yes, so we have a lot of cards being drawn from Risen Reef. We have the Omnath triggers to be resolved, so he now gets 4 pips of mana. And we are looking for another glimpse or just a way to kill them. Okay.
Yeah, the agent was a mistake. It was not. This is a deck with so many triggers.
Okay. So we have 5 1/1 Goblin Haste. We've got the Chancellor that doesn't have haste. We have Endurance Shard. Oh my gosh. So now we got to discuss how does the Hammer Time player win. And I think that it starts with Infect and Trample, maybe? Or just Shadow Sphere and Trample? The problem is that Omnath gains so much life here. You can fetch on the upkeep, you can fetch on your turn. Next, like, you're gaining so much life. Oh, we have, I think, some questions from the judge? Or something?
Yeah, so the judge is checking on what chat was saying. Since it's a deck with so many triggers, it's a bit complicated sometimes to follow through, so the judge will make sure that there's no problems here and that the game can continue.
Okay, so it seems to be that there is a problem with how the glimpse was resolved because the Shardless Agent was shuffled into the library and then taken out. So, as always in Magic, let the judge do their thing and we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah, one thing is that this deck, the Glimpse deck, it has so many triggers that sometimes by accident is easy to make a mistake.
Okay, I think it would be good if we could swap to the second match while they try to resolve this judge call. So in a minute, we will be swapping over to the Murktide match. We have a Murktide match on the side,
Surprising.
and they are currently sideboarding. So we are now getting a player on the floor to get us some information on this match while the judge call is resolved.
Yeah, that's the good thing about having so many judges. They can always come see the plays, and if there's any mistake, then it will be followed through, since it's a competitive event.
Oh, okay. Sorry, so the judge call has been resolved. We're going back to the match. Marco has received a warning from the judge as it's too far to go back, and as well as it's the Hammer Time player's responsibility as well as Marco's to manage the board state. So we continue on.
People seem to like our shares.
Yeah, we do have some nice raving chairs. I do
Yeah.
like the lights.
We're parking after.
It is Filipa's birthday today.
Yeah, it's true. And yeah, it
And the
seems
game
like
is
the game
over.
ended.
Okay, so let's have a look at deck lists again. So from the Amzorius Hammer player, we have 2 Lavinia, which is obviously coming in, preventing Marco from casting his Glimpse. We've got Mana Leaks, and is there anything else that I particularly like against Marco? I don't think
What
so.
do you think of the Ashbringer?
Oh, that... Oh, yes, definitely Hushbringer comes in.
It seems like the perfect card.
Yes, stopping the enter the battlefield effects is very good, and that's what the Hammer Time player will want. And I think that, honestly, what you want to take out in this matchup are cards like Nettle Cyst. That's too slow, and it doesn't offer an effect that you want. You want to keep... in... Sorry, the deck has just come off. You want to keep in your main combo, and I think that specifically in this matchup, you know that there's not much interaction outside of Fury in the main, so you want to be focusing on really just beating down on your opponent. If we look at Marco's deck list, though,
I know for sure that Marco is gotta be scared now with the Hammer player on the play and after sideboard.
I'm just trying to retrieve Marco's deck list here. Here we go. In Marco's deck list, the sideboard is very clean. 3 Leyline of Sanctity, 3 Foundation Breaker, 3 Mystical Dispute, 3 Twin Shot Sniper, and 3 Subtlety. I definitely want to see Foundation Breaker and Twin Shot Sniper coming in. You need to interact with them. They're going to have counterspells. You need to slow them down. As well as they're just really efficient and cheap cards to have in the deck, as well as just hitting them off of Glimpse is very powerful as well.
Yeah, I talked with Marco about his decision to have the Twin Shot Sniper, and he was telling me this is just straight up better than Bone Crush Giant. And with the Glimpse effect, you have the creature on the board, you get the 2 damage effect, and it's just overall really good. And it's a new card, so it's always nice to see new cards making into the play.
Definitely. Both players are just shuffling up for game 1 now, and I definitely want to see both players really focusing on ignoring each other for the first 2 turns. That's normally what will happen here. The Spell Pierce is only for turn 3. The Furies are for the main creatures like Pure Steel Paladin. I'm not too afraid of Esper Sentinel. I think that you really want to get at least 2 creatures from a Fury, and you really want to focus on more on putting permanents on the field. I also think that one thing Marco did that impressed me game 1 was focusing on his land drops. Really focusing on saying, okay, this Hammer Time player is not playing hard counterspells. They're playing Spell Pierce. I'm going to get loads of mana and make, if they have the Spell Pierce, it doesn't matter because I played around it. I've got all my mana to pay for it. And I think that that's how he will tackle this matchup and will take down the Hammer Time player. Now, what's the Hammer Time player looking to do? Well, it's simply forcing Marco off of his game plan, right? What's the worst thing for a combo deck? Not doing what the combo deck is planning to do, and that's because Marco will be grasping for air almost, trying to survive and trying to stop attacks from his opponent.
I completely agree.
Yeah, we see from opening hands, there's a Foundation Breaker, an Omnath, and a Violent Outburst, and lands in Marco's hand, and I see a Colony Garden.
which essentially is the perfect hand, I would say, for this matchup.
How many lands does he have?
I think I see 3. I think I see
Okay.
a Colony Garden, Scalding Tarn, and a Misty. But again, it's hard to see from the above view. And we are looking for an explosive turn. Giver of Runes is definitely a card that I would put low on the scale of what you want to be doing. However, if they follow this up with a Pure Steel Paladin, I would be quite impressed in a sense where this game is going.
Yeah.
Because you do have a lot of time on the play.
Yeah, and the land that Marco just played, he works so well with Glimpse. Like, you basically just do 2 permanents for free.
Yep. Ooh, Inkmoth Nexus. I really like that the Hammer Time player has this. Because in game 1, what did we see? They had 2 hammers equipped to 2 creatures, but had too many chump blockers to attack through, and they lost the game. Whereas if you have an Inkmoth Nexus, you're now saying, okay, I'm threatening an infect attack in the air. And the Giver of Runes, it helps attack through chump blockers as well. So maybe the Giver isn't even that bad too.
Yeah. And I think the only creature with reach that Marco has is the Sniper, if you put it after sideboard.
Yeah, and the Giver of Runes actually lines up really nice against the Foundation Breaker too. Obviously it only gives protection to creatures, but this is definitely going to be an interesting one for Marco to navigate. I think it's not as easy as it would have seemed from opening hands.
Yeah, but we see several times Marco impresses with the plays. Like the play in the last game where we saved mana for the Spell Priest was really well thought out, so...
I believe that's a promo flooded, or an expedition flooded strand from the Hammer Time player. Do you like to foil out your cards?
I don't. I mean, they're pretty, but I understand it. They look pretty though, we gotta admit. But the glare kind of interferes a bit to see what's going on.
Definitely, I am going a bit blind from the sunshine off the foil flooded strand.
Are you a foil player?
No, I'm a borrower.
You're a borrower.
I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, I'm just saying, like, whoever's got a tier 1 modern deck, send it over, I'll play it in an event. Oh, it's not a flooded strand, it's... What is it? Is that Mystic Gate? What actually is that? I'm interested now. Oh no, it's a Seacrum Coast, duh. They're not playing Mystic Gate in, in Hammer Time.
Okay,
Oh,
we got
this
Hammer.
is exactly what the Hammer Time wants. Like I was saying, Pure Steel Paladin and a Giver of Runes. That's very hard to interact with. I presume this is a ping for 1 with a Stoneforge Mystic?
It's definitely not looking good for Marco here. The Hammer player got it all.
Yep. And I think we should highlight Giver of Runes here, because not only does it give protection from any color, it can be from colorless. So, a lot of options, and while that's not relevant in this matchup, I've definitely seen Giver of Runes attack through Urza Constructs, or help creatures attack through Urza Constructs, and others. Now what... Okay, nothing on the end step from the Glimpse player. That's not great, because all you want to do is add permanents onto the board. This is what you want to sort of see. We're destroying the hammer, which is great. Ooh,
Oh,
no third land.
Yeah, so that's an issue. Without the third land, this is going to be really, really difficult for Marco to win. People saying I'm a borrower too, it's true. I always get the borrower decks.
So, I think now, as the Hammer Time player, my thought process is, look, he's missing lands. I know that Marco is only going to be playing 21 lands. I can play slightly risky and more aggressive and hope that he doesn't have Glimpse next turn. And this is really what the Hammer Time player wants to be doing. I'm surprised that Nettlesis is still in the deck, but it's going to be good here. It's actually going to be good here. Now, there isn't Metalcraft for Pure Steel Paladin, but it still offers a fast clock to end the game with Inkmoth Nexus, because let's say next turn Marco draws a land. He can't really cast Glimpse, what, for 4 permanents? I mean, you can try and get lucky, but more likely what's going to happen is he's going to have to try and develop his board and develop his permanents, which gives the Hammer Time player way more time to put more pressure on, attacking for more infect, draw more cards, and this is really pulling away for the Hammer Time player.
Yeah, and it's too late. It looks like it's too late.
We are having some technical difficulties here. The gameplay should come up in a few seconds. There it is. And we do see the Pure Steel Paladin and the Stoneforge Mystic attacking. Marco took the damage, drew a card. Doesn't look like it's a land. Another Foundation Breaker, so we are still interacting.
Yeah. But a bit too late. And there was a saga. That's interesting.
Destroying the Urza Saga. Okay. So what's Marco saying here? I'm not afraid of the Nettle Cyst. I know you don't have that many artifacts in play. And how am I going to win this game? It's going to be by you having too many things and not enough time to do it, right? But I just, yeah. Oh, what's this? You're viling. Is it Caldra complete? Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is not looking ideal. And you should draw a card from Pure Steel Paladin. Yep.
There it is. And looks like the Hammer play is starting to do some mathematic here. Marco is at 15 life, it looks like, so...
Okay, so, is this lethal? So we have... How many artifacts are on the board? It's three, only 3 artifacts, so it's a 4/4, and then you plus the Caldra, which should be 5, so it should be 9?
Yeah, so not quite enough yet.
I believe. I believe Caldra's +5, plus... It might be +4/+4, I don't quite remember. We can't seem to get the card up on the screen.
Yeah, so Marco takes the damage
Here we go. Oh, yeah, it's +5/+5. Okay. Okay, and he smartly loads up the Pure Steel Paladin with his artifacts. Make it hard to kill with Fury. I like this line. Okay, land off the top. I think you probably just got a glimpse.
Gotta go for it. What do you think is the out here for Marco, if there's any?
So realistically speaking, what's the best 4 cards? I mean, it has to involve Omnath, Risen Reef. Maybe it starts like Omnath, Risen Reef. The problem is it has Trample, so honestly, I don't even know how... It has to be multiple glimpses. This can't just be one glimpse flipping into something. It has to be multiple glimpses here.
Okay.
So 4 permanents go away, and we're going to be shuffling. So Twitch has suggested, why doesn't he glimpse at instant speed? I don't know if he has a Violent Outburst in his hand, but I think that Caldra... I guess it doesn't matter because, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
Reason
Fury and Risen Reef. Okay, so you have 2 triggers. 3 triggers. You have 2 Risen Reef, 1 Fury. But Giver of Runes gives protection, so I guess you've got to deal 2 to the Giver, 2 to the Stoneforge Mystic, and they'll protect the Stoneforge Mystic. Yep. Protection from red. Giver dies, and we have 2 triggers from Risen Reef.
First trigger. He's looking at his end.
This is not looking promising. I do see a Violent Outburst. I think that Foundation Breaker on their turn wouldn't work because of the Giver of Runes, so you just had to go for the Fury now, as well as your opponent's tapped out of blue mana. So I think it was more of just hoping to hit the world, playing around Counterspell, And, you know, I think you just were hoping for everything here, really. I think it's just he's just dead. He's just dead.
Yeah, Marco is just considering his trigger from Reason Reef, and yeah, people are commenting undead. Yeah, but Marco really trying to see if he has any out here. He doesn't wanna.
Marco
Make
is
a
at
mistake.
9 infect for those questioning. So essentially, he is dead to just the Inkmoth Nexus. Is that an extra land drop? Because I thought he drew land per turn.
I think it was the Reason Reef trigger.
Oh, sure. Okay, well, he's dead.
No, we put it into hand.
Yeah, but he drew a land for turn, played the land to let him glimpse. Yes, the judge has just stepped in.
Okay.
What's happened?
Is
Well, the judge is just speaking
explaining,
with them.
yeah. And Marco already has a warning from this game.
So, okay, we'll let the judge fix that. Don't forget, it's hard to play perfectly on camera. Pressure, the big lights. This is a very tense spot, 5-0 for both players. The judge is watching them for the whole match, so if there's malicious intent, that's to be sorted by the judge and not by us because they're watching on the table.
Exactly.
Oh, so... Okay, so it's just come in, the judge stepped in, but it was actually... Everything is okay. It's been sorted by the judge. Now they're shuffling up for the third game. I don't think in this matchup that you specifically want to change any way that you have boarded.
So we go for third game here, and I guess Glimpse is now on the play.
Yeah, I think this is very beneficial for the Glimpse player. You want to play your Colony Garden turn 1. You want to play your Wave Sifter turn 2. It's all very slow, and you don't want to be doing that against an aggressive deck.
Yeah.
And with the Hammer Time player, what do they want to be doing? They want to see fireworks. They want to set the coverage area on fire right now because they need to kill them quick.
Yeah.
Being on the draw, you do get an extra card, but you know what you don't get? You don't get the, I guess you could say, tempo. So I think from Marco, we're looking for a very fast and consistent draw, and the Hammer Time player, we're really looking to get an early hammer. I think that if we don't see a hammer by turn 4, we're gonna be seeing a win for Marco.
Yeah. What did you think of the giver of the runes in the last game from the Hammer player?
I think that ultimately I liked it. The Hammer Time player here said, okay, look, I know that my Glimpse player is playing Fury in the main, but what are they going to have in the sideboard? They're going to have more specific interaction, so it's not something that they're looking to cut.
And looks like they both keep their ends. And Marco again with the same start, making a little plant.
Yep, this is great. We see a turn 1 Colony Garden, turn 2 Wave Sifter. And a Springleaf Drum, and an Ornithopter.
Ooh.
Do we have another spell? We do.
Oh.
So this is actually probably the perfect start for Hammer Time, assuming that they have a Pure Still Paladin in hand. Wave Sifter being evoked is great, but you know what's even better? Untapping, having a Pure Still Paladin equipping. Do they have it? Do they have it? There's a white source there fetching.
Okay. And it's nice to see different decks playing, not only the 4-color, the Murktide, the Living End. So it's really, really nice to see some Hammer play, some Glimpse here. And all these decks interact against each other, because I think we haven't seen that too much. Okay.
There is the
There
Pure
is.
Steel Paladin.
And there it is.
You can tap. Oh no, they just have 3 artifacts, and you do have the Springleaf Drum for Spell Pierce or Blacksmith skill. So they're bashing in for 10 here. Now don't forget, the Plank token can chump. The Ornithopter has lost flying, but that chump is a very crucial permanent for Marco, so he has to decide now if this is something that he's willing to sacrifice.
Yeah, does he want to focus on his strategy and just ignore completely this damage, or does he want to be more cautious here? And because opponent already has armor, already is attacking, so maybe the only way that Marco has to get out of this situation is having a great glimpse.
Yeah.
People are fans of Hammer Time.
Okay, so the plant token does chump, which I think I lean towards liking. And my reasoning behind liking this is because what's more likely to kill you? It's the fact that you shuffle away your chump blockers and don't hit anything impactful. I think it's very close. I do see why Marco really thought about it. I'm leaning towards chumping because it's more likely that you can't chump down the line, and it's really down to how much you value 5 versus 6 permanents.
Okay, he goes for the land here.
And this is going to be a Shardless Agent.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, it's time.
So we have 5 permanents here.
We all love seeing this part.
Gotta cascade into the glimpse first. There's the glimpse.
Yeah.
No
results.
spell pierce. Okay.
And Marco really needed that. Okay.
5 permanent shuffle.
5.
Yep. 5 permanent shuffle.
And we can see that maybe he's a bit nervous. So he really needs to be a bit lucky here. What do you think he needs to eat?
I think he just has to hit not lands, right? You want an Omnath, so you don't have to worry about your land count. And I think that he's gonna honestly be punished here for chump blocking with the plant. Maybe I don't like it anymore. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is just the nuts.
That was amazing. 2 Reefs and a Nomnat. So many triggers.
And yeah, so we have a draw and 3. We have 6 Risen Reef triggers and an Omnath trigger for drawing a card. And then we have the life gain and mana trigger from Omnath on the stack currently. We do get a plant token from the Colony Garden.
And this was amazing for Marco here. Exactly when he needed to come back. Yeah, looks like he's counting the mana. The triggers.
Yeah, I think chump blocking was probably the wrong play on the previous turn. We are lucky here that we're out of it. Wait, the Shardless Agent should be on the battlefield, but he's just forgotten. Oh, no, it shouldn't be. We're solving all the triggers from the glimpse. This deck is so complicated with how many triggers
It
and
is
things.
so complex.
And all of these aren't lands, really? So Marco just hit, what, 6 spells from Risen Reefs?
And imagine him, like, this is our 6th round.
That is a
Imagine
lot.
Marco playing 6 rounds of this.
Yeah, this is insane.
People are commenting absolutely filthy flip. That was something.
You know, sometimes in Magic, you win by luck. You win by the top of the deck. That's why we play Magic.
Yeah.
You can say that Glimpse is so bad, they're so lucky. There's many chess tournaments that you're allowed to attend or watch if you're interested in that type of playstyle, but we have Fury coming down, killing the Ornithopter. We have 2 Risen Reef triggers. We have a land, so now the Hammer Time player takes 4. We have another Risen Reef trigger. That's a Violent Outburst. The question is, do you Glimpse again? And it's down to what's in Marco's hand. You have 4, 5, 6. You have 7. You have 8 permanents. So you're shuffling away an Omnath and 2... I don't think you want to Glimpse again, but this is a part of me being inexperienced and wanting to keep an Omnath and 2 Risen Reef.
Yeah, if somebody's saying not complaining just was an amazing glimpse. Exactly. Sometimes you go to the casino and you win.
Yep. I'm definitely going to go down to the feature match area after this to remind Marco that he does need to buy a lottery ticket after the event.
Oh, yeah.
But with this, we now have a Foundation Breaker, destroying the hammer. Yeah, this game is looking grim. There's no flying creatures on the board. The Pure Steel Paladin dies because of Fury. Very smart play by Marco using state-based actions. And we now have 3 mana available. Do you want to Glimpse again? Let's see.
So people are asking how many rounds today? It's 9 rounds. Probably top 64 will pass today, number 2.
People in Twitch chat saying always Glimpse again. For fun, always Glimpse again. But against a Hammer Time opponent with what you have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You've got 8 power on the board. And they're at 15.
Yeah, it's like when you go and buy a lotto ticket, like you said. If you win, you want to keep playing, right?
Yeah, if I won the lottery, I would just go out and buy another billion lottery tickets to feel the win again.
Yeah, that seems like something you would do.
Okay, we do have another glimpse on the stack, and it looks to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks to be 9 permanents, I believe.
Okay, he's shuffling it.
This is where you're the Hammer Time player and you're like, please hit all lands and have nothing in hand. But I think that even if Marco hits all lands, I mean, that's just lands to cast spells. So I guess it is just upside to cast the Glimpse here. Because
Yeah.
you hit another Omnath, you can deal 4 more damage, you can draw more... Yeah, this is game over.
This was 1 turn, by the way. This was
3...
1
Wait,
turn.
is that lethal? 3 Omnaths? You
Oh.
have 12 damage on the stack, the opponent's on 15. No, it's not lethal. But because the 3 Omnaths all see the 3 lands here, Marco's going to draw 3 cards, he's going to have 3 mana triggers, he's going to gain 12 life, and he's going to deal 12 damage to the opponent. Then you have 2 Risen Reefs and 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 Elementals, so you have 12 Risen Reef triggers. And you get a Colony Garden token. Wow, this is complicated. So you're drawing 12 cards and all of that, and you don't care about the 4 damage.
We are definitely going to the Lotto store next with Marco.
Yeah, definitely.
Getting some lottery tickets, getting a lot of money.
So 12 damage to the Hammer player. I mean, what do you do if you're the Hammer player here, right? You're just like, this is miserable. My life sucks.
Probably cry.
It is really unfortunate because the Hammer player had a lot, and I think that the Glimpse player needed a lot to win. So, you know, let's see what happens.
But this is like when focusing on your strategy pays off, and Marco here just really focusing on glimpsing and trying his best luck.
Yes. And could Marco's opponent win? Well, it involves Gingerbrute and Sigarda's aid. But Marco is over 30 life, I believe. So he would need 4 hammers and a Gingerbrute unblockable, because that's the only haste unblockable in the deck. So I would say, looking at the Hammer Times player deck list, I believe it to be 0% to win.
People asking any spice decks on cam today. I mean, we're watching one, if you ask me. This is so fun to watch, so much kissing involves so much interaction. I mean, it's pretty sad for the Hammer player, we cannot lie. But for Marco, definitely fun. Do you think that after this amazing performance by Glimpse, we'll see more of Glimpse decks in the next, maybe leagues, tournaments, challenge, Paris event?
I saw Glimpse doing really well online recently, and I think it makes sense that people are bringing it to this tournament. And many people are putting in the Twitch chat that Marco can die from Infect. There are no haste Infect creatures in the Hammer Time player's deck. So this is literally just Marco doing his thing, having fun. At the end of the day, we're here to play Magic. We're here to do our combos.
And that's what's also so fun about Modern. Each person can be doing their own thing. The variety is amazing, and this was one turn. I'm still like, I cannot believe this. This is so crazy. And the Ember play is just like with the arms crossed. A lot of Italian in the chat, I can see. So,
Okay, we have twin shot sniper for lethal. That is Marco winning the match. We're going to be getting him in here for an interview.
yeah, I'll be getting Marco for the interview, and Ari will make him some questions about the deck. And that was an amazing game of Magic.
Yeah, so here I think it was really displayed that Magic the Gathering ultimately is not all skill, and we do have interesting decks that roll dice, flip cards, need good top decks. And it's really interesting to see a deck that many people think are luck. But if it's all luck, how are they 5-0? How are they 6-0? So we're gonna bring Marco in here. We're gonna talk to them about the luck in this deck. And I think that it's really given a good insight in that while a deck may seem lucky on the front half, there is a lot of decision making to make before you try and cast that spell that is luck. So I see a lot of you have been sending us feedback during the match, whether it's some problems that you think need to be addressed, or some downtime, or some commentary. This is all new from Legacy. We're trying to make it as high quality as possible, so please bear with any mistakes, any quality issues, because we're working very hard on it to be great for you. So Marco is on his way to the feature match area. And if anyone in Twitch has any questions that you'd like me to ask Marco, then please put it in the chat.
Probably Marco will also talk about the mistakes he made.
My favorite part of Magic is packing my stuff up after the round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I don't come to a tournament to play Magic, I come to win.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
No, I definitely love the GP atmosphere. To me, my favorite thing is just walking around the venue. Did you know that there's 3 Black Lotuses in this hall right now that I could find? 3 Black Lotuses.
3?
Yeah.
Damn, I want some.
Okay, Marco is here in the booth, so let's talk to him. Congratulations, Marco, on your win.
Thank
Pleasure
you.
to have you here in the booth. Please take a seat. So I think to start off, there was a lot of questioning in Twitch chat as there was some mistakes with maybe an extra land drop or with the shuffling of the glimpse.
Yes.
So is there anything maybe you want to address about that?
Yes, for sure. So I did make 2 mistakes. Specifically, the first one was I shuffled the Shardless back in and I counted them as an extra permanence. So I should have had 10, not 11, right? To be honest, I think at that point I was pretty much winning
Yeah.
anyway, but it was a mistake. So again, apologies. Like I started playing the deck and paper yesterday, so
Makes
long
sense.
long day. And the second one, I was literally going to scoop when he had the I was dead on board.
Yeah.
I was going to scoop, and I just didn't remember I had made a land drop that turn, but I think it was completely irrelevant. But still, I have to apologize because these things shouldn't happen, obviously.
No, it's of course that's completely reasonable, and the judge was watching the whole match
Yeah.
as well, so it's completely fine. But one thing that we think this Twitch has been talking about heavily is they're like, luck, oh, so lucky, whatever. Like, what's
Of
your
course.
comment on how much luck is in this deck?
There's a fair amount. The main luck is when you spin on 5, which is I think the minimum reasonable. You pretty much have to hit Omnath. If you don't hit Omnath, you have to. I mean, against this deck, for example, you can't keep going, right? Because you don't have any mana. Once you go to 6, it gets better. You still need some luck for sure. And I think 7 is the sweet spot where usually you're likely to hit like either Omnath or in this spot like a couple of Furies. So I would ideally always want to go off with 7 or more. But you're right. When I spun here on 5, for example, by the way, I was sure he had Spell Pierce, but I spun on 5, and I was lucky. Yeah, because I hit the Omnath, and that's what enabled me to keep going with 2 lands, and I think I even hit a Reef. So yeah, it was just excellent. That was lucky.
And another play that actually surprised us, there was quite a lot of deliberation, was in game 3, I believe it was a turn 1 Ornithopter, turn 2 Paladin.
Yes.
And he attacked for 10, and you decided to chump block.
Yes.
Do you regret this play, or do you think you would make it again?
I would make it. I mean, I regret it in hindsight because the way he played, I was pretty sure he had Spell Pierce.
Okay.
So I figured, if he has Spell Pierce, I have to go for it. But worst case scenario, he has Spell Pierce, and then next turn I can go again. If I draw something, I can go again, and at least I'm not dead on board, right?
Sure.
And I was afraid that if I wouldn't block, like, I was pretty likely to be dead for sure. So in hindsight, of course I regret it because he didn't have Spell Pierce, but I would probably make the play again if I was in the same position.
Yeah, I guess that's what you're like scared of. Shadow Sphere, for example, giving trample.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes.
So that just kills me right away, right? So
yeah. Okay. And next we wanted to talk about was sideboarding. Sideboarding in this deck, you have a lot of 3-ofs, very clean sideboard.
Yes.
And a big thing was, it's obvious what you bring in, but with a combo deck, the biggest problem is what do you take out. So how did you navigate this matchup in the sideboard?
Yes. I think the main deck, as you said, is quite clean. There's not much debate. There's just Chancellor versus the Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Okay.
And I think Chancellor is much, much better, by the way. However, Chancellor becomes much worse post-board, right? Because they bring in hate against you. He didn't have much, but you can have Hushbringer, there's Chalice, there's a lot of things. So I usually bring out at least 3 Chancellors because the card is kind of mopey if you don't go off. So that's the default. And then in the matchups where you don't have graveyard interaction, you bring out usually 3 Endurance. It's always good to leave 1 of each in, just in case you want to hit, you have a big hit, and you want to hit 1 Endurance, you want to shuffle your deck back. But that is usually the main thing. If there's no creatures, you ward out Fury. If there's no graveyard shenanigans, Endurance, and then Chancellors.
And being 6-0, you're clearly playing this deck well, but more importantly is what matchup are you looking to play against?
Well, Hammer is actually pretty good, as you
Okay.
can see in my sideboard, so I do have a lot of answers, and I have, when you have 4 Furies. Anything that's creature-based is quite good, again, because of the Fury, and the way you go over the top, right? Anything that's not very interactive, you can usually go over the top. The things that scare me the most are things that are fast, and that they, like burn, for example. So if I don't spin well, I can lose. So I've lost plenty to burn. My lands do deal me some damage sometimes, things like that. And then so main things I like to play against: Hammer, Yawgmoth is pretty good. Fury, again, Fury and Endurance. Anything where Fury and Endurance is good, where you have 4 of each, is pretty great.
Awesome.
And anything that isn't, then it's just medium. Combos are a nightmare. For example, like Belcher is the nightmare matchup.
Yeah. So I believe being at 6-0, to make day 2, you need 21 points. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Okay, so I believe, 21 points is a complete lock for day 2, is what I'm certain of, and you now have 3 rounds left to do it. Are you feeling confident?
Yes, I mean, it's 1 round at a time, and the target's not necessarily only to make day 2, right? But I want to win as much rounds as I can today, right? So
Awesome.
But so far, I mean, you've seen, Twitch chat's calling me lucky, right? So I guess I need to keep that going.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Well, it's really a great pleasure having you here in the coverage booth, and good luck for the rest of your rounds.
Thanks, man.
Awesome. So that is going to be it, unless we have our backup feature match. Nope. So that is going to be it for round 6 here. Marco is now 6-0. We're going to be following Glimpse throughout the tournament if he continues to crush. And we want to say that we're going to have a short break from our sponsors, and we will be back once Magic players have started playing Magic in a bit.
See you in a bit, all.
ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
In che senso?
Try and make day 2, right?
For sure. And he just needs basically to win one more game, and he already locked in day 2.
This is it. It's basically a winning in for day 2.
Yeah. And maybe even some X1 will make it. X to 1 will make it.
Yeah. Like, basically, if you win this one, you know you're locked, right?
Yeah.
You can win you can lose the next 2, and you know that you're going to be able to make it in the top 64 tomorrow. People don't know, top 64 players tomorrow get invited back to play day 2 if you manage to win enough and get in the top 8, it's a top 8 cut. And
Exactly.
the top 32 players get an invite to Sofia, which obviously is where the finals is, and that's where your chance is going to be to get on the Pro Tour. There's still qualification chances to get that. Obviously, there's local stores you can play in. There's going to be Paris. There's a couple more events coming up with Legacy that you can play in to try and get, those wins, get them under your belt. Get them
Oh, people are saying that we don't have audio.
No sound. Okay, apparently the sound's back. Can you hear us, chat? Let us know.
Yeah, chat always has our back
Let
covered.
me run you
which
up on
we
what we
love.
just said, chat. Basically, we said, welcome back, Legacy Tour. Joe Larson's on stream, Living End, and now you're caught up. This is Filipa. I'm Will. Hope you're all enjoying your day. The rest of the stream that we've got going on. We've got 3 more rounds, round 7 now.
Yeah,
So round
exactly.
8, round 9, and then we're back tomorrow for a top 64, then a cut to top 8.
Thank you so much, Twitch chat, for giving us feedback. And yeah, 64 to day 2. And the top 32 makes the finals in Sofia. So it's Joe Larson that is playing Living End, and he's playing against Javier Moreno, which is playing Azorius Emmer. So again, Emmer time.
We had this last round, right?
Yeah, we did have and we already had also Living Ending before. So
We've got a spicy backup match.
we do, which is our backup
Don't move
match.
with the mouse. They're shouting at us. It's all right. We can see the players shuffling up here, resolving the mulligans. As always, chat, if you've got any questions, make sure you throw them in the chat. We'll do our best to reply to them. We are reading chat as it goes up.
Yeah, people saying for me to push an event to Lisbon. Unfortunately, that's kind of out of my control, but
No, just try harder.
I'll try. I have to
You know
try
what I mean?
harder.
Maximum effort.
Yeah, I'll put in the good words for sure. People are excited to see you, Will.
Oh, I hope nice. Nice to see me too. Hope you're all having a good one.
Yeah, hopefully Hammer Time has a bit more luck than in the last game.
I do feel like it's hard for the Hammer Time matchup.
Yeah.
Like if they can't win in the first, if they got to be almost on the play and win in the first couple of turns, if they can, I think they can take it down. But when it gets to turn 3 and there's instant speed Rafts on one side of the board, it's going to be very hard for them to be able to come back from that.
It's really interesting to see how many Hammer players we are having on features. So obviously people doing well, and it's only 6% of the field today.
Yeah.
So looks like it was a great choice for the Hammer players.
We spoke about this before. Obviously, it's quite against the Murktide players. Damage-based removal is not ideal against creatures that can instantly gain 10 toughness and 10 power.
It's like a grief here.
Yep. So it looks like a turn 1 grief. Grief's obviously exile a black card from your hand. Manage to cast it for free, and then it evokes and obviously goes back to the graveyard, which is exactly where the Living End player wants it. So Joe, obviously a very experienced player. You'll see him numerous times on Pro Tours. I'm pretty sure he's played on Worlds, winning GPs. So he's going to be very experienced just in general in Magic, let alone being able to do this.
Not easy being 6-0 here with this field, and I'm really excited to see this matchup.
He draws another grief, so he's got that's double grief he's now got in his hand. But as he already knows his opponent's hand -1 card, we might not see him shoot it off here. He might fire it off the turn that he actually wants to go cascading, just to make sure the coast is clear and there's no spell pierces or something like that in the way. Or he's not, he's just going to throw it out there now.
And, ooh, two Urzas.
I'm pretty sure that hammer's going to go here.
Yeah.
Because again, with the Living End, they don't want to be bringing creatures back from the opponent's
Of
graveyard.
course.
They just want to be bringing them back from theirs. And then a simple pass to turn.
And the Hammer player must be really, really sad here about this.
Joe's got to be, he's taking a couple of equipments, but he's got to be careful he doesn't just go off and then let his Hammer Time opponent start playing spells afterwards. Because he hasn't got anything notable on the battlefield, it might not be worth pulling the trigger right now. But I feel like he's going to probably do it before the Saga resolves, because if there is any anti-graveyard hate in that deck in the main, and that Saga will be able to find it, so I think Joel's going to try and pull the trigger before, if he can. Looking at his hand, it looks like it's just 2 land and a Force Negation, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it. we cannot really see the. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Sometimes we have trouble seeing what they're playing because they don't really show it on the camera. So, it looks two lands, right?
Yeah, that's 2 lands. That looks like
Yeah.
a fetch, which is obviously not what you want to do. But this is the problem that Living End can have sometimes. That's why you can keep a 1-lander or 2-lander. Because you're going to cycle so much that you're going to eventually just keep drawing more land.
You're completely right. And sorry, but I was so excited. Look at how stylish this is.
They are some nice custom tokens.
Yeah, the Ever player with some style here I can see.
I'll have to show you my construct tokens. So there's a artist called Ben Makes Stuff, and he's made like a 3D map generated construct. He does all his art like that. He just released a secret lair actually and they're some of my favorite lands, basic lands that you can get now.
Yeah, so people commenting bad draws by Joel. Yeah, and unfortunately Joel getting a lot of land
Well,
here.
you say that, chat, and then he just rips off the top an instant speedway to wipe the one side of the battlefield and return all of his creatures, which I imagine might happen in the upkeep, draw phase, sorry, but Joel chose not to. Maybe he wants to cash it in for a bit more value here.
Second Urza.
Maybe he's gonna do. Maybe he wants another construct token to be made before he fires it off. This is fine as well. He can still pay the 1 for this.
This Sentinel art is a bit difficult to see, but yeah. So
This
he
is
plays the
what
Sentinel.
happens when you're a pro player. You just play off the top of your deck. It's easy.
Yeah.
Why? I don't know why more people just don't do this. If you just top deck well, chat, you just win. It's easy. Maybe we're going a bit too. No, he's firing it off now. He's going to cash this in. This is going to be a nice, I say, 3-for-1. Is his opponent going to remember the Sentinel trigger?
Hopefully so, because the first game that we casted, like they forgot some of the triggers from the Sentinel. So
Joe's a pro. He knows how this is going to go. He gets to return these 3 cards. I get to look at your hand twice. I'm going to ditch both of these cards, leave you empty-handed. Oh, so one was the protection spell that gives it +2/+2 in protection. And the other one is the 7-drop equipment. I can't remember its name. Conjure, something like that it's called.
yeah,
Twitch chat would tell me. Twitch chat.
Caldra complete.
That's the one. Which obviously, that's very hard. It's awkward when you draw that card because it's very hard for this deck to cast. Normally, you do just wait till you have a Stoneforge Mystic and just cheat it in that way.
This card had seen some play today.
But Joel does now. He does £15 on the battlefield. There's nothing to be shabby about.
And they're doing some math with the fingers. They're explaining something here.
I'm not quite sure what they're discussing. They definitely both go to the graveyard. Joel's going to untap. Now, is there any way Joel can lose here? Is there a way that his opponent can draw? He could find a hammer, equip it, land. I don't think there's any way that he can get an infect kill here. The 2 ways he has to equip it, he doesn't currently have in hand. But I haven't got the deck list up in front of me, but there is an instant way to equip, I believe.
Yeah, and there's
but you have to splash red for it.
Ace infect, right? So it's
No,
not going to be easy.
I think Joel's going to take this down. He might play it cautious. He might leave back the flyer, or he might just get in there for 15 and say, go. Try and win now.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Joe is going to do here. He's reading some cards off the grave. Okay, everything goes in.
Everything to face.
So somebody's saying translated Caldra, I imagine, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Colger. So Joel's he's just cascading here, but he's not going to cast it, I imagine. I imagine he's playing it as a generic 2/2 on the battlefield so that this construct token that's probably going to be made at end of turn, there is a blocker for it. He knows it can't get trampled because there's the spear in the graveyard. There you go. And Joel, yep, he decides not to cast it. Just 3 mana, 2/2, nothing to see here.
Some lovely comments, thank you. Make token, fetch.
Chat, remember if you haven't wished Filipa a happy birthday, it is her birthday today.
And I'm so happy that paper events are back. During COVID, it was really difficult for me, loving playing paper Magic so much, and it's just amazing. And finally, we're also getting some coverage that was missing. So, gotta love these to be back and the opportunity to be here in person.
Buzzing. I love it. I literally love these sort of events, and we spoke about it before that people can't just bring the best deck. Not everyone can bring 4-color control and Murktide because these decks are expensive.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? If you've got a Filipa or Jund deck, you're bringing it, and we've seen it, and I'm so happy we saw that. There's still some Infect players out there. If we get to our backup feature match, there's 2 spicy decks on there that we haven't seen yet on coverage.
Okay.
So
Any
you know,
boggles?
I haven't seen any Boggles. No, is that a pet deck? Do you like Boggles?
No, but I remember 2019. It was a GP in Barcelona, and I remember these boggles player, and it was just so fun. I don't know. I just like pet decks. You know, when people bring their pet decks that no one thinks they are good or are expecting it, but they are just having so much fun with them.
I suppose the Murktide players these days, they have a lot of charms. They can steal certain, equipments to it. Also, we've got a lot of E's. It tends to be the sideboard card of choice at the minute. Most decks in the 15 will have a couple of E's, and that's obviously really bad for Boggles. So all you Boggles players out there, I'm sure you'll have your day one time. As soon as Infect gets their day back. That's all I want. I just want Probe back or something. Some way so I can play my beloved Infect deck again. It's the only deck I own in foil, weirdly.
You should do a Phyrexian tattoo.
I have a Phyrexian. I can't roll my sleeve down, but I have a Phyrexian tattoo.
You do?
I do have a Phyrexian tattoo.
Oh.
I'm committed. Look, I've got the cufflinks. I got the badge. I got the tattoos. I'm here to shine, chat. I'm here to shine.
Definitely shining very bright today.
Any other people got magic tattoos in chat? We can read them. We can read everything you're saying.
Yeah,
So
we
make
love
sure you're
having
nice to us.
feedback. We love having chat. That was one of the things we really wanted, all of us, was to be reading tweet chat so we can see your questions and interact with you. We always know
Exactly.
we have a lot of to say, so hopefully you are enjoying the event and enjoying Modern, because we surely are.
If you were here, chat, what would you be playing? Which deck, if you were at this tournament and you couldn't make the trip for whatever reason, what deck would you play this weekend?
I'm so sad nobody's playing Mill.
There is a Mill player. I met one. They're not doing well.
Oh, tragic.
When I spoke to them, they said they played against Mono Green Tron, and
Oh.
it's pretty rough for them. They said.
Yeah. Really sad for the Mill player, but I have to congratulate them on bringing the deck.
On just having the minerals to bring it.
Exactly.
It is a ballsy choice, but they took it. What are they saying? Yargmoth, 4-color Vivian. I would have loved to get a 4-color Vivian on chat. Do you know how that combo works?
No.
Oh, that deck is a really nice combo, but it's like you go from a 2 to a 3 to a 4 to a 5 to a 6. It's like it pods off. It's
Oh.
quite nice.
I haven't
8
seen
cast,
that deck recently, for sure.
8 cast, where you might want us to get to our backup match. Belcher,
Ertz, Domain Zoo, it's one of my favorite decks, so I really like your choice.
I'm seeing there's a Belcher deck, I believe, 6-0 as well currently.
Ooh.
So might have to get that on at some point.
Or Meal, somebody also going for the Meal.
Burn, there's a lot of burn. I haven't seen much Hardened Scales this weekend. Give me. Oh yeah, I know you love Belcher. Okay, right, we're back. Looks like they're resolving. Oh no, they're just drawing their 7s. No mulligans yet. Joel looks like he's got a handful of griefs, and he's got any land in there. This has got 2 or 3 lands. Couple of griefs, a Cyclop.
He got the turtle. I like the
Oh, that's
turtle.
it. He's got the Sky Turtle.
Yeah.
I love Sky Turtle in this
I
list.
like it so much.
I think it's a really good improvement.
Yeah.
So they lead off on a turn 1. Is that the Giver of Runes? Joel's just gonna be like, show me your hand again. I like to play fair magic. What have we got here? So there's a Stoneforge Mystic, Counterspell, Spear, and a Drum. So Joe doesn't obviously want to put the Stoneforge into play, but that's their best play next turn is playing a Stoneforge for 2, and that Counterspell, or the Mana Leak, it's not a Counterspell, the Mana Leak might come into play for Joel's turn. So I can see him probably taking the Mana Leak here because it stops him doing his game plan. But it doesn't really got a Sustacy in hand as well. So he does have Sustacy plus blue cards, so he could stop that Stoneforge for a turn if he really wanted to.
It's a tricky decision here, and definitely is considering the options. Okay.
But yeah,
Looks like he went.
I think that's what I would have took, because it's going to stop Joel doing his turn. If he can get a Cascade spell off and wrap one side of the board, that's his game plan. That's what he's going to try and do. Yeah, I know. That was a Mana Leak, chat. You haven't tuned into a 2014 stream. This is 2022, and Mana Leak is still being played.
Gotta love that.
Anyone playing Spikes 8 key combat? Not that I've seen. I've been walking around the top tables, and there's a good chunk of Living End, good chunk of Burn. There's a couple of Titan players in there. Obviously, there's a lot of blue, red, and 4-color control. There's a nice chunk of Yargmoth as well, I'd say. A couple of Tron. floating around.
Yeah, I saw some Rakdos as well because
Yeah.
people are asking if we saw any Rakdos scam.
Yes.
We definitely saw some Rakdos.
There's definitely one Rakdos scam at 5-1. I was watching them to see if they could if they managed to win their match, then I'll try and get them on the feature match. But unfortunately, they didn't win their match.
Yes.
And this is what I was talking about. Look, subtlety into the Stoneforge Mystic. Like you have an answer for it in your hand, you're happy to 2-for-1 yourself, so to speak.
And here it is.
That definitely goes to the graveyard, though, Joel.
People asking if these players are 6-0, and they are for sure 6-0. We are featuring match the players that are doing the best, but also trying to get some interesting decks.
Well, yeah, the next couple of rounds we can start getting the one, the X and ones, X
Yeah.
and twos. People are playing for something. We know everyone that's going to be 6-0 or 7-0 is going to be locked for day 2.
For
So
sure.
it's probably worth getting people in that've got something on the line. They're playing for something, winning ins for day 2, basically.
And we are avoiding bringing more for color mirrors.
Yeah, mainly for our sanity.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, we know the Twitch chat. We've seen it numerous times, like 4-color mirrors. We know how that works. They're normally going to end in a draw. There is no Merfolk, unfortunately, that I've seen.
So sad.
I know you're a Merfolk player, aren't you? I know Nikishu would be sad as well. I got close ties with Nikishu. He'd be upset. I'm sure if he was here, he'd be rocking the fish. So Joel draws another land for the turn, so that's 2 or 3 lands plus the Sky Turtle. Well, that might be a Force of Vigor in his hand. Yeah, it looks like a Force of Vigor.
Yeah.
Sky Turtle, and so the problem I say there's a problem. He doesn't have a problem, but he could try and just to get to the point where he has to hard cast the Force of Vigor. But I think he's going to keep that turtle in his hand just in case things happen and he has to actually start destroying some things. F for chat.
Turtle year
Can we
is
get
so
some Tron just for Will's pleasure? Filipa's looking at me as well. We're not Tron fans. We're not Tron
good. We
fans.
are not Tron fans. But I mean, we should maybe bring
Well,
one
the
Tron.
backup
player.
feature match might have a Tron
Yeah.
land in it. You know what I mean? We're only going to get obviously the people that are winning. Hey, love that emote. Where'd you get those emotes from, chat?
Please put the record of the players on the screen, so we'll take that feedback. They are currently 6-0. This is
Six-
round 7.
Round 7, 6-0 currently. We'll try and get it pit in for the next round because it's going to be relevant when we bring the X and 1, X and 2 players
Exactly.
on stream. Joel's just going to play the land. I believe that was untapped.
Also, this is a very important match for these players because whoever wins guarantees day 2.
Even if you lose, you're still in a good spot.
Yeah, of course.
You basically got to win one of your next 3 games. So the Hammer Time on their side, I don't envy them. They have to decide, do they want to commit more into an instant speed wrap, which obviously Joel's representing. We know he doesn't have it in hand, but we've got perfect information. I'm not sure how I would navigate this. Joel does have instant speed bounce, but obviously the giver of rooms can protect against that.
And I'm trying to open here the deck list just to try to see what they have in their sideboard.
Up one more. There you go. And up, sorted.
So this Hammer list looks a bit like what we have seen with 2 Spell Pierce mains. What
Yeah.
are the main differences here that you see?
They kind of play in a bit more of a bigger version. They still got the Ginger Brutes in the deck, but they do have, they've got a lot of cards in their sideboard here. They got the Linvala. So I imagine probably 3 of those came in. Probably the 2 Mana Leaks. We've already seen 1. The extra Spell Pierce and the Relics. That's, again, quite a lot of cards to bring in. You could, if you're looking for cards, also bring in the Sanctifier because it does exile all the grease and stuff from the graveyard. But no, we're just... The Hammer Time players basically decided, look,
6 wins
I'm
and
going to
3
play
draws
into it, but
advances.
Joel again top decks the instant speed way to raft the game. I hope that the Hammer Time player doesn't watch this game back because this is rough.
It is
2 times you've been like, you've established your board, you're far ahead, and Joel's just like, yep, I'm a pro. Watch this.
Today is not Hammer Time's day. At least the ones we've seen in feature match, they've been pretty unlucky with opponents getting their combos going off.
I do feel like it is a rough matchup for them. Don't get me wrong. Like if you told me at the start of the game who's going to win, I'd probably always go for the Living End player. But this has been pretty brutal, right?
And
Again, yet again, he gets to see his hand, get rid of those cards. He's going to untap with 6, 11, 14. So he's got 20 power on the battlefield.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he did with the Cauldron.
20 power, and he knows it. He knows what his opponent's hand is. His opponent played the card that he didn't know what it was. He's going to draw a card. I'm not sure how he gets out of this.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking here good for Hammer time and quick matches.
This is how it works. It's how it rolls. If they can just living end early, it's normally a one shot.
Yeah, people saying living end is so nasty. Well, when it works, right?
It's a good meta to be in a minute. And yeah, he's decided, yeah, there's 20 power on the battlefield. And Joel's like, I still got all these. So hopefully we can go to our backup feature match.
There's clearly a reason why Living End is the second most played deck here, with almost 13% of the players choosing to come with this deck. And we are seeing why.
Exactly. Start packing those Chalice of the Voids. You know what I mean? If you put Chalices in your board, I highly recommend it, especially if you're going to go to this tournament today. I think it would have been a good sideboard choice. So we're just working out to see if we can get to the backup feature match. I'm looking at the team. And it looks like they're just sorting out for us.
Yeah,
here we go.
That he didn't really like that the Living End player was flexing how good the end was.
Yeah, sometimes it is. You know what I mean? It's like, I still got all these.
Yeah.
You're on a high. I'm sure he doesn't mean anything vicious by it.
Yeah, I agree.
So we're jumping in here. So it's game 2. Do we know who's up a game? Do we know who's won the first game? They're just chasing it out first chat.
People are asking for the meta breakdown, and I think
so we've got the meta breakdown currently of today. So these are decks that there's either 5 or more people playing in this tournament, and the highest out of them all is it Murktide. The second biggest is Living End, and then I say the third biggest is probably Burn.
7%, but we also have the 4-color with several variances, I guess. It's also a I represented deck, but for sure the 2 most is EZ Murktide with 18.5%, second one Living End with 12.7%.
1-0 for Sebastian. Okay, sorted. So
we just
get the
got
deck list up of what they're playing, because this is gonna be some spice. I promised you something different, chat.
So apparently
Yawgmoth
Sebastian
had
is
a
winning.
showing of 5.4% in this matchup. So there's a lot of Yawgmoth players out there, and there's a couple of them doing pretty well.
So is Sebastian Ziller?
Yep, it's those two.
So it's Colorless Prison.
Colorless Prism, which I'm sure is short for Eldrazi Tron.
And I don't think we have
And we'll work on getting the second sideboard.
perfect.
It's not currently loaded up, so they're gonna go and get that. We might see before they end up playing. But yeah, this is Eldrazi Tron. It looks like with 4 spell skites in the main,
By
3
Michael
ensnaring
Owen.
bridges. Yeah, this is just straight up. It's not. It's bad. This isn't Eldrazi Tron. This is kind of more of a prison style.
Colorless Prison. That's the name of the deck.
So it does have Fortnight's, but no reality smashers or any of the other Eldrazi. Just Fortnights and Walking Blisters. 2 sagas.
And this player is 5-1, correct?
It looks like they are. Yes.
The Colorless Prison.
So it looks basically, yeah, they're going to try and get the land on the deck early, ramp out all these big spells, and then they have Mystic Forge and just waste a turn through their deck quicker than their opponent casting all the spells. Is there any rhinos? Yes, there's 5% of the meta is rhinos. Yes, there's four Mystic Forges in this list.
People want to know if people are playing Storm. I like Storm.
There's none in the meta, and I haven't seen anybody playing it. And I've been walking around the top tables for a while. 6 wins, 6 wins, and 3 draws make day 2.
It does.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Hello, Freddie.
Because that's like, yeah, I believe it does.
Okay, so we've got the second deck, and it looks like it's another Oh, it's not hammer time. It's 8 cast. Have you seen this one go off? So we've got the Lord High Artificer in this deck. So both sides are playing as many artifacts as they can, basically. This deck can pop off. The idea is it's going to play a lot of cheap artifacts really early, and then later on they can cast 1 or 2 mana spells and end up drawing 2 or 3 cards each time. Do they have the infinite combo in their deck? Let's have a little look. See. Sword of the Meek, and Fop the Foundry. So there is an infinite combo in this deck. So if you don't know the combo, it's Sword of the Meek with Fop the Foundry and Urza. Urza basically makes the 1 mana every time when the sword keeps coming back, and Fopta keeps generating infinite 1/1s. I don't think, well, the Eldrazi player can survive through that, because if they can play a bridge and empty their hand every turn, then the Urza player can't fight through that. And I don't know if they've got any ways to get through it. Looking at their deck list, they don't in the main. But obviously, this is going to be game 2. And we've got Engineers, Explosives, Teferi, Time Ravelers, so I imagine they can be being brought in, as well as the Dampening Spheres. To bring Dampening Sphere in against this deck, it's going to nuke their mana a little bit.
Damping Sphere, it's just an amazing card.
I also don't hate the Pithing Needle. Having a Pithing Needle, being able to name their Khan, which I don't know if they saw game 1, because we're jumping into it game 2. Hopefully we can we can give you 2 more rounds of beautiful Magic here.
Yeah, for sure, different decks than we have been seeing, which is also super interesting. And maybe we can even interview the player that wins to see how they are doing with this.
If this is over quick enough and we've got enough time left on the round, yeah, we'll get them in. So they're just deciding if they want a mulligan or not.
And there was a player playing 3 portable owls. I love portable owl. It's just so good against.
So in Dungeons and Dragons, have you ever come across a portable hole yet?
No, I'm still a bit new to Dungeons and Dragons.
So in Dungeons and Dragons, portable hole is basically, it's a little hole that you can make wide or small, and you can store loads of like your kit in it, and it weighs nothing. So you just like stick it on the inside of your jacket, and when you need it, you can reach your hand in and just pull things out. It's really cool.
Nice.
It's a nice play on what the actual card does as well, being able to get anything and put it in the hole.
It's good how D&D and Magic cross together, and I've been loving playing D&D.
You got any D&D players in chat? If you do, let us know which character and class you have, or what race and class you say. I'm partial to a dwarf barbarian myself.
Really?
Or paladin. I'm a big paladin player. I love playing paladins.
Nice.
I just like being the knight in shining armor. I like being like the goody two shoes.
That seems like something you would do.
That is kind of what I do. I love playing a paladin.
People are asking if Leyline is good enough against Living End, or can they get rid of it? What do you think, Will?
Is Leyline good enough? Oh, you mean the Leyline of the Void? So Leyline of the Void is, you'd obviously, if you've got it in your sideboard, you would bring it in. But an experienced Living End player will always board in some sort of disruption to destroy either enchantments or artifacts. I'm going to pass the note. That's this one, right?
Yeah. Okay, players are shuffling.
Any other questions? No, because I'm banned from my D&D group. Rough times. But yeah, basically with the ley line, I'm pretty sure if you've got it, you'd play it. You just definitely would not play it, and you'd make them have the answer. But any experienced living player would board in their removal for it.
Yeah, for sure.
Like you can't, because there's so many cards in Modern that just hose your deck. If there's any sort of thing that exiles graveyards, you can't do it. You can't play fair magic. No, the deck doesn't play fair magic. You want to be playing unfair magic. So an experienced one will always bring them in. At least I would. But if you've got them, play them. If not, I think you want to back up, because they play Griefs. They can take that rest in peace from your hand. You need to wait till turn 2 to cast it. They just Grief, take it out of your hand. Same with things like Chalice. You want to get these things down as early as you can. But if you can go Leyline and Chalice in the same turn, you're still soft to Force of Vigor. It's really is a mind game and just making them have it.
Yeah, and what is happening right now?
I believe we're just taking a mulligan on the Eldrazi side.
What is all those cards that are?
That looks like their sideboard.
Ah, okay, yeah.
So what they can do is, because they've got Powdrim, what's the artifact? Can we get the deck list up? There's an artifact that basically says if it's in your opening hand, you get to, Supreme Powder. If it's in your opening hand, you get to exile your hand and then redraw another 7.
Yeah.
So they're turning through their deck, so they try and get a perfect. So it's basically like a free mull.
Perfect.
It is a really good card, especially in their deck and what they're trying to do.
More people are asking why the player got banned from the D&D group. I guess Magic players do love some dramas.
It is drama. It can be drama intense. First time I've ever seen 8 cast rather than 8 cast. I don't know. 8 cast is a lot of fun. It can turn through its deck. I know Gabriel Nassif's a big player of this deck. He loves playing it on his stream. But then all control players just love drawing cards, right? And that's what this deck does. It will draw so many cards. Okay, looks like we're off to the races. So we're literally going to start with a turn 1 expedition map. And then they're going to follow up with an Esper Sentinel. So this is kind of what both decks wants to do. There is an Eldrazi Temple on the battlefield. I know the sun's kind of shining on this quite a lot, chat, so we'll do our best to try and identify what these cards are. But I believe that's an Eldrazi Temple and an Urza's Tower on the right with the expedition map. And then now on the left, it looks like we've got a coast with a flooded strand that's now being cracked. Obviously, the Eldrazi player is just going to crack that map end of turn, I believe.
The amount of Esper Sentinels that we have seen throughout the whole day is actually pretty insane. One of the most played cards.
It's because it's very good. It's one of the better one drops you can have. Obviously, Ragavan's in the format, so that changes that up. But this card is very good, and it's an artifact creature, which is going to play into the hands of what they're trying to do.
But from what we've seen, I've seen more Sentinels today than Ravagans, which is very interesting.
I suppose one is legendary,
Yeah.
so that might be a reason why. But no, Sentinel is very good, and it's very prominent in all the decks. And they're going to find Epiphany Needle off this Smith. A little bit late, so they won't be able to name map next turn, because I imagine it's getting cracked. But it's good for the Tron player. It's kind of like a mix between like the colorless hate prison deck to try and get rid of it. I imagine once it's on the battlefield, and if it names Khan, it might just lock them out of the game.
Who do you think it's favored here?
That is a good question that I don't know what side. I think I'd rather be on the 8 cast side, purely because you'll never see me cast a Tron land. But that's just my play style. What could actually win here? I do feel like 8 cast can just grind through too much. Plus Urza is just such a good card. And we've seen a lot of Yawgmoth, but not a lot of Urza. I'm pretty sure with the new sets coming out, we're actually going to see quite a lot of both of them. Just maybe some reprints in them, maybe something else. But here we're going to have a turn 3 Fortnite. What is that best card in your hand? I'm going to take it. Oh, that is a hand. That is a lot of good hits.
And hopefully the lighting is a bit better. It was glowing a bit, but I think it's looking.
I feel like
now.
someone stood there with a big sunshade now, because it looks like we've got like a lot of we can see the cards a lot better.
Yeah.
And they're going to take it to Teferi here. Obviously, if they can draw a land next turn, Teferi bounce back to the Fortnite. It's not exactly ideal. It does kind of reset their turn. Would I take this here? It means that they must have an answer for Epiphany Needle. Because Epiphany Needle can just name Urza Saga, which means they can only tap it for mana for the rest of the game. And there is one on the battlefield, so I wouldn't be, depending on what I draw here, on that might actually just be the play. But a 4/4 is bigger than a 1/1. So they definitely can't attack into it.
For sure.
Here comes the Epiphany Needle, and it is on Urza Saga. Are they going to remember the trigger and get a +1/+1 counter?
Oh, really good
on the
here.
Smith?
And this is the kind of things you only see in Paper Magic. Players writing the counters in a piece of paper.
Yeah. And yeah, there's the dice with the 1 on it. Going to play a Springleaf Drum into this. They're going to tap it. And play another Esper Sentinel. So now all the non-creature spells are getting taxed twice. And this is what they want to be doing, right? They now currently have 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts on the battlefield. So next turn they can start going off and start, playing the spells that are reduced and start drawing more cards and going through their deck. And it's just a straight up pass of the turn. That's exactly what you want to be seeing if you're on the 8 cast side.
And there we go.
And they play another artifact land, which does trigger the Smith.
Smith also a great card that we have been seeing.
Smith can grow quite bigly.
Is it the Damping Sphere?
That is another Damping Sphere. Again, it looks like someone's knocked the camera slightly, so it's going to be a bit of a...
In a second, they'll bring the glasses.
Yep, someone's run across to try and fix it. Now, you're going to come back to our faces. We'll try and talk you through what's happening.
Yeah, so this Damping Sphere definitely very important here. I really like the card. And yeah, somebody giving an I5, putting on some glasses on the stream.
It's going to turn off that Eldrazi Temple only being able to tap for 2. It will only tap for 1 now. Plus, the more spells you cast in the turn, the more mana it's going to tax you. So it might not play in the 8 cast's favor because they want to be casting multiple spells in one turn. But they decided to cast it anyway. Maybe they've got nothing better to do. Plus, it is going to start growing this Smith.
Yeah, people asking what does the needle calling, and they called for the Urza Saga, right?
It's Urza Saga the needle's on.
Yeah.
And what that does, it stops them from being able to make the constructs. It doesn't stop the search, it doesn't stop the mana, but it does stop the because the search ability is a sack, not a tap. And they're just tapping it straight away. So it looks like they floated 1 mana, tapped the tower, cracked the map. And this is all in the upkeep before they've even drawn a card.
Yeah, and one of the players doesn't play with the playmat, and the other one has the new playmats from the Legacy European Tour. Love to see it. I
No.
love this art.
I don't own any of these. Do you own any yet?
I do. I played in Bologna. It's a Lava Spike, and they also give you the promo. And yeah, I definitely have one from Bologna where I played limited.
I'm going to have to get myself one. They do look good. I'm a fan of... Oh, okay. Now, this is a card you want to see if you're on this side of the battlefield. Urza comes in, makes a construct, which is going to be huge in itself, which is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 6/6 in itself. It grows the Smith, and now they can tap all their artifacts for 1 blue mana. And Urza's got a lovely little ability. It says, pay 5 mana, shuffle your deck, reveal the top card, you may cast it for free.
Yeah.
That, like, they're just going off. This prison deck needs to start doing its prison things, otherwise it's going to start having real big problems. How's a bridge? Bridge with cards in hand, you know, they can still lose to the combo, but I believe they've only got, what, they got 3 cards in hand, and they're getting stuck on mana, so it might just bundle up in their hand.
Each creature with power greater than the number of cards in your hand cannot attack. That's really...
I kind of feel like that I would have probably spun Urza at the end of their turn. You know, it doesn't matter what you hit off the top of your deck. You are just trying to hit your combo now, and that's the main game plan.
This is prison for people that are asking.
Yeah, people join in. It's basically Tron Prison versus 8 cast. And now they pay the 2 mana and they play a Stoneforge Mystic, which I believe they drew for the turn, which is going to be very nice. What are they going to go find? Sword of the Meek. That's 1/2 of the combo established. Now they just need to go find Fop to Foundry, and this game could possibly be locked up. The outs for the prison player here, I guess, would be an E on 0 and being able to empty the hand pretty quickly. They're definitely on a clock. They know as soon as 1 card hits the battlefield on that side, it could be a very easy, quick game for the 8 cast. They're deciding what they want to do. Looks like they're going to cast a Piffing Needle.
There you go.
Now this is what I want.
Naming?
I would love to know what this names. If they can get a good read on this battlefield, they might name Urza, which I think would be wrong. I think the thing you want to be naming is the Fop to Foundry. If you can stop the combo, because Piffing Needle does not stop the mana ability from Urza. So no, and I think they did name Urza by the looks of it.
Yeah, they pointed to Urza, so I think they did.
That just means you can't pay 5 mana to, shuffle your deck, reveal a top card and play it. You can still generate the mana though. And I think they missed the trigger to tax them and make them pay an extra 2 for that with the Esper Sentinels.
Yes. So a lot of people asking for questions about parries, and we already had the information from the mods in chat that they will announce in the end of the event. So
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, yeah. We don't have more information, but hopefully you are enjoying the games and having this coverage back.
Now they play a Spell Scope for 2. You're going to activate this, and they're going to bring in a Cauldron. So you can see, like, obviously this bridge is doing a lot. This bridge is doing what it needs to do. It's holding off one side of the battlefield, but for how long? Also, I suppose live draws a Teferi. If they draw another Teferi and manage to bounce the bridge back to hand, they can then start getting some big hits. But then I suppose there is a spell scout in the battlefield, so they could just redirect the Teferi trigger and make the spell scout bounce back.
People are not enjoying this board state.
You don't like permanence, chat? You don't. This is prime magic. If you look at the battlefield, it is full of permanence. That basically, because there's 2 Dampener Sphere on the battlefield, it's locking out the prison deck basically.
They are prisoning the prison deck.
Exactly, putting them in prison where they belong with those dirty Tron lands of theirs.
Preciception.
So they did go get a way to bounce a creature, so now that would open up a Teferi draw, so they can now, with the Spell Bomb, bounce back the Spell Skite and then use the Teferi to bounce back the bridge, but they're going to have to set this turn up. I don't know what I can't see what they've got in their hand. I definitely think I'd rather be on the 8-cast side here though, with all these permanents. They must have something because they're trying to, they're eyeing it up. Maybe they're thinking bounce the Fortnite Seer and then they can attack with a load of these like smaller powered creatures that they have. We need to keep a count on how many. Oh, they've got the lands that bounces targets, artifact, enchantment, creature, or planeswalker back to their opponent's hand. I believe they've got that in hand. So
There it is.
they're going to bounce the spell scope back to their hand. And then they're going to pay 3 because it's reduced. Well, are they not? Yeah, it looks like they're going to pay. How many legendaries are on the battlefield? Oh, this because there's 2 legendary permanents. It costs 2. Bounce the bridge back to your hand. And now I'm going to start hitting you with my big.
What?
They're equipping. They're paying 2 with the Urza mana to equip this to the Cauldron,
How
making
much is
it.
for?
It's 2 to equip.
And this attack is for
A lot.
a lot. Is it?
A lot into a
Is it
Fortnite.
GG?
I don't. What we got? 15 life
15.
total. So this is going to be 6. Oh, that construct's huge. Yeah.
Yeah, it's GG.
Being able to just block one of them, like maybe the construct's probably the biggest thing here. Everything else is just going to come across to be lethal. That was a good game.
That was a good game.
Do we know how long's left on the round? Two seconds chat. If we've got enough time, we'll try and get the player back in to have an interview. If not, we'll have to.
Yeah, now we are seeing the best view.
It
of the
looks like.
crafters here.
Yeah, well, the best one.
Yeah.
The best dressed ones, we're trying.
Yeah.
Prettiest. Right, chat. Be kind to us, be kind. And
Yeah.
so we've got no more feature matches for you, so I guess we're going to end up calling it there to the next round. Am I stepping out or are you stepping out?
It's my turn to step out.
You're
Now
stepping
it's going to be you and Ari. So thank you so much, everyone, and I'll be back in
Very
not
shortly.
the next, but very shortly.
All right, see you
See you
soon.
soon.
prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We're going to be watching some more modern gameplay. I'm HarryMTG, joined here by Will.
How you doing, people? How we doing?
And we're about to see round 8. This is going to be an interesting one as we decided to bring in Table 1. This is both two undefeated players, 7-0. You know what's interesting? They're playing the same deck.
Exactly.
That's going to be a living end mirror. This is about to be very explosive and also extremely technical. We've got Joel Larson, and we have returning into the feature match. Well, both are
They're
returning
both in
players.
feature match. So
Yes.
it's just going to be really interesting to see how these two players will play this out. We put it on now. I'd probably bet money we're going to end up seeing one of these mirrors again over this weekend because there's a lot of living in on the top tables. So if we go through it now, we can talk through basically who has to pull the trigger first, who's going to pull it, who's going to have the force negations to counter the other one, because you don't really bring back their creatures when you bring back your creatures. This is going to be a technical masterclass because as we got two of the best players in the room playing it, both at 7-0.
Definitely. And a lot of you may be wondering, well, what's the difference between their lists? Essentially nothing. It is very hard to work out the differences. It is only a few cards. But what's important is that Joel Larson has access to Colossal Sky Turtle in the main, and Harry does not. He has Brazen Borrower. In the sideboard, there are some differences, but generally we're looking at very similar game plans and very similar lists.
We're looking at Joel's sideboard there. We'll get into sideboards as we go, but Joel's got some very spicy sideboard. Like I think it's going to help him a lot in this matchup.
Yeah.
So the players are just shuffling up. It looks like they're about to draw the opening 7.
Yep. We will be getting to the gameplay shortly, but as players shuffle up, I think we got to assess what do you want in the opening hand. We're getting to the point now, on the top tables, you know who you're playing against. You've played against this person all day. You know what matchup you're playing against. And Harry should know what he's playing against. You also know who he's playing against because I watched Harry play last round. You know who was standing next to me watching Harry play? Joel. So
everyone knows what's going on. They know what they need to mulligan down to. But then what are the key cards they need to find? Maybe Grief, Force and Negation, not the actual cycle cards here. They're trying to disrupt their opponent, or they're just going to... Whoever's on the play, I'm going to be able to get 3 creatures in the graveyard, and you're going to be able to get 2.
So, from watching Harry play, last round he played a living end mirror, so he's had a bit of training. It seemed to be that the winner was the person who just spent the whole game cycling and then started hardcasting things until the other living end player had to say, look, I'm in a really bad spot, I need to living end. So I think, in general, not having much experience in the matchup, it seems to be that the person who has to living end first is most likely to be the loser unless there's some stumbling involved.
So we're talking about patience here, basically.
Exactly.
Who has got the most patience? Because it's going to be twitchy. You think, oh, should I do it now? There's an opening. Should I try it? And not getting there. So it's going to be interesting. And obviously, Joel he's one of the best in the world, right? So he knows that he's going to have to take his time here. This isn't going to be his first rodeo when it comes to this sort of mirror. He's going to know what's going on. So I don't know if Harry's had that, but as he did play the last round, he kind of knows how it plays out. He's had a bit of a warm up before he gets to Joel, and I'm interested to see. I love these technical matchups. It's not just going to be straight, a wrath versus a creature deck, or counter spell versus a combo deck. This is going to be both playing the same deck, same game plan, who can execute it the best in the mirror. And these are what makes it really interesting.
So both players now are drawing their opening 7.
Both on a mulligan as well, I believe.
Okay. And we now have the gameplay on the screen. Joel decides to bottom a card, and sadly Harry is going down to 5.
So yeah, he bottomed the grist there, or the grief there. Obviously, he's got no second black card in hand, so it is kind of useless. If he did have a second black in his hand, would he have kept it?
I think, honestly, in this matchup, I'm assuming that the pitch cards, like Force of Negation and Grief, are things you want to hardcast. Because typically in degenerate matchups where you have to pitch cards to do things, unless you're winning the game from that pitch, I feel like, again, patience rewards you, and pitching that card, unless it's a living end, of course, will cost you down the line. And on a mulligan, if you try to utilize Grief, you're technically mulling again, and every card in the graveyard matters. It's a complicated matchup. I'm assuming that Joel is not worried of any main deck endurances, and which is why he's not really looking to attack his hand. As well as, if you grief a living end player, and they don't have a cascade spell in hand,
You've got to put another
you're
creature
helping
in their
them.
graveyard.
Yep, you're helping.
I do kind of like if I've got a grief in hand, I'm going to do it the turn before I want a cascade to try and get that force of negation out of their hand. So that's probably the only thing I'm worrying about. on the turn I actually go for it. But then I suppose if you living end and then your opponent untaps and living ends, they wrap the board. This, we're back in the same position.
Yeah.
Both down one living end each. And as they go in here, they're just playing lands. And we might see this for a little while. Land go, cycle. Land go, cycle. Until someone does eventually have enough, ways to interact with their opponent when they do go off.
Yes.
It's just nice and simple. 2 lands each.
If I'm both players here, my main priority is to just hit land drops to begin with, and then I would assume after 3 or 4 lands, you need to start filling up your graveyard minimum. I'd
prioritize cycling my bigger creatures that are harder to cast. Cycling the 4-drop, that's probably one of your easiest ones to cast here. So that tells me maybe you don't have any other cyclers in your hand, because that's the one I would want to be hard casting. Plus, when I cycle with that in my hand, in play, I get to scry every time.
Yes. Now, we do apologize for some sun glare. Sadly, Legacy is not physicist, and we can't control the way the sun works, so there will be some glare on the cards, but we are working through it, and this is some feedback that we will leave for our next event, so please try not to be too concerned by that. But what's interesting is that Yol has a living end in hand, something that you don't want to draw.
No.
And as a living end player, you do face sometimes. I mean, in theory, you could draw 3 living ends in a row.
It's happened to me a lot, where you're just there drawing all your living ends and you just look at your opponent in the face, just deflated, and then you have to start hard casting your spells.
Yeah. Okay, so we do see a cascade here from Yol Larson, and I assume that his logic here is, look, I've got 3 creatures in the graveyard, you've got 1. If you want to have a Force of Negation here, you've got to pitch 2 cards, and if you untap in living end, you help me.
Exactly.
So Yol here is really taking the opportunity to say, okay, if you've got the Force of Negation and a living end, isn't that just good for me?
So I'm trying looking at the meta breakdown of all the decks that are doing well currently.
Ooh, very nice play by Harry here. Not only does this dig for a Force of Negation 2, Waker of Waves, I believe is the name.
Yes.
This is exactly what Harry wants. He has got not only the effect of creatures getting -1/-0, they get -2/-0 because you have 2 of them. You have 2 7/7s which eat the Striped River Winders, and you don't care about the hexproof.
No.
You've got a flying attacker to get over them. It's very hard for Yol to attack. So I actually am starting to like Harry's position, depending on what Yol has left in hand. Okay, he does have another Violent Outburst.
Well, this is what we spoke about, right? Like, who's going to pull the trigger first? Joel thought he was going to get the advantage from that, but that Waker was so good.
Yeah.
Not only did he put itself in the graveyard, he could put another creature along with it, and this time he happened to hit, basically hit the juice and get another Waker in there. And okay, this has got signs. I have another way to cascade in my hand. I'm just going to attack now.
Now the question is, do you chump?
Well, I like this. I like a block in each. 2 of them are going to die.
Oh, it's not a chump, sorry, because it has -2/-0.
Yeah.
My mistake.
Well, basically, Joel's throwing his creatures under the bus, seeing what happens. So he gets 2 more creatures in the graveyard. He can now living end, and realistically, Harry can only cycle for one more turn. So he's going to Cascade here. But notice to Joel, this is going to be his last living end. This will be the second one he's going to cast, and he's got 1 in hand. And that could just determine this game straight out.
Yeah, I wonder how the dynamic changes from Harry's side, because again, he's like... And also, if Joel goes through his whole deck, Harry can assume that the other living end has to be in hand. Look at how deep this is going. As the more cards that Joel flips, the more that Harry's thinking, is there really 2 left in this deck?
I like once this living end gets cast, I want to look at that pile of cards. I want to see what he's got left in the next, 5 to 10 cards on top of his deck. He didn't choose to look at it, Harry. He's just decided, no, it looks generic. I know you've probably milled over about 20, 30 cards there.
Yeah, definitely. I also think that, sometimes you just don't want to waste your time looking.
Oh, Joel's also cycling in response there, look.
Ooh.
In response to casting his own living end, he's cycling it. Now, is this going to pitch a force?
Got the Force of Negation.
Yeah.
That is exactly what Harry needs. He's got a huge board. Yol has an 0-2 Shardless Agent, a 3/5 Hexproof. And is this just lethal on the table if he can remove the Shardless Agent? Concedes. Wow, Harry takes down game 1. That was masterfully played. I do want to say that I think it was quite lucky that he hit another master off the Master of
I
Waves.
think Joel got a bit unlucky. He had both ways to cascade. He could have cascaded on his turn or instant speed, and he was kind of hoping that there wasn't a forced negation. Maybe he could have played around it if he did it in Harry's turn, and Harry managed to, tap out and not have 3 mana up. Obviously, Joel will have to play back to that, but I suppose he was playing to his outs. He knew he had 1 more living end left in his deck. This is it. This is my one shot. Best opportunity I'm going to get. The least amount of cards my opponent has seen or in their hand. I'm going to go for it. If they've got it, I'll take the L. If they haven't got it, I'm now back in the game and quite far ahead.
Yeah. And I think it's a very clear scoop by Yol there, because the Waker of Waves are so powerful, and why would Harry ever living end again?
Exactly. So we're going to put up the sideboards here, because Joel's got a very spicy sideboard that I like to see. So I'll take Joel here. We've got 3 Mystical Disputes. I quite like bringing them in. It's a 1 mana answer for the, for when they bring the forces and you're going to try and force each other. He's got 3 Leylands of Sanctity. We could see that if he thinks he's going to be bringing Endurance in. We've seen this already. But he's got 3 Leyland of the Voids. Now that's a good one in this matchup. He's also got 2 Force of Vigors, a Subtlety, and Mirror and Foundation Breakers. There's an argument for all these cards. Out of all the, obviously you can't bring in 15 cards here. It's not going to be that sort of matchup. So Joel's, it's going to be interesting what he thinks and prioritizes in this matchup in the mirror. I feel like the Voids are definitely that's what they're here for. I feel like you're going to bring the 3 Voids in, maybe a couple of Breakers to try and, disrupt what your opponent's doing. How do you think you would sideboard here?
I'm honestly leaning towards how effective is Subtlety, probably not great, and how effective is Grief. Now, I know Joel mulligan and he doesn't want the card disadvantage, and there are counterspells involved, but it really depends on the speed of the game. And if the speed of the game is being really slow, do you really want this style of effect? I'm not too sure.
Well, I like the subtleties because it can hit the endurances, right? It depends. What do you think your opponent is bringing in? Depending on what. So this is, how much of the last games did he watch in the last round? Does he know that he's got ley lines? That he's got to bring the breakers in? And this is where when you're playing in the the top tables, you look left and right. You can see what your opponents are playing. So he's probably knows he's got ley lines. You can also see how he sideboarded in the last match because he watched the living end mirror that Harry was in. So he's kind of got a good gist on, okay, Harry's going to board in X, Y, and Z. I need to bring in X, Y, and Z. But then does Harry big bring in it and go, well, he's seen how I sideboard, so I'm going to sideboard again. And this is what I love. It's like a mind game of chess. I love saying chess around you, don't I? Maybe just you inspire me with these chess talks you've given me in the past.
Well, yes, and looking at Harry's sideboard, we have Endurance, we have Leyland of Sanctity, which I wonder if he's going to bring in, assuming that Yol will have Endurance. This is going to be an interesting match. Let's see what they decide to do.
So it looks like they've both drawn. So the subtleties have come in. I see 2 of them in Joel's hand. And
Yes.
a bunch of land, it looks like. Does he have any cyclers in there? And Harry's mulligan again. Maybe this is either, maybe he had just had a bad 7, or he knows the cards he needs to try and find here.
Yeah, definitely. I actually do think that Subtlety is a lot better now that you point that out to me, and I think that... Well, does he have a living end in hand? I don't think so. How many I see a Waker of Waves, which seems to be the most powerful card in this matchup.
Well, it's very good to cycle, and not only, as I said earlier, it gets you to look at your top 2, so you can try and find the Cascade spell, or the Force Negation, or the Endurance you're looking for. It also pits another card in the graveyard, so it's 2 mana, pit 2 cards in your graveyard, one of them being the Waker, which obviously a 7/7 that makes your opponent's side of the board smaller is great. Nice little, that's a new card for M21, right? It's first printing.
Waker of Waves, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I like that. I like that mechanic on the cards where it's got an early game and a late game. Obviously, we fully abuse it in the living end decks here, where they're like, no, I'll cheat it in. Is this another mulligan from Harry?
I think so. But don't forget, Harry mulligan to 5, game 1.
Yeah, maybe he's just flexing on Joel. Like, look, I don't need 7 cards to win this match.
What I like is every time we've watched Harry play, and even watching him on the floor, he has not been afraid to mulligan, and that's what you need with a combo deck.
Yeah.
I think it's very easy to say, oh, I've got a few cycling creatures, I've got a few lands, maybe I'll be okay. He knows what he's looking for in the matchup, and he's clearly trying to find it. Now, I could be gassing him up, and he could have just had 2
really bad hands.
full bad
But let's
hands.
not say that. Let's say that he's a
Yeah.
master of this deck. He knows what he needs. He knows the key cards. And he's going to, he's not willing to take a mulligan for it. He knows how good Leyline would be in this matchup, or an Endurance, who's willing to mulligan to it twice. This deck doesn't mulligan too bad either, because you do draw so many cards of it. You can go down to 5 cards and just be completely fine.
Yes, and also being on the draw, mulliganing isn't the end of the world. And we have seen so far, like I said, not the end of the world. What's he got? Sorcery speed. So this might imply, I would feel like he has a grief or
Yeah.
living end in hand.
I would
go.
say this is a grief. If you're cycling main phase, I would say it's because of a grief. And that is a little bit of information that you're telling Joel there, if you do have a grief. Joel just plays land and pass. Notably a green source, so that can't be used to cycle unless he's got a Waker in hand.
Yes.
Which we've got.
Oh, we have a grief coming down from Harry. This is going to be crucial to help him work out what he needs to do. But Yol has access to subtlety.
Exactly. I think we could see it here as well. Like, how much information does he need? But then in his hand, he's got all creatures. Is he fine with him just putting a creature into play, into his graveyard? No, is the answer to that.
Yol decides to go for the subtlety. Okay, grief goes on top of the deck.
Yeah. So
Wow.
Maybe he's got a second black spell in hand.
I think he has a Waker of Waves.
Yes, I think he put it in his graveyard.
Yes.
I like it. Like, that's what I mean. This game is so back and forth, such a masterclass of who's got the most patience. It doesn't look like he's got a third land drop here. Is he going to cycle to try and find that? That is a Street Rave, so he's going to pay 2 life. Finds a way to Cascade. But no third land, so we can't cast it here.
This is exactly what you don't want to have in the living end mirror. This is exactly not what Yol wants to see right now. He's missing his land. One of them's a green source. And okay, Harry does not have Waker of Waves and only has 1 cycler. So this is actually... I wonder if this is because both players are anticipating the game to be so slow, they're happy to keep risky hands.
Yeah, like or you just have it. But then Joel might throw back now and be like, nope, I've got another subtlety.
Well, don't forget, Yol's mana screwed, but Harry is card screwed. So we're really seeing 2 dynamics of living and clash against each other. And I really think that I would like to be on Harry's side.
I don't know. If I'm on Joel, I'm pretty sure I've got 2 cards in my hand that are going 2 for 1. This grief is probably going to take my Cascade spell. I don't think it's going, unless I've got land into a Cascade spell in hand, then I'll take the Force. But if I don't here, I can't see what his last 2 cards. If that's land, Wade to Cascade, then obviously we take the Force here. Well, but I say obviously, even the Cascade's not good. Look, he's only got 10 power in the battlefield. 13 once the grief comes down. If you look at Joel's side, Joel's got a lot more power than that. So living ending here is not even good for him.
Yeah, maybe my evaluation was poor, and he has to take the Cascade.
He can't risk a living end on the other side of the battlefield. And he does have lands.
Huge draw. Draws Force of Negation.
He's going to let his opponent write those cards down.
Wow.
And I guess it's going to be a Waker here. Try and hit that third land drop.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So now we're seeing the complete opposite from game 1. Harry has a weak graveyard, and Yol is the one with the 2 Wakers this time. Is that no land again? No, it is a land.
He found land and put a Sky Turtle into his graveyard.
Awesome. So we do need to see some sort of graveyard hate off the top from Harry here. He's getting some selection. He knows that Yol has a subtlety, and
he also knows he's got double Force, right?
yes.
Oh no, he knows he's got 1 Force. He doesn't know about the second Force.
Yeah. I believe that was a cycled Street Wraith.
Yep. So Harry's got 1 land, but I think he's got Forest plus 1 unknown. I couldn't quite get a good look at that. And he's just going to pass the turn. He's going to try and hide that information and bluffs. Is that a Brazen Burrower?
I think it was another Curator of Mysteries. You're really struggling to draw good things here, and he top decks is a living end. This is just the classic case of just drawing poorly. And it's also interesting because Yol now has access to Hardcast Force of Negation. So he's not even losing cards for not hitting his land drops now.
And it was a Brazen Burrower.
Ooh.
So he's just going to hardcast this and be like, look, well, this is what I got. I'm going to start attacking you for free a turn. And the graveyards are starting to even up a little bit. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if there was a living end cast in this game now.
We actually have another interesting dynamic, though, because if Yol just keeps doing nothing, the Brazen Borrower will keep doing something.
Yeah. And, 13 life is only, what, 5 attacks?
Yep. But with the land off the top, Subtlety can chump block Things, again, becoming awkward for Harry, needing to be blessed by the top of the deck.
So it's another land for Harry. We know he's got a forest in hand, +1 unknown. Can't quite make out what it is. But Harry is just swinging. He knows there's a subtlety on the other side of the battlefield. Is Joel going to cast it? No, he's just going to take it. Drop himself down to 10.
I think that's a grief in his hand.
So he's got land plus grief.
I think so.
Rough. What's Joel going to do here now, though? I kind of think last turn I might have hard cast the 4-drop. So if I hard cast that, then every time I cycle, I get a trigger. It blocks, it attacks, and I've got double force, double subtlety in hand. But like,
I think that Yol just doesn't get punished for just draw going.
well, his life total was going down. He's going to be at 7 life after this attack, I believe.
But there's very few punishes in the Living End Mirror for low life total when you have 2 Waker of Waves in the graveyard. I think what Yol is doing here is he's playing patient. He's saying, look, I've got the forces, I've got the subtleties. You've got to do something or you're going to lose. And as soon as you do something, I get value from my subtlety. I can do something with Force of Negation. And once he finds a Living End, he can just bring everything back and most likely be the one on the lethal swing.
Well, that's what all this chip damage does, right? If you do this chip damage, you need one attacker to get through. If you manage to knock him, so he's at 4 life. That's a lot of lethal threats if one attacker can get through.
I think that Yol's patience is about to punish him. You're right. This could easily flip the opposite way if Joel continues to be too patient. Now, Harry is obviously going to attack, force Yol to use his mana, see what he wants to do. Goes for the subtlety. Harry has 4 cards in hand. We know... Okay, so he lets it block. Double fetch, so this must be a Curator of Mysteries coming down. Or if he fetches 2 black lands, he could grief.
I don't believe the decks play black lands. They might play the filter land, but other than that, I don't believe they have any other way. Harry obviously has got a forest in hand, so he can't go fetch that basic. So is he going to fetch a shock? And shock is going to shock it in. Life totals are going to play a part in this, I think.
I think that now that you mention it, I'm leaning towards potentially Yol could be punished by taking so much damage because everything that Harry now casts, Yol has to be afraid of. Every Living End, Yol has to be afraid of because Harry's going to get a load of things back. Sure, Yol can get a massive board, but that doesn't mean he can attack if he loses on the backswing.
Exactly. And this is a lethal threat. And Joel doesn't really have a good answer to it. Subtlety doesn't chump. Subtlety just puts it back on top of his deck. And these force negations aren't doing anything at all. And we're seeing it get a game that might be won without anybody casting a Living End.
That would be great.
Just straight up, we're going to play 4-5 drops until one of us loses. And that's what I kind of think I would have tried to kill that Brazen Burrow maybe a turn or 2 earlier, just to give me these life points in case this is does end up being a Living End game.
I definitely agree. I wonder what Yol was afraid of there.
We can ask him later on. I'm sure he'll tell us. Let's just shuffle him. I don't know what he needs. Would you cast it like if you cast Living Ends now, and there's a force negation? That's terrible for him. So he has. I suppose he's got the mana to be able to force back his. So he'd have to pit Harry in double force, which we know he doesn't have.
Is that?
It's either a borrow or
Curator of Mysteries.
Yep, hard cast it. Here's my blocker.
Okay. I see a load of lands in Harry's. Is that?
That's an endurance.
Oh.
That was an endurance off the top, but he's got the subtlety to stop it.
So there are many answers in Harry's deck to tackle subtlety, as well as we know he has the grief. So there are many possible lines here, and I'm very interested to see where this goes.
Chat points out a good one. He thinks Joel's actually playing round endurance. That's why he's not casting that last subtlety. And it makes sense because he's now getting rewarded for that. No attacks. Now we're going to do this weird standoff game again. Joel draws another land.
This is... I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I'm surprised he didn't... I guess, again, we have perfect information that Yol has no Living End.
No.
Harry must be like, where are these Living Ends? Do you know what I mean? It makes sense to play patient. Use the endurance to surprise Yol.
Man, I love it. I literally love these mirrors. They're so complex. And as we say, how it's playing out now, like we couldn't have written scripted this, how this is turning out. They're both just sat on the battlefield with 4/4s looking at each other with hands for the cards that don't really interact with the board too much. It's beautiful. This is Magic the Gathering at its finest, in my opinion.
Again, both players just staring at each other, having a nice stare down.
Joel's going down to 2 because he knows every threat in that deck is basically lethal. So he might as well finish his deck now. Try and get some good cards. And looking then, Joel has brought in those Leyline on the Voids. Managed to see there as he's shuffling through his deck. So it looks like he's brought them in, the subtleties, but we haven't seen anything else yet.
What I'm interested to see is a black card off the top by Harry. How does Yul react to a grief being put on the stack? Forest off the top again for Yul. Again, he has to play his land and say go.
This is great.
Huge draw for Harry.
What's he got?
Didn't quite see it.
It might have been a street raid.
Ooh, what's this? Ooh,
No,
foundation.
just
oh,
hard cast.
foundation breaker. Just a lethal threat.
And that's nice to know that he brought them in. So he's obviously playing out Joel's Voids. He's seen.
I
Probably,
like that.
He's seen that he's got Voids in his deck, and he's going to hard cast. So is that that's a big hard cast 7/7 could be coming? Or is Joel just going to cycle it? Nope, I'm hard casting it.
Wow.
I now have a 5/5 to block good because I suppose that's a lethal threat. Joel's only on 2 life. The breakers are 2/2, and he's forced him to play another blocker, and he did. He managed to answer.
Otawara!
He can't play around it.
He can't counter that.
No, that's just game.
Harry with the Otawara off the top.
Can he cycle into something?
He can cycle the Curator of Mysteries.
But what does he hit for 0 mana?
Oh
Nothing.
my gosh.
That's great.
Otawara off the top, the one of by Harry. Amazingly played with the Brazen Borrower and punishes the no blocks.
Both games went down to 5 cards, mulligan, and managed to take it down.
Wow.
That was a weird game, but I love to see it. That's great.
What an insane game. That was really well played by Harry. But we've got to quickly check now if our backup feature match is able to be watched.
Table B. Okay, we're
Yes.
gonna switch over to that. Great.
So we have to.
Oh, we got Nikachu in the chat. Nikachu, how are we doing? Yeah, Harry played that really well.
Yeah.
With what they were drawn, what cards they drew in that game, both players played really well, and it was really good to watch. So now it looks like we're jumping in here, and we've got 4 color versus.
It looks like Esper. What's it called? Asmoran Condicular.
Yes, I've never heard someone that managed to pronounce that properly. That's good. It does look like that. What do you reckon Pith Needle's on? I'd say Teferi. Teferi Time Raveler is what I'd put the Pith Needle on.
Yes.
So we're going on. It looks like they've missed land drops here. And the 4 color players about to play their 5th one. You can't counter this. Obviously, I'm naming Eldrazi.
Eldrazi in an Elementals deck.
You know what? Look, it's because that story I told you last game. Last time I saw the Elementals player name Eldrazi of the Caverns to play hardcast the Emrakul, the End of the World. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Such a good game.
But I have to say, the person on the left here, Rasmus Enegren, playing 4 color Elementals, is a very good and renowned Swedish player. Many GP top 8s, really strong. And actually, he was the first guest ever on my first podcast as a professional guest.
I knew you'd plug it at some point. I knew there'd be a plug.
Yeah, and huge respect to Rasmus. He's been playing Magic for so long. And he top 8 at GP Stockholm back in 2018. And you know who eliminated him in the top 8?
Who?
Yol Larson.
Ooh.
And if he won that match against Yol, he would have qualified for Swedish Nationals and played for the Swedish team in the World Cup.
Bad beats.
Bad beats. But you know what Rasmus is doing today? He's crushing with Omnath, Locus of Creation.
Would you, this is one I talk about quite a lot. Would you have rather played on the old Pro Tour, or would you rather have represented your home country in the Worlds?
I definitely would have gone for home country and Worlds.
Yeah.
In Magic the Gathering, my favorite events are team events.
That's what I said.
Nothing reduces the stress than having my brother next to me and telling me what I'm doing is correct. I think a lot of the time in Magic you can feel like you don't have validation to a very obscure line, and having somebody you could be like, hey mate, I'm about to crush my opponent with this, do you like it? They're like, yeah, you fist bump them, do the play, win the match. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I always said I would love to have played for England. I hope Wizards bring that back one day.
Yeah, definitely. Anyways, here we should evaluate the board. Rasmus seems to just have played a slow game, but this slow game has been rewarded by Urza's Saga. I mean, Urza's Saga generally is a slow plan if it's in a mid-range to control deck, and we are playing against a mid-range to control deck. So, and there's a cookbook on the table as well.
I think there might be a second one. I think we could see the Asmo. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure we can see that come down, and like that Omnath has to die on that side of the battlefield.
What's Asmo? Oh, you mean Asmoran
Yeah,
Canister?
that's the one. That's what I knew. If I prompted you,
I'd
you'd
like
say
you
it.
to pronounce it
I
they
can
cast
barely
it.
talk as it is.
Oh.
So now we're going to see loads of tokens start getting
Yes.
generated here.
So if Rasmus has a Solitude here, I would not be surprised if he Solitudes in response to Cookbook being activated, because if we get the Academy Manufacturer up on the screen, it says if you would create a clue, food, or treasure token, instead create one of each. So essentially, tapping the Cookbook nets you a clue, a mana, as well as a food, which is crucial in this deck that wants loads of artifacts.
The value getting generated out of that card is crazy, and obviously there's no Solitude, and then they get to play the card that I'm going to look at you to say out loud.
So let me try and pronounce it correctly. Here on the table we have.
No.
Oh, can't quite get it up. It thinks
don't
it's
say that to Twitch chat. Jeez, they're going to hound you for that one.
That is an Asmoran Condicular. I think I'm missing like one word in the name.
It's fine. We all know what it is. It's basically the 3/3. They can sacrifice 2 tokens, do target creature to 6 damage to itself. And in my opinion, they need to do this and get that Omnath off the battlefield. But they've only got one of the tokens needed for this. They could use the treasure token like they're doing now, cast the second cookbook, tap, discard, make one more treasure of each. This gives them 2. So now they can sacrifice the 2 tokens and then end up getting that Omnath off the battlefield. Because the 4-color control untaps with the Omnath and manages to play a fetch line, next turn they're going to pull super far ahead.
Honestly, what's in Rasmus? Is that an Ephemerate I see?
Ooh.
I think I see an Ephemerate. I see an Endurance. Rasmus is a very meticulous player.
I thought it was an ending the white card in the hand. But
yes.
It very much could be a Ephemerate.
So Bobbling Rasmus here. Draw on the upkeep. Huge draw for Rasmus. Oh, the classic. Rasmus very elegant, with the flicks and the dragging and the... What's this?
Oh, no, he
here?
does have a Solitude, it looks like.
Yes.
I think he's just pulled that to the front of his deck. Hand, sorry.
I think I might also see an Unholy Heat, but let's just wait and see what Rasmus does.
Yeah, well, that's definitely an Unholy Heat he's brought to the front. And he's got what? Lands, artifact, instant creature in the graveyard. I think that one drop in the graveyard is going to be another Nissa's Awakening. It's called Openness. That's what it's called. Openness. Deal 6 damage to a creature. Get it off the battlefield.
No, I wonder here. Do you care about the Asmo? They're making
Well,
food. Ooh, so he says go.
Clearly not. I suppose because it's making clue tokens in the late game. Just being able to pay 2, draw a card is quite strong. Especially while he doesn't have anything else on the battlefield going on.
Yeah. And it's also, there is an abundant growth, so Rasmus only has 4 mana here. But we know that he has something. And you know why? The Yorion is still in the companion zone. So this is a great tell against a 4-color control player, is do they have a counterspell? Do they have a pitched creature that they're going to hardcast? Well, if the Yorion's still in exile, they're clearly saving their mana for something.
Yeah, and you're right. It definitely there's a Ephemerate in the hand. Got a good glimpse of it there.
Now we do have an interesting line, because you can say, oh well, the Asmo can kill in response to the Ephemerate. Well, if you're using a Solitude here on the Asmo, then you can let the trigger resolve first and then Ephemerate, or Ephemerate in response
I think
to
we're
the
going
damage.
to see Endurance. I think this is going to be an Endurance with an Ephemerate flicker when he goes to target it. So yeah, Endurance, target you.
Yes.
And then when they go to kill it, they're going to discard a card from their hand, put it in the graveyard, make the extra token that they need. Oh no, they don't have extra one, right? They've got none now because they managed to kill the manufacturer.
I
So
think that, yes.
it's
but
just gonna be a straight block
There are
here.
just 2... Oh no, there are 2 clues and a treasure.
Yeah.
So they do have to discard their hand to block. I just don't think it's worth it.
No, I don't like this. I'll just be like, cool, you kill my 3/3
Yeah.
and move on with the rest of the game. You've got a Saga out. You can start making tokens. These cookbooks are going to make huge tokens. I'll just let it die. Obviously, the construct token is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. That's big. You can't take too many hits from that, especially if the life totals are correct and you're at 6 life.
And Rasmus just has to chump the construct. That's an interesting...
Yeah, well, you can't flicker in response because they could then just discard their cards, kill it in response to the flicker. So he's
And-
actually in a bit of trouble here, I'd say.
You want to save the... Rasmus loses the game. Unfortunate. That's very unfortunate here for Rasmus. But he's still undefeated, I believe. Or he might be 6-1. We don't have his record up, but they're...
Well, if it's correct, that was game 2. So that gives him his first loss of the tournament.
Yes. Well, they were table 13, right? I think he's 5-0-1. I think he has a draw because he drew against Blue Red Murktide in the second feature match.
Seen. Yeah.
Yes.
So his next round is a winner then.
Yes. Yes, definitely.
Love to see it. Love to see it. But,
Awesome.
On that one, I can jump out and see if we can go get the Asbo player to come in and give an interview.
Or Rasmus, whoever would like to come.
Oh, and then we sent Filipa off. Filipa's going to do it. She's going to see if we can get that player for an interview. If you've got any questions for them, make sure you put it in the chat. How you ask them. If not, if you've got any other questions, let us know. Are you enjoying the stream?
Yes, as well as all feedback, constructive criticism, or anything that you'd like to say that you think the stream is missing, please let us know, as Legacy is just trying to improve their content all the time.
Exactly. It's just a community thing, right? Everyone's trying to help each other to get the best product for yourselves at home to watch. If I wasn't here right now and I wasn't playing, I'd be at home watching this.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
I love watching Paper Magic. It's literally my favorite thing. If I'm not playing it, it's watching it.
Yeah. And for those concerned, obviously there will be some downtime after this interview. So there is only one round left today, and we're going to try to meticulously pick someone who specifically has a win in it.
I'll try and do it. I'm out there next. Phil's just going to jump back in. I'll try and pick one that's going to be X and 1 playing for day 2. Maybe X and 2. X and 2's playing for day 2.
I think X and 2 is playing for
I'll
day
find
2.
a good day 2. I'll try and find a deck that we haven't seen today. I'm pretty sure there's some Rakdos mid-range decks that I'm quite want to get on camera.
Who's coming for the interview?
They're coming across.
Okay.
Let's have a look. What's chat saying? Question number Scales. There's a Scales player at X and 2. We haven't seen Scales yet. How good you're a mathematician? Like you'll be good at Scales, right? Get that on there. You'll be able to work it out.
Very true. Do we have our interviewee coming?
They're just packing up, I believe.
Sure.
Sweet.
Okay, we have 2 minutes. You know what I'm gonna say the highlight of this round? I'm very impressed by that living in mirror. That
I loved
genuinely
it.
blew my mind. I was wholeheartedly thinking it's over for game 2. Y'all just got the win, and that one brazen borrower changed the whole game.
As I said, I think I would have substituted sooner to gain those life points, which actually ended up mattering. I'm gonna go ask Joel in a minute and see like what was his thoughts behind it, because he did it just 2 turns later. I'll see what it is, see what he comes back with. Obviously, he's a far better player than me. He's gonna tell me something, and I'll be like, that makes sense. But just being able to see that on camera for you, and you can see how it plays out. We had one that was a combo win, which actually backfired. So when Joel did do the living end, he actually made his opponent's board better than his, and obviously cost him the game. And then game 2, there was no living ends cast.
Yeah.
Which is, what's the odds on that? I suppose it might be quite odd. Maybe that's the game plan. After, when you both sideboard and you both got so many hate pieces against each other, you are just going to be like, I'm going to hard cast. And we said at the very start, actually, the only difference between them two, one's got a Brazen Burrow, the other's got a Turtle. And the Brazen Burrow ended up being the difference in the matchup.
That's so true. And he saw the Sky Turtle as well, because he binned it.
Exactly.
So Yol would have had a Brazen Borrow for himself. That's actually insane that one card can win you the match at 7-0.
And we managed to ping it early.
That's
big
pretty
brain
sick.
plays, big brain
That's
plays.
pretty
We like
sick.
to see it. Looking at Filipa with puppy dog eyes, like, where's this opponent? They went to the bathroom, okay, sure, makes
Which
sense.
player are we interviewing? Awesome.
Happy. So yeah, they're gonna be into day 2, along with 64 other players, and the top 32 tomorrow get invites to Sophia, and then we got the top 8, which obviously they're gonna start winning the big cash prizes. How you doing?
Good. They told me to show the t-shirt. So
Show the
I can
t-shirt?
say, yeah.
It's a good looking t-shirt.
Yeah.
It fits you lovely. Obviously, it's her birthday today, chat. If you don't know, if you haven't wished her happy birthday in the stream, make sure you jump in the stream, wish her happy birthday.
People are asking if Canister date 2. I also want to know.
Canister, sadly, is not doing great
Let's
from what
see.
I've seen.
I did see him lose round 5 or 6, I think. So he was X and 2 at best. But it turns out how the last couple of rounds have gone. I think Harry's going to try and look it up.
How
This is your
Piotr
dream team
Glogowski
chat,
is
right?
doing.
How good's this dream team? We're gonna post the round. What you can't see, there's a camera behind the camera taking photos, And obviously, Filipa's the most photogenic of us, so this is the only time they bring the camera out. And it's me and
no.
Harry, they don't get the camera out, they leave it in the corner, they're like, nah, not those two again. Get Filipa out, the cameras come out, it's beautiful,
Yeah,
chat.
but Will
Can-
is looking so good.
I dressed up, I had to dress up, look, I've got to compete with you two youngsters.
Canister is currently 4-2-1, so if he wins the next round, he might make it.
I think it is the next round will be a winning in, because it's if you some X and threes might get in, so an X2-1 is probably more favoured than the X and threes, right?
Yes, definitely.
Will there be overview of which decks make day 2? There will be tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning we'll get a breakdown like we've done today, and we'll be able to throw that at you. Right.
Also, we have
the
our
winner.
player.
That's me for the rest of the day, chat. By the way, I'll see you all tomorrow.
So yeah, please come and sit down.
Congratulations.
You can. Here we go. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
How do I pronounce your name? Sorry.
Power.
Per, nice to meet you so much. We just saw the end of Game 3 there against Rasmus on 4-color control, and it actually seemed like Rasmus was in a really good spot, but then that Urza construct just completely stole the game. So I guess my first question to ask you is, what's your trump card against all these 4-color players that are in the tournament?
I wouldn't say against that deck, it's no single card. It's a whole strategy in
Okay.
itself.
So you just think it's a good matchup?
Well, I haven't played enough to be certain, but I'm not afraid to face it now.
Okay, and I have a few questions on your deck list here. Obviously, this is not a combo that many people are familiar with. Oh, sorry, you don't have it online. So, essentially, could you explain the combo? We saw that you had the worker on the table, the manufacturer, sorry.
Yeah.
And how do you go about comboing?
I don't think I actually went off against him.
Yes.
I was able to win anyway. But the combo is you take infinite turns if you have 1 copy of the Academy Manufacturer and 2 copies of the cookbook, or the other way around. Because then you're able to generate, and time seal, of course.
Yes.
Then you're able to generate enough artifacts to sack to take all the turns.
Right. And then it just, from there, you win with Urza, Saga,
Yeah,
whatever.
from there it's trivial.
Yes.
Getting there is not trivial.
Of course, of course.
And there are some weird scenarios also where you go infinite with 3 cookbook, an emery, and a time seal.
Oh, wow. So there's a lot of depth to this deck.
Yeah.
Okay, and one thing as well is we've been seeing a lot of Living End in the tournament. We had a mirror match on table 1 this round. Is that a matchup that you're afraid of?
I have never played it.
Oh,
I think I took 6 leagues on Magic Online before this tournament. Never played against Living End.
okay. So was this a metagame decision that you chose with this deck?
No, not really.
So-
I just like the card Time Sieves, and I saw there was a competitive deck with the card. I went there.
Okay, and we have a lot of 1-ofs in your sideboard and 4 Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
What's the general sideboarding plan for this deck? Are you really just focusing on the main deck, or are you relying on your sideboard postboard?
I'm not really relying on the sideboard. After sideboard, they usually bring in some disruption, so the matches become more about attrition. So I take out some of the combo, some of the useless 1-offs in main deck in certain matchups,
Sorry.
and bring in some usually Thoughtseize, maybe some removal.
Nice. Awesome. Well, is there anything that you want to say about this deck if someone's looking to try it?
Well, there are lots of triggers. It's
Yeah.
late in the day. I've been doing lots of triggers. I am pretty fatigued.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. But you only have 1 more round, and what's your record?
6-1-1.
Okay, so you should be locked for day 2, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That's great. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming for an interview. Is there anyone you'd like to thank or shout out?
I can always give a shout out to Ludelonos. He always brings the cards.
Awesome. Nice. Well, shout out to them, and thank you so much, and congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
You will.
Awesome. If you just head that way. Thank you so much. Okay, so that is going to be it for round 8 here in the Legacy European Tour. We're going to be getting to some more Modern shortly, but we do have to have a short break as there's no one playing Magic right now. But we hope you guys all enjoy, and we'll catch you guys soon for some more Modern content.
it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now. I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the last round of the Legacy European Tour. I'm HarryMTG, joined here by Filipa.
I hope you enjoyed the things we did in the break. We did some silly things, and we are back. And this is a win and in match, right?
Yes, so both players here are 6-2. The winner of this match is guaranteed to be coming back tomorrow. But you know what's also more interesting is we sent Will down to the floor and we said, Will, bring us the jankiest deck you can find. And you will not believe what Will managed to find. We are about to watch 8-rack in 2022 in Modern against Blue-Red Murktide. This is going to be a really sick match. Yeah, 6-2. This is going to be a sick match. Do you even know what 8-rack is?
No, I haven't heard of that deck ever.
So essentially, 8-rack is a mono-black deck. Maybe they splash white sometimes for things like Prismatic Ending.
Right?
But it makes you discard cards.
Yeah.
And a lot of people didn't realize, but 8-rack is the rack is a 1-mana spell. It's a 1-mana artifact. What gets 1-mana artifacts in Modern? Urza Saga. So we're going to be seeing a lot of interesting plays. And if we go down to the match now, which is on screen, we can see a Gemstone Cavern pitching a land on the draw for the 8-rack player, and the Murktide just hitting their Spirebluff Canal. So, getting the deck list up on screen, hopefully we can
People are so excited to see 8-rack. We love to see it, chat.
Yes. We are having some difficulties getting the deck list up, so please be patient with us for a second.
Yeah, because we really want to see what the 8-rack is bringing and what's the difference in the deck since we haven't seen it in a while. Definitely not a deck that I come across at my local game store when I'm playing Modern. Wait till we see 10-rack.
I'm struggling to find the deck list here, so we're gonna have to go off of not knowing for now. That's quite unfortunate.
The overlay says Living End. Will promises an 8-rack deck, so we're going to protest.
Oh, this is... Okay, so we're not watching 8-rack. We're watching Hardened Scales. Oh, okay, so we've sadly been misinformed here. We apologize. We are watching Hardened Scales versus Living End. There's been some mix-up here in the coverage area. We apologize.
We just wanted to spice up chat.
I still am struggling to find the deck list of our players. Living End versus Hardened Scales. Here we go. So looking at the Hardened Scale list, I've got it up on screen finally. We've got 4 Arcbound Ravager, 4 Hangerback Walker, 4 Ballista, 4 Zabaz, and a load of 1-of artifacts, as well as 4 Scales, 4 Urza Saga. Now, in this matchup specifically, I think it's going to be very hard for the Scales player. And the reason is because the Living End is very, very powerful. But then you have the alternate dynamic of the Ozolith, moving all the counters onto the Ozolith and having the Inkmoth Nexus to kill them that way. So this is going to be an extremely complicated game. And honestly, maybe it's not easy to say who's favored in the matchup. Oh, well, double Ballista. And you do have things like Ballista, Hangerback Walker that can come back from the graveyard that do nothing. So I'm very, very interested to see how the Infect player manages to navigate this turn, or this game.
Yeah, and I love that we are seeing a different deck, and we don't even have this deck in the metagame, so probably not a lot of people bringing it today, and clearly doing a good result, because it's here for the win and in.
Yes, we apologize for any poor quality of video. Please don't forget we are in a hall, and the internet is not perfect here, and the stream is always improving, so please bear with us for that. But we do see our Living End opponent hitting their land drop, cycling a few spells, and this must be a Ballista for 1 coming down,
Yeah,
which
but
it is. Now, Zabaz is an important card that needs to be understood, so let's try and get it up on the screen. Oh, let's try and get it up on the screen here. There we go, Zabaz. So it's a legendary artifact creature with modular 1. If it has affinity for a modular... not affinity, sorry. Hardened Scales for a modular triggered ability, and more importantly, you can pay red to destroy target artifacts you control, and you can pay white to give it flying. Now, the most biggest mistake when Zabaz came out is they looked at the art and they thought, oh, Zabaz is a bug. It has wings, so it must automatically have flying. So everyone was attacking with their Zabaz into ground creatures. It was very awkward and funny.
It does look like a flying creature. I would definitely do the same mistake. It looks like it's flying to me.
Yes. But we do see cycling here from the living end opponent. There was a Force of Negation on the Ancient Stirrings. I don't particularly know which turn it was because we were fiddling with the deck list. But
Who do you think is favored here?
honestly, the more I think about it, the more I'm liking Living End. I mean, maybe there are draws with Arcbound Ravager that make it very awkward for Living End, but look at the Hardened Scales player's graveyard. They've got a Walking Ballista, they've got a Ballista on the table, and they've got a Zabaz. So what's the best thing that can happen? They Living End, you ping the Zabaz, and then you get the Zabaz back? I mean, that's just not good, right?
Yeah, it's not good enough.
Yes, what is good is that if there's a Hangerback Walker on the table, Living End does sacrifice creatures, meaning that you will get the 1/1s from Hangerback Walker. But again, when you have a board state like this from Hardened Scales, I presume they didn't really know what they were playing against. A hand with double Walking Ballista, Ancient Stirrings, and Zabaz is going to be great against things like Murktide, 4-color control, because Walking Ballista is great against the metagame. But when you're playing against something like Living End, the last thing you want to see is a creature that's a 0/0, and it doesn't, you know, benefit you coming back from Living End.
Ooh, and we are
Yeah, and the Living End player demonstrating...
cascading. Let's go.
Yep. Oh, Living End was the top card. That's great. So what is he going to do? He's going to just... Oh, that makes sense. So using the red mana from the Gemstone Cavern, we're going to destroy Zabaz, we're going to put the counters on Walking Ballista, and then we're going to ping the opponent for 2 damage. They can't ping the Charlotte's Agent because that's still on the stack, so we're going to resolve the Living End, they're going to get the Zabaz back, and then the board is going to be full of Living End creatures. The advantage bar here is swinging towards the Living End player, and I think it's more about how are they going to tackle this post-board as Hardened Scales. Well, one thing, without being able to see the deck list, I can't comment exactly on what our Hardened Scales player is playing, but what's all graveyard hate in Modern? Artifact, 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 artifact. So I presume that there's going to be something that can be fetched from either Urza Saga, Ancient Stirrings, just draw steps, that is going to be able to tackle Living End as they scoop up the cards. That's game 1 done really
That
quickly.
was fast, yeah. The
So we're gonna
players saw that he didn't have an out here.
Yeah. For those asking where's the advantage bar, we do not have that. That will be something implemented for future events. This is just to help with understanding who's winning. Again, we're trying to really upgrade coverage, so if there's anything that you'd like to praise or criticize, please let us know. This is all new, and it's hard to build a coverage scene from the ground up. But we are going to be getting the sideboards up on the screen. I think it's very important to focus on the Hardened Scales sideboard.
Yeah, for sure.
They've got 3 Nature's Claim, 2 Dismember, 2 Run Afoul. That's a new card that's been brought into Modern, specifically because of Murktide Regent. It's just green, instant, target player sacrifices a flying creature. You've got Tamiyo Safekeeping. I have no clue what that does.
Oh, it's the new card from Kamigawa.
Oh.
Target permanent gets indestructible and you gain them to life, right?
Yep. We got Chalice of the Void, Grafdigger's Cage, Pithing Needle, Relic of Progenitus, Unlicensed Hearse, and Void Mirror, all being one-ofs.
There's also a new card from one of the few players alongside with Shredder from the Streets of New Capenna set.
Yeah. And we do see Void Mirror. That's a great card against Living End.
Mm-hmm.
So, one thing is, Twitch chat, you're going to have to let us know. How does Grafdigger's Cage work with Living End? I don't think that Grafdigger's Cage works, because Living End says exile all creatures in graveyards, and then put them from exile into play. That's not leaving the graveyard.
Yeah,
So,
it's from exile, so...
yeah. So I believe Cage does nothing. Relic of Progenitus does something. Unlicensed Hearse does something. Void Mirror does something. And it's down to, do you want to bring in Dismembers and Run-Afouls? And I'm not too sure you want to really disrupt your plan. So, both players are still boarding. And I guess this leads us to, what's the Living End player going to board in, board out? Do you like Force of Negation in a deck like Hardened Scales?
I wouldn't play Force of Negation, personally. But it's an option, but I wouldn't bring it. Would you bring Force of Negation?
So that's an interesting question because I think it's safe to assume that if your opponent is playing Urza Saga, they're going down on Graveyard Hate in the sideboard because they can fetch it.
Yes.
So if I'm afraid of things coming through Urza Saga, I'm not looking to force it. But I think what they will be afraid of is just the Ozolith. The 1-mana artifact that when a creature with a counter dies, put it on the Ozolith, and then you can move it at the beginning of combat. That's going to be really annoying for Living End. It's going to be hard to beat, but again, it's another permanent that they can get from Urza Saga. So it's a really hard dance, and it's definitely something that the Living End player will have to think about. And I'm lucky that I'm not thinking about it, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, and what would you even take to play the Force of Negation? Like, what would be worse in the main deck than Force of Negation that you would take off the place to put Force of Negation? That's also the question here.
So generally speaking, in Modern, I like to put away discard spells against aggressive, fast decks that dump their hand. And what does Hardened Scales do? Their whole deck is 1 or 2 mana, and they dump their hand. So what's a bad top deck? Most likely Grief. As well as, I don't think... You could even potentially board out 1 Living End because you know that 1 is enough, or 2 is enough, right? So, it's what does the Living End player want to do? Taking out things will always risk something from the opponent.
Yes.
You take out Force of Negation, they can beat you with the Ozolith and a Relic of Progenitus Hardcast. You take out your Subtleties, they can beat you with a big Hangerback Walker, maybe. So, again, it's down to really understanding the bare bones of Living End and what you want to do. I think the Hardened Scales player has a way easier time here, because you have so many cards in your deck that's just rubbish. Like, for example, Welding Jar. That does nothing against Living End. It's a blank card. I would most likely take those out. And things like Walking Ballista. We saw that game that Hardened Scales had 2 Walking Ballistas, and they did nothing. So I would probably board potentially those out as well. But you can't board out them all. Because
Walking Ballista. That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, because it is your combo with Arcbound Ravager.
Yeah.
But also, it's down to... I guess maybe you need to keep them in because you're like, I need to combo. It's really a hard dance.
Yeah, I think I would keep the combo for sure as a win con, but people are also saying that probably Force of Negation wouldn't be too good.
Yep, so we see an Inkmoth Nexus here with Hardened Scales on the play, and we have the Ozolith like I was talking about. This is the ideal start. So... It's a legendary artifact. Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, if it had counters on it, put those counters on the Ozolith, and at the beginning of combat, on your turn specifically, you can move the counters onto anything. Now, you know how you steal a win in Modern? Infect. Oh, there is the Welding Jar.
Will would be so happy to hear the word infect right now. Oh, and there we go.
Well, that's just GG, right?
The Living End player is just reading it like, what?
So let's quickly check the Living End's board. So... Looking at the Living End's board, I can see 2 Foundation Breaker, and not much else. Oh, Force of Vigor. 2 Foundation Breaker, 2 Force of Vigor. That's very powerful.
Yeah, so...
But with... You know what the Welding Jar does? It protects Void Mirror.
Oh!
There we go. That's why they've kept it in. And that's a smart play by someone who understands how Hardened Scales works.
Yeah, because you said, like, it's a dead card, and most of people would think that and take it out, so... But...
Yeah.
This player obviously with experience with this deck...
So what's my plan as the Living End player here? Well, obviously you're going to cycle cards, but you have to have a balance between, am I going to cycle all of my castable threats to dig for a potential Force of Vigor removal spell? Or am I just going to sandbag my threats and try to win the hardcast game? This is, one of those times where it really shows skill on small decisions that may seem like they mean nothing. There is a shock here on the Steam vents, so I presume there's going to be some sort of cycle.
This is really trickier for the player. And cycling... Oh no, it's one of the sideboard cards, right?
Yeah, this is a Dead Gone. It just deals 2 damage to target creature. It's 1 mana, but you can't cascade into it because it checks the total cost of the card. It's specifically chosen to not screw yourself from cascading.
That makes a lot of sense. A good way to go around and have some removal and still keep your deck protected.
Yeah. But what's very important is Void Mirror affects yourself. So our Hardened Scales player here can only cast spells with the Beseiju.
And
Okay, we have an Ancient Stirrings. I'm presume that they're prioritizing a colored land because of Void Mirror, but we'll see.
yeah, definitely they are needing some land here, so their spells don't get countered. Imagine losing to your own card.
Yes. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Why didn't they animate Ink Moth to put the counter on with Modular?
Okay, we have an attack here.
And we have attack for 2 Infect. We do have the Welding Jar, so it's quite hard to kill anything on the board. Oh, and they have a, oh wow, this
Oh,
is just an
another one.
Infect game.
Oh, this is Will would be so happy right now. And for those of you asking, this is the last round. This is the 9th round, last of the day, and both players are for the win and in. So they are 6-2, and they need to win this game to advance to day 2.
Okay, so I can see a Brazen Borrower in Jesper's hand, which is going to be very useful here. Because obviously bouncing the Void Mirror is completely different to regenerating it. What is going to happen? I can't see a Force of Negation, so they're going to go for Waker of Waves, hit their land drop, and Brazen Borrow in the end step. Okay, bidding a creature is really nice here. Do they have the land drop? They do. This is perfect. This is perfect. The only thing that this Living End player does not want to see is a Relic of Progenitus.
Ooh.
Or an Unlicensed Hearse would be annoying too. Now, this is the problem when you play an aggressive deck against a combo deck. As soon as you tap out to animate your creatures, as soon as you do something to build a board, you're telling your combo opponent, show me what you got. And that generally does not feel great when your opponent's combo is, I wipe the board and create a board of my own. So, again, another interesting dynamic.
For sure. I still don't really understand if I would keep the Void Mirror, but at this point it's earthing. So I don't really understand the choice to put it in this matchup, but
Well, I think it's because it specifically stops the Living End from being cast, and at the end of the day, sometimes decks just have terrible sideboard options.
yeah.
And this... Ooh!
There we go.
Okay.
The Earth is in.
We do have the Unlicensed Hearse. It was cast with Beseiju, so it will not be countered. And, to be honest, is it really that good? You bounce the Void Mirror, you Living End, and you have a Brazen Borrower in Exile, and a decently sized board. We can't see because of the sunlight.
Oh, and we have already an activation here. And what is going to get exiled? Looks like a Sphinx.
The Sphinx, and it must be the Waker
The
of
wave,
Waves.
yeah, probably the wave.
But again, just getting big creatures back is so powerful. 2 Infect going to 4.
Already 4 Infect, right? Are we having a win by Infect? That would be so awesome.
Possibly, but to be honest, it's not looking too promising. So you can't let them untap with Unlicensed Hearse unless you have something like Foundation Breaker. Because... no, that wouldn't really work because of the Welding Jar.
And good thing for that Beseiju. Allowing the player to cast their spells without being countered.
I
I really really want to see a win by Infect. That would be really nice.
So, Triv.
Oh.
This is a great play. They're using the Waker of Waves on the end step here to fuel up the graveyard. We hit another Curator of Mysteries. Untap, you got your land, you got your Cascade spell,
There
and
we
your Brazen
go.
Borrower. This should win the game. I believe it to be 2 cards in hand for the Hardened Scales player. They don't have any way to deal with the big board, and they have no pressure right now. With life total so high, Jesper at 14, it's going to be very unlikely as well for an Arcbound Ravager to actually do anything without a Walking Ballista and a load of artifacts. Potentially the Ozolith could help if they have specifically...
And
Oh, is it instant speed Living End? They're going to activate...
but
Or
then
maybe they
the
don't have
opponent-
Living End. They could just not have Living End.
Yeah, probably, because otherwise, because the opponent here can just keep exiling your grave, so that's not ideal.
Okay, let's see. In response to Unlicensed Source, do they have instant speed Living End with Brazen Borrower?
Let's see.
Oh. Yes. Opponent said, please let that target.
Yeah. Okay, there we go. No? No.
I think that's a cycled Street Wraith, I believe. Oh, no. They're fetching with Misty Rainforest.
Yeah, they're fetching here.
Twitch chat does make a very good point that Arcbound Ravager... Well, I don't think Arcbound Ravager attacking with Inkmoth Nexus would work if they have instant speed Living End, because they have a load of flying creatures to block and Waker of Waves shrinks it.
Yeah, so if they have it, what does the scaled player can do?
Yes, I think that there are very few decisions that the Hardened Scales player can make here, but we'll see. Again, the couple cards from Hardened Scales can always turn around the game with math.
I'll do Cascade with Void Mirror.
We can cascade with Void Mirror because there is a Brazen
Brazen,
Borrower
yeah.
being put on the stack right now. Is this a Vade?
Exactly.
Oh, wow. Give it Hexproof. Do they have the Force of Negation?
Oh.
Do they have the Force of Negation?
But can they cast the Force of Negation?
Well, they can... No, they cannot
They
Force of
can't
Negation.
because of the Void.
Because of the Void Mirror. Wow. I think the game is completely turned around.
By these 1-mana cards. I love it.
That changes the game.
Yeah.
Brazen Bar goes to the graveyard. 2 cards in exile. There's only Otawara left to bounce the Void Mirror. I don't think there's a way to destroy it with the Welding Jar in play. You got a Unlicensed Source ticking up. And you got Infect coming down. There's a lot of ways that the Hardened Scales players now attacking them.
Yay. And
This is great, swinging for 2.
looks like maybe we got a game 3. That would be amazing.
So, we can't, start counting our golden eggs before the game actually finishes. Don't forget, we
For
have
sure.
cards that the Living End player can hardcast that have flying and that can block.
Yes.
So this Inkmoth Nexus is not guaranteed to keep hitting in. Again, the Living End player has a chance to start to build a board just with their 5 mana.
Yeah. And no more Brazens, right? In the Living End deck. It's only 1.
Twitch chat pointing out why was there no pump. That's because it's the wrong Inkmoth Nexus on the table. Yes, I believe that the Living End player most likely should have bounced the Void Mirror and done it on their turn. That's
Yeah.
a very good point.
When the opponent was tapped out.
I personally didn't see a benefit for waiting for their turn, but it is what it is.
They definitely were not expecting this card specifically.
Definitely. That's a tap Botanical Sanctum. And I think they're just going to try and start hardcasting things. Ooh, they just pass.
This Living End player likes doing things in instant speed.
Yeah. And it's important to note, we're in the 9th round. These Magic players have been up thinking about Magic for a minimum 9 hours, potentially 10. So it's very easy to make mistakes or to do lines that might seem obvious to us because we've just been sitting here watching them, but they've got to do the thinking and we have perfect information. So.
Exactly. Knowing that the opponent has the X-Proof card that's not really played, it's easy to say. it was a mistake.
For those saying that safekeeping could not be played around, I believe that there was a moment where the Boseiju was tapped, but don't quote me on that. Anyways, moving on. Unlicensed Turst exiles 2 more things. What are they gonna do? They must swing in with both. Oh no, they're casting a spell. Ooh, Arcbound Ravager.
The Ravager, and that art is so
Yes,
pretty.
and with Welding Jar, he can go for lethal. And if they have removal spell, you Welding Jar the Ink Moth. It keeps the counters, and you just go for lethal next turn. They could have hardcast Force of Vigor, but again, I don't think that. Well, what if you hardcast Force of Vigor, destroy the Void Mirror and the Ink Moth?
Yes.
You could actually be in a winning position. It depends how many flying creatures the living end player has in hand. I can't see if they have a Force of Vigor or not, because cards are being flicked too fast. But
they're 6 damage of Infect or 4 damage of Infect right now.
I believe that it is 6 damage of
6
Infect.
damage, yeah, I also think it's 6 damage here, so...
Okay, so they've gone... They're still in their main phase, because don't forget, the Ozolith triggers at the beginning of combat. So, you can't sacrifice the Void Mirror, you can't sacrifice the Welding Jar, you could sacrifice the Hearse or the Ozolith. Ooh, what's the... Oh, is this Subtlety?
Oh...
What is this? Oh, is it 5 mana? Oh, Force of Vigor. They have Force of Vigor, so they destroy that and Void Mirror. What do you Welding Jar? Yeah, you have to Welding Jar the Void Mirror.
Yeah.
Oh, what's happening? Oh, sorry, there are some technical difficulties here. The Force of Vigor has been cast on the Ink Moth, and we do believe that they are sacking the Ink Moth to the Arcbound Ravager. That will put a counter on the Ozolith, and it will also make the Arcbound Ravager a 2/2.
Exactly. Okay, we are back. We had some Infect issues with the screen, but...
Yes, sadly the Force of Vigor was targeted a bit upwards and hit the camera, but the board is starting to stabilize if they can continue to offer blockers. Oh, but okay. So what do you think about them having the second Force of Vigor? Do you believe in them? Because I'm not really sure what else they would pass without Subtlety or nothing.
I would like to believe that they have it, but...
I think... Wait, is that it at the top of their hand?
we cannot see. It's the... Wait,
Oh, no.
I think it is.
I'm not entirely sure.
I see a green card, but I'm not sure what it is.
It could be an Endurance.
It could be an Endurance. That's true. People saying there's only one Force of Vigor in that deck. Can we check the deck list, please? Evan?
I believe there are 2 Force of Vigor, but let's quickly check.
There's
Yep,
2
there are 2
sideboards.
Force of Vigor and 2 Foundation Breaker. Okay, we have another Arcbound Ravager coming down. They animate the Ink Moth. What is the Hardened Scales player going to do?
And living end player just drinking some water, really relaxed. Like, they have everything under control. People don't like Void Mirror. Well, the card has been MVP this game. And giving it indestructible.
The Otawara and Boseiju count, in my time commentating today, I've only seen one Otawara channeled, but I've seen multiple Sokenzans channeled from 4-color control in order to be aggressive. So we do see the Ozolith ticking up here. Oh wow, they're just going for lethal? What's happening? Oh, they moved the Ozolith to counters, and they only attack with the Ink Moth. That's 4 Infect, so that is lethal Infect. They need to do something.
Does he have it?
Oh, the second Force of Vigor!
And there is...
Destroying the Ink Moth and the Void Mirror. That is exactly what this Living End player needs right now. You can sacrifice the Ink Moth and the Void Mirror to the Arcbound Ravager, make it big, but don't forget that they can now Living End. This makes things extremely complicated for the Hardened Scales player.
That was everything that the Living End player needed.
Okay, untap, draws a card. Ooh, is that a top deck Living End? That's not great. But we do have a ton of mana. You can cycle down to 3 mana and Living End.
And
I only see an Arcbound Ravager and a Zabaz in the graveyard,
Yes.
and I think everything else is just lands. You've got 2 Ink Moths that have been destroyed
Yeah.
by the forces, and then you have the Welding Jar, the protection spell.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually think that this is a trivial cycle and Living End, and there's not much they can do with the Unlicensed Hearse being tapped.
And now the skills player only having that sad Ravager, but it's so pretty. I like this is like the Kaladesh inventions, right?
Okay, so interestingly, again, the Living End player is letting the Scales player untap. Now, will they do anything in response to this Hearse? I do actually like this, and you know why? Because how do you lose this game as the Living End player?
With
They
the combo.
slip damage under you through Arcbound Ravager that will go to the graveyard. So if you Living End on their turn, they now can't attack because they all have summoning sick creatures. So here is the, here's the Violent Outburst going to be a Living End.
Let's go.
And I wonder if they chose not to cycle because they have a Force of Negation. So again, I think that this Living End player is just playing... Is that another Living End on top of the deck?
Oh no.
Is that the second time they've just flipped the top card as Living End? I wasn't looking at the screen. Okay, they sacrifice the Arcbound Ravager in response, and there should be 2 Ravagers and a Soken Zen coming back.
There we go.
So they now have 2 scry, or look at the top 3 triggers from this card here on screen. I don't quite know the name. Hopefully we can get it up. That is definitely not the card.
And look how many counters that artifact already has.
Okay, sadly we cannot get the... Oh, I think they missed the triggers, did they? Oh no, they are still working out the counters. Architects of Will, thank you so much, Twitch chat. So I see
Another
a Walking Ballista. Oh, you cannot let them draw Walking Ballista. A Hangerback Walker and another Zabaz. Well, Zabaz is legendary, so that's not the best draw in the world. Oh, nice. Yes, this is a very good play. So what they've done is they've targeted 1 on your opponent, 1 on yourself, and essentially stacking both decks. This is the only time in competitive Magic where one single player is allowed to stack both players' decks, which is great.
And we saw a Force of Negation there.
Yes. So there is a red land played by the... Ooh, this is going to be... What is this? Ballista for 2.
Oh.
Okay, 13 life. This is 100% lethal. Because you can sack the Hearse, sack the Zabaz, sack the Arc... You sack everything, it's huge. And you can keep sacking it to keep protecting it. So I presume, what are they going to do first? Are they just going to...
Can't they cycle into negation?
Well, you cannot Force of Negation Walking Ballista.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a
true.
creature.
Yeah, it's true.
Their only answer would be Subtlety on the line of Force of Negation, because there is no Void Mirror.
And we didn't see a subtlety, right? So I think this is GG.
Yes, I think that this is going to be... Oh. So... Okay, so beginning... Okay, so this is smart. They're saying, look, I'm going to go to combat and put this trigger on the stack. Do you have a living... Oh, there's a Living End in hand. Is that the 3rd Living End? I think that's just the 2nd. So I do believe they have a Living End left in the deck. If you Living End now, they sacrifice...
Oh, there.
This is complicated. Let's try and do the maths. So they get 2 counters for every sack because of Zabaz. So you sack Arcbound Ravager first. That puts the other Arcbound Ravager to 2, and then it goes to 4. Oh, what's happening?
They just...
Wait, what?
I think they just scooped here.
Wait, what's happening?
Uh,
Are they... I think they're going to game 3?
yeah, I think they're going to game 3.
Yes, I think it was lethal.
Probably the Living End player just saw they couldn't do much. And it's so nice to see a combo work out. Yeah. Ravager equal easy games. Yeah. Jesper was tired. Exactly. Yeah, I think it was just like the Living Animals players like, okay, you got it. Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, but that was actually really well played by the Hardened Scales player, because they specifically prioritized protecting Void Mirror. Twice in that game, we saw the Hardened Scales player protect the Void Mirror, and it paid off. Double 2-for-1 sideboard card coming from the Living End player was not enough to win the game.
And did you think the Living End player should have played the Living End in their turn instead of waiting for the opponent to untap? Or they just didn't think about the possibility of that protection card?
So, it's tough. It's easy to say, oh, we know that they play the green spell, but I would be afraid of Veil of Summer. So, I think that, honestly, I would have gone for Sorcery Speed, because I over-evaluate interaction from the opponent, and they've showed us so many awkward interactive cards already, some weird one-ofs. I would be afraid of weird one-ofs and go for it. But again, it's hard to say that when I'm watching someone play and I don't have the pressure on me and I know what the Hardened Scales player is doing. So again, a lot of respect for, choosing to go at instant speed, because I think that actually takes some confidence.
Yeah, I saw that the Living End player really liked doing things in instant speed. When he was just drinking his water, let the opponent do his thing, and it's good that we are going to have a third game, because this is a very interesting matchup so far.
Definitely. With the Living End player on the play, though, you really don't have to stress about very fast draws from the Hardened Scales player. Getting that extra land in before them really does matter, and now you have 7 new draws for another Force of Vigor.
Yeah, and I don't think they even changed the sideboard for the third game.
Nope, but I think this is a 1-land hand. Or maybe, it's 2 lands. Yep, it's 2 lands. So they keep, and I presume they will pass. Okay. I believe this game is less about what the Living End player is doing and more about what hate does this Hardened Scales player have, or can they combo quickly.
Exactly. And do they have the Void Mirror again?
Okay.
Oh, we have
So we have...
a green land here.
Yep. Pathway coming down.
Oh, turn 1 relic. That must feel so bad for the Living End player.
Well, oh my gosh. Oh, they have Force of Negation in their hand. Okay, you have to Force of Negation.
You have, unless they have.
Yeah, they're gonna cycle Street Wraith first for more perfect information. They can cycle another blue card in their hand. Oh, Grief off the top. That's actually pretty decent if they have a way to cast it. Because not only can you Force of Negation the relic, you can then Grief them. But again, you're putting a lot of cards into exile to cast these cards. So, what is our Living End? Yes,
Okay.
they do go for the Force of Negation. This is no surprise. What are they going to pitch? Shardless Agent. Okay, well, we do know they have a Violent Outburst in hand. So while it's annoying that they're getting rid of a Cascade, it's good that they don't have the relic hitting the battlefield.
But that Force of Negation was definitely needed here.
Yeah, and I think that it really helps with the evaluation that we're making at the start of sideboarding.
Yes, I was going to say that, because we were like, I was asking you what you think about Force of Negation, and that's exactly what you said.
Yeah, and I think now as well, we know that they didn't sideboard, but we saw that green protection spell. Maybe you're more inclined to bring in Force as well, keep it in, because you know that they're planning on you having Force of Vigor and have some interaction for it. Oh, this is gonna pull away quick. Cycle Curator of Mysteries, and they top deck Force of Negation.
Oh.
Can they grief? If they can grief here, the game is going to pull away. They say go, so they don't even Sorcery Speed cycle. Do they? They're flicking their cards too quick here, so let's just see what is going to happen.
The only thing I can see is the Force of Negation that they just threw.
What is this? Is this? I genuinely have no. It's an alternate art Hardened Scales. That's a really cool art. What the heck? Okay. And honestly, this is probably gonna be game over. With no board, and the best thing you have to offer is a flying infect creature when there's a Creator of Mysteries in the graveyard. You're gonna need a lot here to get through.
For sure.
Again, though, Living End, we've seen it trip up multiple times today. Even Joel Larson was tripping on land drops, his third land. So it's not completely the end of the world for Hardened Scales, because again, the Living End player has to have the lands.
Let's see. Oh, they are even doing a little thing in the deck for good luck, I guess.
No third land.
Yeah. Do they have a cycler? To try
Well,
to-
if they had a cycle, they would have cycled it
Yeah,
mid-phase,
it's true.
unless they have something like Brazen Borrower. That's an Urza Saga. 2 mana. Oh.
And
Oh, Hangerback Walker. Okay. That comes in with 2 counters because of Hardened Scales.
again, the art.
And what will they do? They just have to draw, so their hand is full of interaction. They drew Foundation Breaker. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I think you have to Foundation Breaker the Urza Saga here because the Welding Jar will only protect artifacts. Right? And the Urza Saga is an enchantment. You Stone Rain them. They could have the green protection spell. You can't do anything upkeep-wise. But again, I think you kind of just
And
gotta
that's-
cast your spells.
I think that's it. I think that's what the player is considering. And the question is, there's the protection spell or not?
Ooh, just okay, going for the Welding Jar.
Hmm.
Interesting.
Would you go for the welding jar here?
Well, to me, I would go for Welding Jar if I had Force of Vigor in hand. Right? Kill the Welding Jar and Force of Vigor, but I'm not experienced in this matchup, so they clearly know and have a plan of why they... Like, you don't destroy Welding Jar because you have no plan, right? Because they did have Stone Rain as an option.
What is this card? Oh,
So this is Ancient Stirrings. They look at the top 5, put a colorless card into their hand.
yeah.
They either need a land in hand or from the Stirring, so they can either make a construct or just keep impacting the board.
Oh, and we got the little birdie again that doesn't fly. The bug.
For those wondering, that is not a Ravager on the board. It is a Hangerback Walker.
Yeah. The art is confusing because the Ravager is also pretty similar.
Okay, so with red mana up as Living End, there's not really much to be afraid of. As soon as you draw this land... Oh, you know why they went for the Welding Jar?
Why?
Because when you Living End, the Foundation Breaker comes back, and then you can destroy an artifact that they're most likely going to cast this turn.
Oh, that's really smart from them.
Because you're not going to play to not draw a land. You're going to play like, I'm going to draw a land
I
soon.
need the land, yeah.
Yeah, because you're not going to win this game if you're on 2 lands for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's true. You gotta assume that you gotta draw a land, otherwise you lose. That makes sense.
Okay, so they added a counter to Hangerback Walker and said, go. This is a smart play because they...
Yeah.
Ooh, that does not look like a land.
And with the scale...
That is a violent outburst. That is literally probably the worst draw alongside... No, Living End's even better because they can cast Grief.
Yes.
That's actually one of the worst draws in the deck because you can't even pitch it to Force of Negation.
Yeah. And if in the beginning we thought this game was going for Living End, I think now
Yeah.
it would be really difficult. What is the best card that Living End could have right now?
I think that the best thing that they could do... I don't know, because now you're open to them getting Graveyard Hate from this Urza Saga.
Yeah.
I don't quite remember if they do have an artifact they can get with it, but we'll have to see. I'm not even sure if Fetchland's the best draw, because if you draw something like... How many Street Race would you want on top of your deck to be better than like Street Race into lands? That's just one of these theoretical Magic questions that has no value to us, but... Definitely this starts with a land.
Okay, and we got the
Oh, they decide to
construct
make a construct. Wow. So I'm actually happy with this as the Living End player, as that construct dies once Living End is put on the stack. It's down to, have they got that artifact hate? Or, sorry, that graveyard hate.
here. And they're looking for maybe the relic? Oh, the...
Oh, they
there
got
we
the
go.
Ozelet.
Yeah, the
Okay.
Ozelet. Yeah, that makes sense.
So now, if you destroy the Hangerback Walker with Zabaz, you put... Hardened... Oh, is Hardened Scales permanent or creature? Let's quickly check. It's a creature. So you can destroy the hangerback, put the... No, it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. At 14 life, could you kill them? Oh.
But it's legendary.
Yes, so they
just
sacrifice
wanna-
it, but still get the modular trigger to
Yeah.
put the counters on the hangerback. So it should go up to 7, I believe?
Yeah, with the scale and the...
Let's see. I'm not sure because it could be 2 replacement effects. So let's see if it applies. Yes, it does apply. Okay, so it does go up to 7. Oh,
Wait, because of the...
oh, the second one. I'm not sure why it goes up to 8. Why does it go up to 8?
I think it's because of the artifact they just got, dude. They are moving the counters, no?
I don't understand hardened skills. lol.
8 plus 5, 13, so they're attacking for 13 right now. And this is GG.
What is about?
It's the scale, the 2 plus scales plus the buzz.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
modular,
yeah.
yeah.
Wow, what a game. Wait.
Yeah. Zabaz doubles the counters.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that's insane. Well, we are going to be bringing that hardened skills player into the booth here to have an interview.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to make sure he's coming right now. And this was an amazing game.
Yeah.
I like Scales doing great, and I was not expecting it. I was not expecting to see Scales today, but apparently here we are.
Yeah, very well played by both players. Unfortunate that you don't hit your lands. Sometimes that happens in Magic the Gathering. But here we are going to be getting, if I get their name up now, we're going to be getting Joan Carrasco into the booth here to talk about his Hardened Scales deck.
I'm going to get him, and we want to... Okay, it's on the way. Have you seen Scales lately on the leagues you've been doing?
I have not, but you know what I want to see? Twitch chat, how many people are watching? We've got 459 people watching. This is the last round. If you enjoyed today, can you put a 1 in the chat? And if you didn't enjoy today, then fine, leave a 2. But if you enjoyed yourself, just put a 1 in the chat. Let us know that you've liked the content.
Oh, Twitch chat
Hello.
is so nice.
Where should I?
Please sit here.
Yeah, please sit here. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. Is it Joanne?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
Awesome.
Cody.
So we have a few questions because obviously we were watching you play Hardened Scales there against Living End. Specifically in game 2, we thought it was masterfully played with the welding jar on the Void Mirror, as well as that green card that I keep forgetting the name
Media
of.
safekeeping. Yeah.
Exactly. And a thought process that we wanted to have is that we genuinely thought that welding jar was going to be taken out. And I guess the first thing is, how do you sideboard against Living End as Hardened Skills?
All right. So I cut one welding jar because you don't want to draw too many.
Yeah.
Since you have Void Mirror and Chalice of the Void. And I also cut 3 Patchwork Automaton, which are generally okay, but not that great in the matchup. And I cut 1 Ancient Steering just because it's a bit of slow card, and this is kind of a racy matchup.
Definitely.
You can also find your hate pieces with Ancient Steerings, but it's a balance you need to strike. So that's how I sideboard. Actually made some mistakes that second game.
Really?
Yeah. Could have put an extra counter on Enigma's Nexus when he destroyed the Zavaz. That would have made the turn much faster. But I was like, okay, let's just play, keep the head in the game.
Yeah, that's great. And another thing we had is that in game 3, the Living End player was stuck on 2 lands.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you knew. Oh, he showed you at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But it was literally like Filipa and like, it's over, Hardened Scale's going to lose. And then we're like, well, there is a chance that they don't hit their land.
Yeah.
And kind of what was going through your mind, and did your game plan change once you saw, okay, my opponent is mana screwed?
Yeah, once I saw he was mana screwed, my plan was to present as resilient a board as possible. Because that meant that he didn't force of Vigor me, and I have this thing. If you don't force of Vigor me when you can, then I'm assuming you don't have it. So I wanted to get the Ozolys out. That's why I made the Construct as well, which I had the mana anyway, but it's just to present a fast clock, but also in a way that if he finds a land and Bion Alberts me or whatever, I still get a lot of Topters, I get the counter on the Ozolys, I still have the Inmost Nexus. So there's so many things he still needs to deal with.
Definitely.
And I can also top deck, Walking Ballista, Aven Ravager could also be killed. So that was my idea with the... When I saw he was mana screwed like that, I was like, okay, this is something I can do. I don't know if he played 3 or 4 Living Ends, but yeah he had like 4 Cascade Spelling.
Yeah, that was very awkward. And in game 1 specifically, we criticized Walking Blister in the matchup because it essentially did nothing. It's a 0-0 that comes back.
Yeah.
But a lot of Twitch chat were saying, well, how are you going to kill your opponent quickly with our Ravager? So I guess, is this a weak but needed card in the matchup?
I mean, of course you play 4 Walking Ballistas in the main deck. I didn't know I was Living End, honestly. I didn't know this player. So probably my hand was not a keep if it was against Living End.
Yeah.
But Walking Ballista, if they don't have too many griefs, you can keep it in hand, and once once the Living End, then you can put all your counters on the Osiris, you can play the Ballista and kill your opponent that way. I could maybe see myself streaming one, but like having this out sometimes to top decking like a fireball, basically, it's really nice. So I try to keep them all in.
Awesome.
Almost never cut them.
And what's your record right now?
7-2.
So that locks you for day 2?
Yeah.
And we're going to be seeing you tomorrow?
Yeah.
Awesome. So before we end this interview, is there anything social media or any people you'd like to shout out?
Yeah. So shout out to my wife who supports me a lot, and then you can watch my content at Twitch.tv Mr. HarryMTG and YouTube Mr. Surrey. I play a lot of Hardened skills there, and yeah, you're welcome to come. And if you're curious about the deck, I also wrote a deck guide on it on MTG deck list. You can check that out. It's 60-minute read, so take your time.
Awesome. And I do see some people in Twitch chat atting you right now, so check them out through there. Congratulations. Thank you so much for talking with us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Awesome. Do we have a backup feature match? Nope, that's
I
it?
believe not. I believe just will come here to us, and we are just going to close the day 1 and tell you more information about day 2.
Awesome. So we have some information coming about tomorrow very soon, so stay tuned. You don't want to miss that.
So the cutoff is top 64. I think 6-1, some will make top 64. So there's the answer. This was the 9th round, and you can see the standings in the site. So in the end, you can see who makes the top 64 when everyone stops playing this round, and we will be back tomorrow.
Yeah, so for those wondering, I believe it is 9 a.m. Denmark time is where we're aiming to start the stream. Don't forget, sometimes things get muddled up, so 9 a.m. is our estimate time for starting. And I believe Will is here.
Yeah.
Is Will there? Will? Oh, okay.
Will come. Give us some feedback on the stream if you like that. I really hope so. It's so nice to have these modern event backs. We try to get the most variety of decks, and because some people were saying in the beginning that it was a lot of Murktide or 4-color, but in the end we ended up bringing a lot of decks that were not so represented in this metagame. So
yeah, that was great, and we really appreciate, again, all your feedback and criticism goes back into improving the content that you want to watch.
Yes.
What was your highlight of the day?
I liked seeing so many Hammer Times doing well, to be honest. But
what about Marco?
Marco, my friend, he was 8-0 with the Glimpse. I don't know if he won the last game or not, but for sure he made the right decision to bring Glimpse. It is a very tricky deck, a lot of triggers, but I was not expecting it.
I think, honestly, my highlight of the day is going to be the Ottawara off the top from the Living End Mirror with Yol Larson.
Oh, okay. That's completely fair.
Yeah, and we have Will coming in now to help share us some information.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, thank
Happy birthday, dear Filipa. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
We're not allowed
Thank
candles,
you.
but so we have little flags instead.
I'm going to cry. This is so nice. Thank you so much.
Are you-
Thank you guys. It was so amazing this day with you, and tomorrow is going to be also so awesome. I'm so happy to have these events back. Like, no words expressed. Thank you so much, everyone. You are so nice.
Awesome.
Thank you. Are we going to end in this?
Yeah,
And
we can end it like that.
That is going to be the end of day 1 of the Legacy European Tour. If you do enjoy modern content, we want to see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Denmark time. We'll be live with the top 64 and top 8 all tomorrow. If you want to see that, be there, and we'll catch you guys then.
Yeah, we'll have some cake
See you
now.
tomorrow.
Bye bye.